current patch in particular, the amount of spawns on Super Helldive are probably the lowest they've ever been. But the performance of this patch and also of Helldivers this past year has not really been great. Many people have been asking them to pause the current content release schedule or pause the current war bonds, and people have literally been asking them for just performance patches. Yet I'm going to show you guys that the spawn counts are not what they were a year ago. Now, one thing I really do want to say here is that 9 months ago, I made a video bringing attention to this issue, to the total spawn counts on Super Helldive, and it didn't get many views. And the reason for that is probably exactly what Sham said. A lot of people probably play on difficulty.
Welcome to my channel.
Queue up the hardest difficulty in this game. However, what I'll
Welcome
say
to
is
my
that,
channel.
you know, a year ago when they did the 60-day plan, I fought really hard for you guys to get weapon buffs. If you guys could please watch this video and like it, just give it a watch. You don't even have to share it. But this is a really important topic because it affects my personal enjoyment of this game. You know, nowadays I really only have fun like soloing the Predator strain who aren't even on the galactic map all the time. I also really enjoy fighting the Jet Brigade who aren't there all the time either. And I know it's not everyone's favorite topic to talk about game difficulty because difficulty versus fun is always a hot topic. People always pin them against each other. However, in my opinion, they go hand in hand. A good challenge is what creates that adrenaline and excitement, and the main problem with the game pre-60-day plan was not that it was too difficult, because to be honest with you, if you had a lot of hours in this game like I did, the game was still easy during Escalation of Freedom, but the problems people really had were just a lot of bullshit mechanics. So before we get into this deep dive, we're going to be shouting out today's sponsor, Syndicate GG. They have a Helldivers merch shop. They sent me over a Face the Wall t-shirt, which is very high quality. They sent me over a beanie and a trucker cap, which I enjoy wearing all of them. We also collabed on a thick fillet desk mat. Mine will be here soon, but one of my viewers, Fury, already ordered one, and he says it looks great. Links in the description for this merch shop. So the main thing we're going to talk about is the enemy counts compared to patches a year ago. So the obvious first question is, what is the amount of enemies a full squad can kill in one game? You ever drop a bot game with 500 or 600 kills, or mods, you even get over 1,000 kills, and you thought enemies that could show up in a game across your whole squad? Like, what's your whole squad's total kill count? So luckily for me, one of my friends, another YouTuber by the name of Claysthetics, started doing squad games where they literally just did the main objective and then they sat outside of nests or bases or detector towers and made the enemies call breaches for the entire duration of the game. Clay sent me screenshots of 2 games all the way back in August 2024, pretty much exactly a year ago, where he got 4,277 kills in a 4-man lobby. Now, it's also a small note, but it's really important to say here that their loadout consisted of mainly turrets, and Clay was also able to get another game that I told him to upload, so hopefully he does that. But him and his squad got 4,500 kills total over 1 year ago. Look at this kill screen at the end. 3 people on the squad have over 1,000 kills. And what's funny is if we look at a high kill game to like this patch, here is the kill screen this patch of one of our highest kill squad games, and I
Gaming HT
and the rest of my squad
Welcome to my channel.
Thanks.
Good luck in KF.
Thank you.
Kills, but the other 2 people
Yeah, I played yesterday, Helldivers 2.
The funny thing is my amount of kills from
Oh yeah. I don't know if you're here. I killed the fucking Radan. I had like 0 fucking health, no healing items, and there was like, do I heal? Do I wait for the golem? The golem is still alive, motherfucker. Do I wait for the boss to try to like attack me and he will teleport? Trust me, my health is like invisible, like I have a magic pixel. I did it yesterday in like 20 minutes. And I hit him with a knife.
Nice.
Yeah! I mean, it probably doesn't mean anything to you, but it's like we wasted like a afternoon trying to do that. daily routine. Oh my god.
The high kill game this patch was the lowest amount of kills on Clay's team a year ago. So what's going on here? Well, it's clear that the spawn counts got lowered, and this is where we dig into some patch history, because over time they made the game less fun for difficulty 10 players. So back in the day, you could have this many gunships on your screen. They were pretty much guaranteed to kill you at least once, which meant you dropped your support weapon, and you had basically no way to come back because stratagems don't aim at them, but you can just kill a gunship with a scorcher or a purifier or any good medium penetrating primary weapon, right? Yeah, now you can, but when gunships first launched, they were heavy armored enemies, meaning that zero primary weapons at the time could even do damage to them. And this caused them to put out this patch 01.000.300 on April 29th, 2024, which was the first nerf to gunships over a year ago now. Gunship spawners have a much lower cap on how many they can spawn. But this didn't solve the entire gunship issue, because the main problem is it's hard to come back after they kill you. It felt bullshit. It felt unfair. And they've patched them, lowering their armor and their health over time. And even in a very recent patch just a few months ago, now even their main body health is only medium pen. Now, I'm bringing up gunships because I think this is the perfect example of what has happened to Helldivers. The original problem with gunships was that they were flying heavily armored enemies. No stratagems would target them, and when 12 of them spawned, it was guaranteed to kill you. And what happened was you would drop your support weapon on death, the only item in the game that could reliably kill them, and you now have no way to fight back against gunships. And what happens is you start death spiraling. And that sort of mechanic where it feels like you can't come back after things go haywire, it's very, very frustrating. And so you could say there were 3 challenges to launch gunships that made people complain about them. You know, they were too tanky, too many of them spawned, and barely anything in the game could even damage them. It was pretty much only support weapons. But the problem is, Arrowhead nerfed every challenging aspect of this enemy, the spawn counts, the armor pen of them, and they lowered the health. When in reality, the main issue was that there was just way too many little ways to deal with them. If a gunship kills you, you now have to run 50 or 100 meters back to your support weapon, and it just causes this bad feeling gameplay loop that made people complain about them. Whereas if they kept the spawn counts, but they only lowered their armor pen, now when there's 12 gunships on your screen, if they end up killing you, at least when you respawn, you can start spraying your primary at them and help your teammates out. We even have secondaries now that are really, really good against gunships. The Senator can kill gunships with, I think, 6 shots if they're not too far away. The Loyalist pistol, the plasma pistol, can actually 2-shot them with 2 fully charged shots. So if all they had did was lower the amount of armor pen necessary, it would have solved the problem entirely, in my opinion. And that's why gunships are the perfect example, because there was clearly problems with them. But the patches before the 60-day plan gutted their spawn counts, and then after the 60-day plan, they decided to also make them easy to kill. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because I think from a developer perspective, it's kind of hard to identify this mistake, because they made these changes to gunships over many, many patches over many, many months. And the original change of lowering their spawn counts didn't really mesh well with the changes later, lowering their armor pen and total health. Now, we've also had this happen with bug rocket defense, which is just a complete snooze fest now. I don't even think you have to be a high difficulty player to think that rocket defense is boring. There are almost no spawns on that mission now. I think your whole squad might be lucky to even just get a couple hundred kills by the end of a rocket defense. And anybody who's been playing this game as long as I have, comment down below how how much fun this mission actually used to be. Here is a Reddit post from 10 months ago with almost 1,000 upvotes. Level 10 evacuate high value missions are boring. Look, I love the game and just want it to do well, but I just spent the last three of these terminated missions mostly just standing around waiting for something to shoot at. I feel like with all the buffs they've given to the weapons, we can finally handle larger amounts of enemies. And this Reddit post, I couldn't have said it better myself. But here's the thing, the rocket defense mission used to be insane. Here is a Reddit clip from April last year, 1 year and 4 months ago, aptly titled Attack on Bile Titan. This is how early Helldivers felt sometimes. And you know, nowadays you can kind of make this happen if there happens to be a Bile Titan hole in a nest nearby, but it absolutely never happens in rocket defense anymore. And same with the Terminate Eradicate missions are extremely boring with the spawn counts they offer. Now, another mission on bots, there was the original Capture the Flag mission where the game was actually bugged and spawned infinite dropships until you finished raising the flag. And in patch 01.001.202 on November 5th last year, they reduced enemy spawn rates during the raise flag objective in spread democracy missions to make the objectives easier to complete. Now, at the time, this was after the 60-day plan. This was a ridiculously fun mission for anybody looking for challenge. Again, after the 60-day plan. Even with multiple recoilless rifles on your squad, your team had to be actively fighting enemies the entire duration of the flag raising. You pretty much could not solo this objective simply because there was actually just that many enemies. But now in Raise the Flag missions in solo on difficulty 10, it spawns one dropship of enemies at a time. This dropship right here had a single rocket strider on it. This is difficulty 10 solo bots. This is the state of bots today. How can anybody out there complaining about game difficulty saying like, oh, nerf this gun, nerf this gun? It wouldn't matter what you nerf when on the hardest difficulty in a solo mission on Capture the Flag, it's calling in one singular dropship. And this is something that doesn't get enough attention and something I've never seen any of the nerds in the Armory chat bring up as the main reason the game is too easy now. All right, so there are absolutely other examples of this. I can't begin to name every single one over the past year because there is a lot of them. But in my opinion, I think the developers did not take the completely right feedback from the 60-day plan. And I would imagine the main feedback that people were saying was that people wanted the game to just be fun and not focus so much on difficulty. A lot of people absolutely said this, you know, don't cater to the 5% of sweats who want their balls broken and drugged through glass. Make Helldivers fun again. A ton of people were saying that right before the 60-day plan came out. But here's the thing, in my opinion, difficulty and fun are not mutually exclusive things. Something being extremely easy is not always fun, and something extremely difficult is not always boring. And even though I would say most people queue on difficulty 7, and I think when you talk about game difficulty, it's a less popular topic to talk about, but in reality, think about how this game blew up at launch. Malevelon Creek was known as the planet that the bots were hitting the hardest. The best veterans of this game fought at and gave their lives there. On the Creek's anniversary major order, we ended up fighting at Popley, which made a new legendary planet where the Jet Brigade, the Incinerator Corps, showed up at the same time. The Battle of Meridia with the insane Shrieker swarms at the end of the mission was super memorable. Calypso, where the Illuminate first invaded and there were swarms of voteless and squids creating the most Helldiver deaths on a planet, was recorded. When the Predator strain first came out and they were busting everyone's balls, a majority of people absolutely loved the increased difficulty of these moments. And the reason for that is because our gear is actually strong enough to deal with it now. We have ways to fight back. And during the 60-day plan, everyone showed the back of the box where it says, spread democracy with overpowered weapons. But the picture right to the right of this, also on the back of the box, says, work as a team to overcome impossible odds. The only feedback they should have taken from the 60-day plan fiasco was that they were making changes that made the game less fun. Weak feeling weapons are not fun, and when there aren't also hordes of enemies and you're sitting around waiting for rockets to launch, that's not fun either. And at the very least, you know, at least if you want to change the game how I'm saying, then only do it to difficulty 10. I think it is definitely notable that the majority of players don't queue the hardest difficulty, and that's for a reason, because they find the most enjoyment on difficulty 7 or whatever the most popular difficulty is. I'm just assuming it's difficulty 7. Maybe don't bring back the crazy capture the flag mission to anything lower than difficulty 9 and 10. But like, that's the thing. If you're queuing into difficulty 10, you are opting in to overwhelming odds. And it's not an exact science. Obviously, you know, game dev can be difficult. It is an art style. But what it really comes down to is frustrating and unfair mechanics. Frustrating and unfair mechanics like gunships being heavily armored. Because what ends up happening in practice is when the heavily armored gunships end up killing you, because there's 12 of them on my screen, it's just frustrating respawning, and then I have to try to run 75 meters to pick up my support weapon. That's an example of something that's frustrating and unfair. However, now that I can kill gunships with a loyalist, I think I can handle 12 of them on my screen now. So everybody who is saying lower the difficulty, what I think they really meant to say was get rid of the bullshit RNG death and make my guns feel good to use. Okay, so back to the Shams comment that more enemies will cause performance issues. Let's talk about which patches of this game had major performance problems. Now, too many spawns probably absolutely makes the performance worth, and certain types of enemies are probably more performance taxing on others. But when we used to be able to push the game with way higher spawns and better performance than we do now, hopefully we can get back to that point. Now, the absolutely most important thing to talk about when it comes to performance and spawn rates is the high kill guaranteed automaton bot crash. The reason why I talked about bug kill counts earlier in this video is because I do not even know what the most amount of bots you can kill this patch. And the reason for that is because when it comes to kill farming bots, it's pretty much the same strategy as bugs. You complete the main objective so that the patrol count is raised, and then you basically sit outside of spawners. And what do bots have? They have detector towers. So we do what is called detector tower kill farming. Well, actually, we used to do that, but we don't do it anymore because for some reason, after you kill a certain number of bots, the game is guaranteed to crash. Now, there are a few theories of why this might be happening, but what I can first say is this started either during the Escalation of Freedom patch or the first 60-day plan patch. I think it was during the first Escalation of Freedom patch. I'm not 100% sure. It's hard to pin down exactly. It was a year ago. Now, this is possibly due to like rocket striders or barrager tanks, or maybe because rocket devastators have to count their rockets now with their new ammo that they run out of. The game is performing too many calculations. There is also another issue that's been in the game for months now, where the host has the smoke from down dropships, tanks, and hulks on their screen for the entire game, but anyone off host doesn't. Now I'm going to show you guys two pictures from the same game here, and just bear with me. So the first image is what my game looked like on a bot rocket defense, and there is just smoke in every single direction. The second image is from my teammate who was standing right behind me. Look, that's me in the front. I'm T1. And you can see on his screenshot there is smoke on the right where we just got done killing some bots, but there's a very clear area in the middle. Now back to my screenshot, where there is obviously smoke in that area where my off-host teammate cannot see. Now, a tank that died and it's smoking before it despawns should not leave a smoke cloud where it died for the rest of the game. It should probably be making smoke for like 30 seconds or 45 seconds, and it needs to despawn. You know how they kind of melt into the ground, and then remove all of the smoke. So we need to get rid of the lingering smoke on bots, because I do think this has something to do with it, but also make sure enemies are despawning properly and entirely, so that way the game can handle spawning more enemies after that. Now, there was also another patch, patch 01.002.200 on May 18th this year, and it had a update to the AI calculations, and it says a recent software autopsy has revealed an update to the automaton's situational awareness protocol. They are now less distracted by each other, increasing their reaction speed in large groups. We have increased the number of AI calculations the game can perform. This primarily impacts scenarios with a higher number of spawned enemies, improving their response times in those situations. However, this comes with a slight trade-off in game performance. Now, what I will say is when Helldivers in-game performance can feel like it's on life support sometimes, they should not be making changes to the enemy AI or increasing the amount of calculations at all. Now, I remember when this patch came out, my game instantly, On my old PC, I was not able to reach 60 FPS anymore. I think I was at a constant 40 FPS this patch. And the only two changes I noticed with the automatons is that they got increased accuracy and they got increased detection radius. Now, we have felt their accuracy and detection radius change slightly from patch to patch. I don't know if they were tweaking the AI calculations behind the scenes patch to patch, or if, you know, accuracy and detection radius has to do with AI calculations. I'm sure it does to some extent, but if there was a way to just increase their accuracy and increase their detection radius, but lower the total amount of AI calculations, then I would absolutely opt for that. And even with this change, I can go into the game and farm a detector tower and guarantee crash the game anytime I want. And the point I'm trying to get at is that increasing their AI calculations didn't actually make the game any harder. It only hurt performance. All right, so let's talk about the game's next issue, in my opinion. And I apologize here. I have to roast Arrowhead devs a little bit for this one. It is their absolute love for Silent Hill or something, because these devs have a fetish for fog everywhere at all times. Volumetric fog as well, not distance fog, which is extremely taxing on performance. Now, I wouldn't even be bringing this up if there weren't like 15 layers of fog on almost every map all the time. And then on top of that, when you kill tanks on the bot side, their corpses create smoke for the rest of the game. And the water pools on the different maps act like saunas, and even just a body of water can start creating volumetric smoke in the air. And on top of that, Arrowhead added bloom bugs, which make it so that almost every mob that dies pours more of this volumetric Mexico filter all over my monitor all the time. All right, so I pulled up a clip here to show you guys what I'm talking about with the fog. I just have it muted. We're just going to take a look at it. So take a look at the amount of fog on my screen. It is a ton, right? But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and act like volumetric fog is always bad. It does create good atmosphere. It creates, you know, it feels like you're really in the world. I mean, it looks decent too, right? Well, what if I told you I'm using a mod from Nexus Mods? I'm using a mod called Volumetric Fog Reducer. This is the game with a fog reducer mod active. Let's go ahead and watch the rest of the clip, where I go ahead and change my fog settings, which disables the mod. This is what the game looks like without the mod active. Let's go ahead and get it back on. And this is what it looks like with the mod active. So even with the mod active, there's still a ton of fog on the screen. This is without it active, and this is with it active. Which one looks better in your opinion? I think this one does. I can see more. I can actually see the outlines of the base, whereas when it's active, there's just nothing to look at. Like, it's too much. It's too much. And volumetric fog is not good for performance. It's very taxing on your graphics card, or well, I shouldn't say it's taxing, but it uses a lot of resources from your graphics card, and it's because the light going through the fog, your graphics card basically calculates what that would look like versus distance fog, which a lot of game devs used to use to kind of hide that they were rendering less on your screen. And it's like, I wouldn't be bringing this up if there weren't like 15 layers of fog on my screen at all time. And, you know, as the light goes through one layer of fog, my graphics card is calculating how that would look, and then it goes through another layer, it's calculating again. I'm very positive there is somewhere we can meet in the middle with just a few layers of fog rather than like 17 of them. And then on top of that, there's lingering smoke from dead enemies or explosions, those gas holes on the map that create smoke nonstop. But like I said, some puddles can act as a sauna and create all this fog. And what's crazy about all of this is I think most people's favorite biome has to be the moon biome, especially when the meteors are going off. And the moon biome has zero fog on it. Now, I think people also like that forest kind of map. But with that being said, I don't think anybody's favorite map is the piss-covered acid storm planet. You know, hilariously enough, I actually do like the acid storm planet because it's like, okay, I've dedicated myself to full fog. But that's besides the point. With that being said, I really do think there is somewhere in the middle where we can meet. And on top of that, we also have to talk about bloom bugs really quickly, which I did mention a second ago. But the problem was the day they added bloom bugs to the game, they almost immediately removed them within the hour because they were crashing every game nonstop. Now, that was back in February when they first added them, but recently which is a wild modifier for an enemy that I've never seen game devs use on purpose. It's not actually difficult, but you know, I guess you also can't win a mission if your game crashes. And I also don't think it's the explosions on these enemies causing worse performance, because we have enemies that explode. We have Bile Warriors, the Spitters, Bile Spewers. They all explode on
Fearful
death. And there are
Ovation.
map seeds where that's all you're
Welcome
fighting.
to
But
my
the difference
channel.
is those enemies don't
Best
create
viewers
fog
on
death. This is the
streamambu.com.
same
Remove
as
the
the
space
tanks exploding on death, but the
JDWTNZYJ.
tanks create that smoke nonstop, and I do think that this is where the performance issue lies. Now, hopefully there is at least one Arrowhead developer watching this, and let me just ask you this question. Would you rather have bloom bugs, where the modifier is it creates fog, and that is the difficulty of that enemy, or can we just get more spawns? Which one is actually more difficult? Like, just lay them out side by side, which is more difficult. I can't see, but I can still lob stratagems and throw as many explosions in the general direction and still kill everything. Or we have more patrols, we have more spawns, and that's actually more challenging. All right, so there is a number of different topics we could have covered in this video of nerfing the enemies, the spawns too hard. One example I do have to mention was the bugged patrols update, where 4-player scaling was applied to solo difficulty. But personally, I think there should be an option where I can queue into a solo game and have 4-player difficulty. Or maybe I can queue into a duo with 4-player difficulty. This is an interesting way they can increase the difficulty for those who want it, and it's a little toggle of a switch, so it doesn't affect everyone. And there's a number of other topics over the past year, but I've just played this game a lot. I remember a lot of these. I can't remember everything. I just wanted to bring some awareness and highlight some of these issues, which, if fixed, would make the game much better. So let me know what you think in the comments down below. I'll see you guys next time. I'm out.
Your armor awaits.
Hey, gusta time. Dum da di dum da da.
S'en va dans l'oubli éternel. Et Gustave donne boire des âmes.
Di 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 dum.
Tout est séram, séram. Dim dim da 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 dim dim da 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 dim da di dum. Dim dim da 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 dim dim da 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 dim da di dum. Dans là-haut sera ravi, les toits à sur noir gris fera. Même au-dessus obscur, voir des hautes peintures, trouveras sans elle.
When I started this channel, it was largely because I had been noticing a broad decline in storytelling in general and literature in particular. A decline that began a lot longer ago than most people think. And my aim has always been to help, insofar as I am able, to remind writers of the true fundamentals of storytelling, and to hopefully elevate their craft into something that isn't beholden to current market trends nor controlled by the fleeting tastes of book talk or bookstagram or whatever. However, I've been noticing that there are a lot more aspects that have been contributing to the decline of literature besides just a lack of understanding regarding the fundamentals. Today, I would like to focus on one of the most glaring issues plaguing modern publishing. Something you hear a lot is that women have come to dominate the literary world more and more. We'll look closer at those numbers later, but for now I think we can all agree that female writers have achieved fame and success comparable to a lot of their male predecessors and contemporaries. But the female writing, which is most often presented as proof of this, is things like this, despite the fact that there have always existed things like this. I'm personally of the opinion that the literary world is so rife with corruption and ideologies that any observation along these lines is meaningless. Generally, across the board, it isn't really men or women who dominate the literary world, it's ideologies and popular trends in social politics, whatever those might be at a given time. Historically, a lot, not all, but a lot of the most widely celebrated female writers, especially within the 20th and 21st centuries, have been at the bleeding edge of social and political progressivism. To my mind, this makes it less about being a woman and more about being an acolyte of a particular ideology. Like I said though, not always, just most of the time. Nevertheless, it is somewhat true that right now women somewhat dominate the publishing industry. First of all, some housekeeping. Apparently, I will be punished in some mysterious way if I use a certain word in my videos. This word has 4 letters, starts with a P, ends with an N, and there's also an O and an R in there too. So for the course of this video, I'll have to refer to it differently. I'm going to use adult entertainment or adult videos or explicit videos, I don't know. None of these words quite have the same meaning, but you and I both know what we're talking about here, so let's just make do. Alright, to start with, let's just push aside any conversation about taste. This is not going to be a video about what I like or don't like to read. What I am offering you in this video is not my opinion or my reading preference, it is facts. And the first thing we need to establish is that all this so-called romance fiction and most, if not all, of the current women's literature out there is not women's literature. As a woman, the most common defense I hear for romance fiction, especially the romance fiction that is so prevalent today, is that it is literature for women. Whenever anyone tries to express some concern about these genres or the nature of their content, that person is immediately condemned for being anti-woman or anti-women's literature. The idea being that these types of books are not just popular among women, but that they define womanhood, and to be opposed to them in any way is to be opposed to women. Women such as myself who are critical of these books are often said to be suffering from internalized misogyny. The reality about all this is that it isn't a question of woman versus anti-woman or even woman versus man. The issue here is probably one of the oldest ones in existence. It's the normalization of explicit adult entertainment. Whether it's women or men who are trying to do that is pretty irrelevant, because the number one reason anyone has ever tried to normalize this kind of, explicit content is money. But I'm getting a little ahead of myself. First of all, we need to establish this fact very, very clearly. Women's literature is not, just some randomly horny trend in the book industry. In that sense, outside of a handful of odd entries here and there, women's literature doesn't exist. Women haven't taken over the literary world. A four-letter word starting with P has taken over the literary world. Barnes & Noble and every other major and independent bookseller, especially all those new romance bookshops, have now just become another kind of adult entertainment store. And no, that's not a good thing. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is. You are actually incorrect. For a man, average man, I don't know, reading an explicit depiction of a sex act might not really get the job done. Men typically tend to gravitate towards seeing the act on the screen in one form or another. Women have always, on average, preferred to read it, even if some do end up hooked on the filmed version. The female mind has pretty much the same reaction, generally speaking, to the written version. In fact, written erotic content tends to have even more of an impact on the minds of women than filmed erotic content. Why? Because men and women engage with media in fundamentally different ways. When it comes to adult entertainment, your simple, straightforward two people banging video isn't really going to do much of anything for a woman, generally speaking. There have been numerous studies done regarding female sexuality or the differences between male and female arousal, and generally across the board, they'll tell you that women require what is sometimes called mental mapping to be sexually aroused. That is, there needs to be more story and more opportunity for her to feel empathy. That's just how it is for a woman. Empathy is a huge factor for women in all aspects of their lives, but yes, especially when it comes to erotic media. With written explicit content, as opposed to your typical material found on the hub, it's a lot easier for the woman to imagine herself as the female in the scene. In addition, as I said, women require an emotional element to their erotic content that is almost impossible in the simple filmed scenes that can so easily do it for men. That is to say, watching Mrs. Smith bang the mailman while her husband is at work is plenty for most men, but a woman will want to know the whole story. She'll want this sexual tension that builds up between Mrs. Smith and the mailman over several encounters, the dangerous possibility that her husband might come home any minute, the explicit fact that the mailman chose her over all of the other housewives on the street, and so on and so on. A woman would also prefer some kind of story to bind it all together. That's just how women are. If you put explicit sex scenes into a novel-length story, it's going to hit a woman's mind in much the same way the top video on the hub hits a guy. As I said, that's just how women are. A lot of men might hear this and be a little dubious, and in fact, I've found that a lot of men, while they might raise their eyebrows a little at just how explicit women's books have become in recent years, they won't really go as far as to categorize them the same way as, the kind of thing you'd find on the hub. Male writers certainly find such classification baffling, but let me break down how this works for women. If you look at your average popular romantasy book, those books that have dominated book sales for a few years now, and which are among the worst offenders when it comes to wildly explicit content, the explicit scenes coincide with the story to some degree. Now, the authors of these stories will tell you that these sex scenes are there for narrative purposes. They serve either plot development or character development. I don't think that's necessarily true, but let's go with it. Keep in mind what I said about how women engage with erotic content versus how men do. Let's take Sarah J. Maas, for example. I shouldn't have to tell you who she is and why she's relevant to this conversation, but if you don't know, let me just say that she's the woman responsible for the series of books commonly referred to as... Skilled writers such as Maas understand how the story shape of all aspects of storytelling affects reader engagement. We've talked about this before on this channel. Stories, and even their individual components, must have a story shape. That is, at least one character trying to achieve a goal with some kind of opposition to that goal, culminating in a mini climax in which the character achieves success or failure, or some unexpected thing happens. That's a story shape. Mass is actually pretty good at using this story shape to create fairly well-paced, if highly formulaic stories that really draw the reader in. I mean, anyone can write smut, but not everyone can sell millions of copies worldwide. Whether or not her stories are good stories, I don't. The point is, she understands how the thing works, but then she applies the same story shape to her sex scenes. Of course, I shouldn't have to tell you how sex scenes themselves have a story shape. She has stated in many interviews that she endeavors to make sure her sex is plot relevant. A big way she does that is to have the erotic scenes take place at the come down immediately after a major plot mini-climax. This incorporates the emotional release of the narrative with the sexual release of the erotic scene. She stated that she often tries to make the significant sex scenes, such as that 2 or 3 day sex marathon, occur at the close of equally significant plot arcs. This is ideal for the female brain, which already seeks a story shape even in sexually explicit content. But from a reader engagement plus female adult entertainment perspective, this means that Mass has doubly hooked her female readers. The story and the extremely explicit content have become inextricably linked, and the explicit aspects have been delivered via the story in precisely the most ideal way necessary to capture the infatuation of the female reader. Another interesting thing to note, if you're not yet sold on the fact that all of this so-called women's lit is little more than, 4-letter word starts with P, have a look at how much women's fiction has become subject to categorization norms that you don't see outside like the Hub or fan fiction, which has become just another form of debauched adult entertainment. Sure, yeah, okay, fan fiction that isn't smut does theoretically exist, I guess, but that's like saying there are non-explicit OnlyFans creators. Within those spheres, the common term used for this categorization is a narrative one, or even a literary one. Trope. People talk about tropes all the time. Tropes are fine, there's nothing wrong with them. They're a common tool for literary analysis. A little reductive, a little ridiculously overutilized, but benign in themselves. But the important factor to note here is this. When it comes to women's arousal, they need far more specific things than men do. So a woman's sexual entertainment taste will always be 1,000 times more specific than a man's. So when a woman seeks out a new book, she'll look for specific cocktails of tropes for that thing she needs to feed her specific hungers. Or, I guess, thirsts. A quick perusal of the book recommendation section of the romance books subreddit will destroy any remaining illusions you might have had that these books are about anything other than sexual arousal. Just take a moment and look at some of these. Can you honestly say that this attitude towards women's fiction has to do with anything other than sex? I spent a little time while I was researching this subject talking to women and reading the accounts of women who were struggling with the addiction to hardcore content. A solid 90 to 95% of them started with erotic fiction, or smut, as they often called it, and fan fiction. A few stated that they didn't really ever get into videos, often because videos couldn't feed their precise needs. Several mentioned that they had quit the video content only to fall back on erotic fiction, and had happily arrived at the realization that there was functionally no difference between the two. I read an account from one woman who noted that she preferred written smut because within books and fan fiction she was able to find things that would have been illegal in video form. So that's nice. I learned too that there was a worryingly large subset of these women, some as young as 17, whose tastes became so depraved so quickly that they were now suffering from something called POCD. I'll let you look that one up yourself. Several women and teenagers remarked that they wished they had never started reading erotic fiction when they were younger, as they believed it had destroyed their lives. The thing is, just as with people's taste in hardcore video subgenres, these tastes, these hungers, will intensify over time. The same mechanic is at play as you see in men who have to constantly seek harder and harder filmed content in order to even be aroused. For that reason, more and more women's fiction has been including very, very dark material, be it disturbing age gaps, torture, abuse, even rape. Women don't start out wanting fantasy fiction. That's something that happens over time as they become desensitized to more mainstream content. I don't know how many videos and reviews I've seen by very young teenage girls who say the explicit sex in Sarah J. Maas's books is very mediocre and vanilla. That would be because they're already desensitized and crave harder content. Honestly though, by now I should have convinced you that these books are merely mass-produced hardcore adult entertainment and that their readership consumes them in much the same way one would consume any other form of, you know, four-letter word starts with P, and that the result of that consumption, especially on a large enough scale and on a long enough timeline, is pretty much the same as any other form of hardcore entertainment addiction. So let's move on. Now, let's assume that you can get someone to concede that, yes, this is all, you know, a written form of the same kind of crap you'd find on the hub. At that point, what happens is someone will insist that this is somehow the ethical type of adult entertainment. We'll get to that. Or they'll start trying to argue that this kind of written explicit content has positive effects. I've heard all these arguments. I've heard people say that the heavy amount of sex in these books creates some kind of sex-positive environment for female empowerment. I've heard people say that books like these increase readers' empathy. I've also, as I've said, been told that objecting to literature like this is inherently anti-women. First of all, let's talk about empathy and the chemical reaction romance novels have on the female brain. There are so few studies that have been done on adult films' impact on women and almost zero studies that have been done on erotic literature's impact on women. This is one of the most criminally understudied areas in human existence. Something I hear all the time is that romance novels increase the reader's empathy. I doubt it's that simple, but let's say it is. Women are empathetic by default. That is not something that romance literature gives women. It heightens it, certainly, but as in all emotions, a heightened state of anything is usually very bad. Heightened empathy reduces a person's logical response and cognitive reasoning. It makes it difficult to regulate the emotional response with reason. Heightened states of empathy have been found to contribute to pain, depression, anxiety, emotional overinvolvement, burnout, vicarious trauma, and post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, right out of the gate, the fact that romance books heighten empathy in readers is proof that despite the intentions of the writers, these books arouse readers, whether they want to be aroused or not, which is an unsettling thought all by itself. So, imagine you're a young woman and you're reading a steamy romance in which the main female character is being mistreated in some way by the male character, and this female character feels arousal at this mistreatment. Written well, this arousal on the part of the female character will trigger empathetic arousal in the female reader. A young, inexperienced woman will then be troubled trying to understand why she's feeling aroused by what is borderline abusive behavior. However, the story will continue in this vein until the man and woman are living happily ever after. The moment of joy at the end is the emotional climax that is essential for a woman to fully enjoy an erotic romance. And no, I'm not saying women are super weak or something like that, but I think we can all agree that strong emotions are exhausting no matter who you are, and women are more prone to feel emotions strongly. An empathetic response to a romance book will result in an emotional roller coaster designed specifically to ensnare the tastes of women in such a way that their emotional involvement in a story will tend to be more intensive than a man's on average. Add to that the sexual infatuation triggered by the addictive erotic release of the extremely explicit scenes, which also takes a toll on the mind whether you enjoy these scenes or not, especially if you do. I don't really understand why more people aren't aware of how intensely bad these books are for women's minds. I don't really read romance, smutty or otherwise, but I did read quite a few of these books when I was trying to understand the genre better. And something that really surprised me was how huge of an emotional impact they had on me. Despite the fact that I didn't care about these characters, and despite the fact that they were all mostly happy endings and everything else, I was legitimately depressed during the few weeks when I was reading these books. I was having trouble focusing on my work, I was having trouble sleeping, I was even having trouble eating, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong until it dawned on me that my mind was basically being ripped around a female-specific roller coaster that was designed to trigger the most extreme emotional and chemical reaction in my mind, short of actually doing drugs. Interestingly, the reaction I experienced was the same reaction men talk about when they watch film with explicit content. The depression, the difficulty focusing, the lethargy. Women who are addicted to this sexually explicit fiction don't even realize that they're literally addicted to, adult entertainment. Without exception, men who are addicted to watching explicit content are viewed as bad. I shouldn't have to tell anyone watching this video how bad that is for the mind. It just happens that all the language surrounding this accepted fact says men's minds, how bad it is for men, how much damage it does to men. There have been countless studies done on the negative impact watching this stuff has on men's physical health and mental health, on their relationships, friendships, professional lives, and on their character. But basically 0 such studies have been done on women. Part of this is because most researchers won't acknowledge that women's addiction to erotic fiction is in any way comparable to a man's addiction to filmed erotic media. Part of it is because there's so much feminist armor packed around women's erotica that even if a woman were to watch the hub 10 hours a day, she would still somehow be protected by the fact that she's like empowering herself or, I don't know, exploring her sexuality. For social political reasons, most people won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. When it comes to men, this kind of content is known to have an enormous negative impact on their daily lives. Therefore, there are countless resources out there to help men kick that habit and restore sanity to their lives. There's also a lot of shame among men. Men will mock other men for their addiction to this stuff. But for women, nothing. There are no resources to help women kick their addiction to erotic literature, at least none that I could find. And any woman who feels shame when reading this stuff is said to be suffering from internalized misogyny and is advised to focus on overcoming the stigma by, reading more of these books. Other women will help her in this endeavor. To this end, there are romance book clubs with completely expected names in which the pursuit of women's fiction can be enjoyed without shame. I read one account from a young woman who said that when she realized she was addicted, she sought help from a therapist who treated the matter as if it was nothing serious at all. No different from, like, a chocolate addiction. Addiction to, appreciation of erotic literature is presented to women as female empowerment and whatever various other hot words are part of the current feminist lexicon. If a woman were to express discomfort with the proliferation and increasing intensity of sexually explicit material in women's fiction, she is painted as an enemy, a prude, or, my personal favorite, a slave to the patriarchy. They'll say it allows women to explore their sexuality in a safe space. I'm pretty sure you could also say that men on the hub are exploring their sexuality in a safe space. I don't know. To which women will often argue, well, that kind of content, the stuff on the hub, is unethical. But that erotic literature, if they even concede that it's the same kind of content, is somehow ethical. Meaning that, I'm assuming, no actors or actresses were harmed in its making. Be that as it may, the making of the explicit content is a separate issue from its consumption. I'm sure you could find an ethical and environmentally friendly way to make heroin, wouldn't make it a good thing for me to consume. A lot of people these days talk about how social bias prevented women from enjoying romance literature. Well, now the social moral landscape has shifted again. If you're a woman and you're not a proud champion of smut, then you're the enemy of women. In general, though, I think the so-called social bias surrounding romance novels isn't much different from the bias surrounding all commercial fiction. I also don't think that's done that much to stop women from mass-consuming romance novels. Champions of romance novels will present the acceptance of smut as crucial to female empowerment and independence. This is categorically false, and in fact I think I've shown how the opposite is true. But women will nevertheless be banished from female society by other women if they dare to disagree. Men typically who watch hardcore stuff or who are addicted to it are ashamed of it. Women who are addicted to reading, as they call it, smut, are supposed to be proud of it. None of these women will allow any talk of shame. But here's the thing. Shame is not a bad thing. Shame is how our brains tell us we're doing something that will harm us. If we feel shame eating that 4th slice of triple chocolate cake in one sitting, that's our brain telling us that this is bad for our health. If we feel shame because we haven't exercised in over 6 months, that's our brain telling us that we need physical exercises. If we feel shame when we take in hardcore explicit material, that's our brain telling us that this is going to harm us in some way and we need to stop. This is our brain trying to save us. Eventually, anyone can be desensitized to shame, but the effort to desensitize women to shame has been a lot more intensive than it has been for men, because historically, women have led the charge against indecent or sexually explicit material. So shame in women cuts into hardcore film producers and women's lit publishers' bottom line. Removing shame from women's minds doesn't just prevent them from bullying hardcore erotica production out of the mainstream, it mobilizes 50% of the spending force of the book market to obsessively consume something that is dangerously addictive. This is a huge reason why it's becoming increasingly common for harder and harder content in books to be made available to a younger and younger audience, especially a young female audience. You see incredibly steamy makeout scenes in books marketed to 12-year-old girls. Caraval, for example, has 2 prolonged passages that read like weird hand fetish scenes. This isn't some kind of accidental slip of the pen. This is intentional. Famously, Sarah J. Maas only allowed her book to be marketed to a YA audience if they didn't cut out any of the explicit material. Slap a feminist female empowerment sticker on the thing and you've got social moral armor no one is willing to touch, not even other women. Something I hear a lot is that this is all the result of women taking over literature. I definitely see the point, but I was curious if that was true, so I, looked the internet. The percentage of female authors as of 2019, which was the most recent number I could find, any further statistics were likely behind this mother of all paygates, was 50.5%, which was also fairly steady from 2010 to 2019. The percentage of female editors as of 2021 was 67%. Funnily enough, that's not that big of an increase from 2010 when the number was 64%. The percentage of female literary agents as of 2021 was 58%, which is actually a decline from 2010 when the number was 64%. So that's people. Now, what about the books that are actually being read? Let's look at the New York Times bestseller list for the last 4.5 years. In 2020, out of 34 best-selling authors, 16 were women. In 2021, 21 out of 37 were women. In 2022, 12 out of 22 were women. In 2023, 11 out of 24. In 2024, 17 out of 32. And so far, in 2025, it's been about 8 out of 13. The point of all these numbers is to say that statistically women don't dominate the literary world. That said, in many ways, the numbers here don't quite represent the reality. No matter what the numbers say for bestsellers, if you actually look at the list, you can see that romance, especially smutty romance and romantasy, dominate huge blocks of the calendar. And a lot of these female writers have female agents. And obviously, readers of these books will be predominantly female. So women might not quite statistically dominate the literary world, but the literary world, nevertheless, seems to have taken a very particular female leaning. I take issue with my own phrasing here a little. I would say that there are definitely other types of female writers working today, but the idea that this is somehow an example of typically female writing or a typically female writer is something I find incredibly frustrating and just a little bit insulting. But here's the thing. This fact, the fact that women dominate the literary industry, is not what created this problem. This problem has existed for a long time. What problem am I talking about? Call it what you want. But let's just say it's the widespread and constantly increasing reliance on explicitly sexual content to sell books, at least in part. This novel is seductive and compelling, or a meditation on the erotic, or an erotic black comedy, or a tour de force of erotic realism, or a book in which seduction meets suspense. And these are not recent books. Some of these were published over 20 or 30 years ago. It's there visually too, like the naked woman on the cover of Jaws, this cover of Windmills of the Gods, or the old pulpy covers of sword and sorcery paperbacks. The thing is, a lot of these books that had these blurbs and these terrible covers usually had very limited sex in the books. And when it did appear, it kind of just came out of nowhere. The reality is, however, that no matter what the writers thought, the publishers knew that a little sprinkling of sex would let them mention it in the publicity, and that would boost sales. After a few generations cycle through this system, using sex to sell an otherwise mediocre or even terrible book is not even something that's questioned. For that matter, using sex to sell an excellent book isn't even questioned. Eventually, you reach a point where sex is the main point of the book. What I'm trying to say here is that the current year situation did not arise entirely out of thin air. Like, the second women started to dominate literature, everything became smut. I would concede that everything has become women-centric smut, or you could say smut written for women by women. But this issue, this almost virulent proliferation of smut, as it were, in literature has been a thing for a long time. The main difference is that previously some books were written by men and some by women. On top of that, the overall quality used to be higher, so the sex didn't really stand out, nor were the publishers leaning as heavily on the explicit content to sell the books, given that the books and the authors were generally of a higher quality in and of themselves. I can't read the minds of the women who wrote articles like these ones, but I'd guess that a major complaint a lot of these women really had when it came right down to it was that the sex written by the men didn't really appeal to them. Is the issue that the sex isn't universally appealing? Or is the issue that sex as a selling point for fiction has become one of the most important aspects of the reading experience? And if that's true, why is that? I've read so many essays and articles and quotes written by men and women over the years who talk like sex is literally a mandatory element of fiction, whether it's a writer talking about how books without sex are insincere, or Philip Pullman, who apparently can't figure out where elf babies come from unless he can read an explicit account of the moment of conception. Things like this are so incredibly silly to me. I'm tempted to make a joke about Philip Pullman being unable to comprehend where the people he sees on the street come from unless he watched the act of conception with his own eyes. But there's no way he's that stupid. I mean that sincerely, there's no way. In which case, the only other explanation is that he's just trying to make an excuse for how badly he wants there to be lots of sex in books for him to both read and write. In that sense, one could argue that as ludicrous and worrying as it is that women are becoming so obsessed with the smut in their fiction, at least they're not pretending that they're in it for anything else. So many writers have repeated the same nonsensical argument that because sex is a natural part of the human condition, failing to include it in your novel would make it unrealistic or disingenuous. What strikes me the most about this argument is the lack of self-awareness. Bowel movements are also a natural part of the human condition, but I don't see people using bowel movement scenes to sell books. I also don't see that many bowel movements in romantasy. For that matter, childbirth is also a natural part of the human condition, and while that's a bit more likely to make it into a novel than a bowel movement, it also doesn't get championed the way sex does. Gosh, I wonder why that is. Listen, I'm not saying sex is bad and you can't put it in your book. I don't really care. What I am saying is that this ludicrous argument that books without sex are somehow bad is intolerably false. These people fail to recognize that they just sound like a writer or a reader who's mad because they didn't get to read a super poetic description of boobs in this spy thriller. I'm sorry, but it just comes across like that guy who's mad because there are too many articles in this month's Playboy. Or that fangirl who's upset because her favorite idol's outfit didn't reveal enough leg. Like, at a certain point, you've got to stop and ask yourself, wait, why is the sex scene so important to me? Why does it matter how round this random female character's boobs are? Why does this author feel the need to describe what this guy's hands taste like? If you put so much emphasis on using sex to sell books, then a huge chunk of people who buy the books will expect sex. Every time the cycle repeats, the amount of sex increases and the level of quality decreases. If this cycle repeats enough times, everyone stops noticing how important the sex has become to the whole process. They also stop noticing how low the overall quality of the books has become. If the reader is expecting a little sex, then the publishers can add a little more to make the book stand out from the crowd, and so on until we get to... and so on. But I mean, sex has become increasingly centric in literature for the last century, going as far back as the likes of Lady Chatterley's Lover and James Joyce's Ulysses, and even farther back to Fanny Hill, and let's not forget our boy the Marquis. Of course, these older examples tended to get themselves a tiny bit banned. While Lady Chatterley's Lover and Ulysses both tried to make some kind of ironically righteous First Amendment case for erotica being a super important form of art or whatever. But again, who do you suppose benefited from the legalization of explicit content in books? Human society or publishers? The debate about whether or not wildly explicit material is protected by the American First Amendment has been renewed in recent years, but I do find it interesting that those who argue the strongest for it are making a shocking amount of money. The main issue I'm trying to make here is twofold. One, sex on the level we see in books like this and this has actually been normal for a long time, not just in bodice rippers, but in highbrow award-winning literature. So much so that when this issue took off and I started seeing people everywhere complaining, or at least expressing alarm at romantasy, while I didn't disagree, I completely agree, I was still pretty surprised. Hadn't we, as a reading society, decided decades ago that we were all apparently perfectly fine with insane amounts of sexual obsession in our fiction? I'm pretty sure we had. The second issue I want to mention is that even though the female aspect of this whole thing has a very distinctive look to it, men have also been writing piles of smut-esque literature for just as long. As I said at the beginning, I don't find this to be a women in literature problem. I look at this as a smut in literature problem, for lack of a better term. I think it's worth noting that highbrow literature has always had more sex in it, while commercial fiction has tended to have less. I think a big reason that this has become such a major issue that so many people are noticing is that the commercial fiction is now just as smutty and explicit as highbrow literature has been for a long time. The other day I was reading a book by Paul Auster. This guy is a novelist, one of the respected literary giants of his generation, legitimately a good writer, or I should say a good put together of words and sentences, if you will. Not 20 pages into this book and his character was constantly examining his genitals. He was imagining what any random woman looked like naked the minute he met her, and every character, male and female, had to make sure their sexual habits and tastes were on the page within the course of the first meeting. This is the kind of thing that was much more common in books, especially literary fiction written by men, something you could almost call ambient explicitness, or even sometimes ambient perversion. It was there always on almost every page, no matter what the book was about. I personally find this kind of writing tasteless and baffling, but I do think that we as a society became desensitized to it. Now, women reading explicit fiction or fiction with extremely explicit elements are also becoming increasingly desensitized. That's why you can look up things like spice meters. Do you want a book to, read one-handed? Or do you just want to read a story? Well, the spice is going to be there regardless, but here you can at least gauge the quantity based on the specific level of desensitization you've reached. Men have been putting tasteless and excessive sex in books for a long time. Just because women are the ones writing it doesn't mean it's not also tasteless. And it also doesn't mean that many male writers aren't just as obsessed with sex.
I didn't really like the books I read in school because there was never any magic, but there was really not enough kissing for me.
I'm saying, where are the giant snakes? Where are the scantily clad women?
Anyone who has tried to read a book off the shelf in Barnes & Noble in the last 5 years does not need to be told that the quality of Western literature is in decline. This is true across the board, and there are a million factors that have contributed to this, but like it or not, sex is one of them. The more you let sex sell the story, the less concerned you'll be with the quality of the story. Sex sells, as we all know. It sells so well that if you want, you can ignore most everything else. The bodice rippers of the past and the romantasy genre now, and their shocking success, has proven that. If the sex is explicit enough, tantalizing enough, controversial enough, nothing else matters. If you put a stack of books on the table and tell people the ones with the purple covers have lots of sex, the unfortunate reality is that those are the ones that will sell out first. The industry knows this. It's hard work to find good writers. It's hard work to write a good novel. Hard work to edit it well and then market it. Putting really explicit sex in the book means that the story doesn't have to be that great. It means you can cut all the other corners. It means people won't really be paying attention to the prose or the grammar. It means that all you'll have to do is slap a blurb on the cover that says something like, "Summer's steamiest read," and you're golden. Although, of course, because of the nature of human beings' interaction with explicit content, the sex you put in your stories in order to sell them will necessarily have to be more and more extreme. Of course, this doesn't mean that every book...
Well.
book that has ever had explicit sex in it has been otherwise bad. Quite the contrary. Sex often seems to have been shoehorned into otherwise good books. But one does wonder if all this literarily acceptable sex perhaps paved the way for a world of this and this and this. Is smut only reprehensible if it's badly written? Is it only reprehensible if it's on the bestseller list? Or is all this a symptom of a much, much larger social disease that has been degrading our culture for a very, very long time? The reality is that sex is 100% optional. And even then, there are times when the story might benefit from skipping the sex. And also, this bears repeating, there's literally never a good enough plot reason to describe every single action, motion, and sensation of a sex scene. There just isn't. Does that mean all sex in fiction is bad? No, of course not. Does that mean that all books that have sex in them are bad? Again, of course not. But unlike some authors who seem to believe that a book can't exist without explicit content, I am of the mind that certain things are better handled with restraint. As I said before, the largest group of people who have worked so tirelessly to normalize the consumption of erotic media are people whose sole motivation is profit. They do not care about female empowerment. They don't even care about female health. They just care about female money. So I think it might be time for females to wake up. But while women are waking up, maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing for the gents to also take stock. I hesitate to tell people what to do to fix this. It's easy to talk about the problem.
Just don't buy the books. Simple as that. Just don't buy the books. I don't know. It's... What the fuck? One mutual server. And which server is that? I do wonder. Send this to the... Interesting, interesting. I don't know. My mouse is itching. Oh. I forgot to dump the seal. Advantage.
Uma Wheeler. A ty grindavi.
C'est parti.
Une tempête approche. Une tempête approche.
En garde!
main la puissance de la lumière.
Une tempête approche.
En garde. Une pluie de flammes.
Je suis prête.
It's kind of slow.
En garde.
C'est parti. Ah!
Il faut parer.
Une tempête approche.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Je vais utiliser ton feu.
Attention, Maël.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Danger. Pigmentons-les. On détruit leur bouclier. À couvert.
C'est parti.
Attention, Maël. Pigmentons-les. En garde!
Frayons-nous un chemin. Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Lave! Traverse les flammes!
Faites attention.
Une attaque précise!
Ah, see. No, I don't need to Google it. So.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
En garde! On détruit leur bouclier.
Méfiance.
Faisons couler l'encre. Une attaque précise.
C'est parti. Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Une pluie de flammes.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
La chroma coule à flot.
C'est parti. Tu t'en tireras pas. C'est parti.
Oh, magnificent Nagomilula.
L'âme traverse les flammes. Sur moi.
Faites attention. Pigment tendu.
C'est parti.
Faisons couler l'encre. Une pluie
Dobro
de
jutro na
flammes.
komentare.
Mojne da me prepadaš. Oh, šta imam?
Ekspedicije. Evo, brate, izašao iz treće smene, pa da otpitam neku.
Obično su ljudi umorni, tebi da odspavaju. A ti si odmoran.
Ja sam i borio za to.
Nešto tu ne štima.
Ja sam se za to izborio.
A, to mi je jasno. A lepo od tebe. Sad bi te pitao da li si... Ona je... pa verovatno oko 11 sati. Verovatno.
Tu t'en tireras pas.
C'est parti. Što je Metal Gear Solid neki toliko?
Une tempête approche.
Zato što ga Konami prodaje. Znači treba još informacija.
Pravo si.
Kad je Konami ikad bio ono baš friendly sa svojim cenama.
Une pluie de flammes.
Oni dan danas stare hitove tipa 20 godine na 50% maksimum i to je prednost.
Mislim, oni su keširali taj studio, pretpostavljam. Nisi mogao da ideš mimo njih, nisam ja naručio remake, nego su oni naručili kao preduzeće.
Pa da.
Tako da oni diktiraju cenu, ako nam se ne sviđa ne moramo da kupimo i tako to poljubi i ostavi.
Pa tako je prilike.
Isto kao što su rekli ovi iz Electronic Artsa da smatruju da je cena dosta realistična zato što nude. Ne znam kako su rekli, $70.
Prêt à frapper.
Realistična cena je za Gears of War, realistična cena je za ovu ekspediciju, to su realistične cene.
C'est parti.
Ovo je single player igra, znaš. Multiplayer igre bi trebalo da su jeftinije, zato što su ono live iskustvo i oni izbacuju stalno sadržaj koji bi htjeli recimo da ti kupuješ ili igraš, nebitno.
En garde. Une pluie de flammes.
Oj, će preživjeti. Jedan. Dva. Samo ću udariti u glavu. Tako. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Jednog protagonistu su mi ukokali, jebi ga, spoiler za ljude koji nisu igrali igru.
I to je to.
Pa dobio sam umjesto njega drugog. To je nekako kratko objašnjenje i sva oružja koja sam skupio za ovoga može da upotrebljava i drugi. S tim što ovaj imao, ne znam, glavno oružje mu je bila sablja, sporedno mu je bila kubura. A ovaj ima bodež u drugu ruku, ali primarno oružje isto. Mehanički se slično igraju, ne isto, ali slično. Šta je kam 10 ovih skill poena da kupimo ovaj sword balet. Piše deal extreme damage to one target. Biće kad bude. A ti, jeli, hoćete da igrate Kill and Floor?
Pa da odigram jedno match 2 jebi ga čisto malo da se i poslije ću da se odmaram pa ću da pikam.
Ako ćeš sad čekat nego što startuješ meč, neki samo da izađem na mapu sveta i tu snimim.
Važi. Da su odradili neki update za ekspediciju, ali ima nešto novo. Sem onog soundtracka što su stavili za džabe, to...
Pa ne znam da li će stave nešto novo. Pričao sam siguran da neće da naprave nastavak, ali ako budu napravili novu igru, vjerojatno će imaju dobre šanse da se rasprodaje pre nego što izađe. To je moja pretpostavka. Kad jednom stekneš dobru reputaciju, to se malo teško gubi. Kad jednom stekneš lošu reputaciju, to se također teško skida. Čovječe, za neki bezvezan fight, znaš kako su radili soundtrack, znači to je tipa prvi malo jači boss u igri. Radili su soundtrack, kada si vidiš ti zadnjeg bossa.
Je pourrais en... Ouais, mon... Parfait.
Tu peux.
Hladno ili onako je hladno?
Hladno? Slažem se.
Hladno.
Ja sam već kupio maksimalan broj ovih upgrade-ova, no? Pa dobro. Nemam ti ja materijal za ovo. O, mati moja. Nemam ni za što. Imam za slabije oružje, što bi ja koristio slabije oružje.
Gaming Hd2 Welcome to my channel. Have you tried the multiplayer mod? For Claire Obscure Ye.
Multiplayer
and you
mod.
can do remote play together also with some more tweaking it.
No. But this is kind of a game that you wanna play single player and go to like every cranny. I'm not sure how it would work in multiplayer. It's like playing Baldur's Gate, old Baldur's game in co-op. It's doable, but
Each
everyone...
teammate controls party member, yes.
Yeah, but it really...
Google it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Google it.
No, I won't. Thank you. It repulses me. It's like seamless co-op for Elden Ring or Dark Souls. It's kind of an upgrade from the default game, you know. Thank you. I know, I can imagine how that works, but I don't wanna touch that. Thanks. Thanks! Kaže mi Rumun da ima multiplayer mod za Claire Obscure. A to je onaj remote play. To je remote play, ono sa streamingom.
https www.youtube.com watch vitgxizo.
Yeah, but that's fine. It's silly, like...
Claire Obscure has not game breaking, no markers, no flashing warnings, just a little heads up. So level 1, it did for me, or like it's been surgery. Keanu Reeves for some reason. Latter camp like I am, this gives you a cleaner, sharper image, especially in areas where the depth of field is dialed up to the level of an art school project. No more blurriness, no more accidental fog machines, just the game as it actually looks, and that's beautiful. Up next, easier or harder New Game Plus. New Game Plus in Claire Obscure is a bit of a coin toss. Either you breeze through one-shotting everything, or you get flattened because you didn't grind enough the first time around. By default, the game basically just adds a fixed number of levels to every single enemy, so it goes plus 60, plus 90, plus 110, and so on as you go up in New Game Plus levels, which sounds fine until it isn't. This mod just lets you crank up the difficulty, or you can make New Game Plus easier if you just want to steamroll for the story, or just crank it up like I say.
So good. Yeah, seems okay. jedan od onih tipova, content creatora je gledao podatke za Helldivera 2.
You saw Genesis Star Wars mod for Starfield LOL.
Not interested into Starfield, thank you. Navodno je difficulty 10 bio pre godinu dana mnogo teži nego što je sad difficulty 10. Si ja ušao kod tebe?
I hope they make multiplayer for that mod too LOL.
Kakve čovječe, ja veze imam s tim.
Evo ja si join.
Dobro. Starfield is a dog shit. Let's wait for them to fix the fucking game. Thank you. Ništa. Jel ti treba neka mapa za challenge?
Well, modders fix Bethesda games as always. You forgot LOL.
Yeah, forgot. Fucking modders. Ne treba ti ništa posebno. Jesi odradio weekly? Novi weekly, ne stari weekly koji nisi uradio.
Ili ja. Weekly sam odradio samo deal with melee damage i melee weapon i to je to.
Ne taj, weekly challenge, onaj weekly imitation, nemo to da kažemo.
To sam odradio juče s vama.
Ne, imaš novi, zato što je ono bio stari. To ono je bio stari, ovo je novi. O, ima novi.
Nema.
Ima, piše Horza and Lab, hoćeš da ti ga startam? Hoćeš da ti ga startam? Evo, dolazi vam. Nema, a šta je? Ne moraš, moja pretpostavka je da ste vi na konzolama iza nas.
Da.
To je moja pretpostavka samo. I to je tebi novo, to nije novo, ovo je novo. Ja i Ketman su igrali 2-3 puta, ja sad igram jednom solo, igram sam sa doktorom i sa Milanom, sa ovim Ketmanom isto jednom para.
QO. Welcome to my channel.
Čak i motam cigaru ili ja, majku mu je.
Ovo je novi challenge inače. Pa su samo ovi polako. I ja... A da već ćemo bar XP, odlično. I još šta rade, povraća mi se njih. Ma neki igraju što hoće.
Koji su wave?
Četvrti. Ako. Dobro, dobit ćeš bolje oružje, znaš. Ako imaš onaj ifrit što si napravio, što sam ti ja rekao, on ti radi povećan damage za ovo. Znaš. Oni koriste vulkan, ali isti mu kurac. Ako koristiš onaj ifrit što sam ja modovo, taj ti radi isto par damage. Na primarno, na sekundarno radi elektrikal. Sekundarno ti ispalja onu plaznu kuglu. Primarno ti je laser. I vidiš što ga čareči ova buba, čovjek ne registruje bubu kod noge.
No more pyrotechnija.
No more pyrotechnija. A ti li si komandor? A tebi će bar puška biti jeftina. Ako si uzeo trade su ti jeftine puške.
Da, ne.
Ne, znam da ne. Da to i pitam.
Come on, who wants to use a zip line? Who could use some armor?
Idiots. Pare.
Daj ako imaš za ovaj, ili da uzem bomb breaker pa sljedeću da uzem.
Nemoj, neš imat vremena za rundu posle. Ovoliko ti imam dati. To je sve što mi je stalo kad sam kupio pušku.
Polovi.
Ništa. Ako se ja mogu da je kupim, možeš i ti, ne zajebavaj. Au, lele, bato. Lele, bato, šta je? Šta bi to? Stane neko s druge strane. Aha. Ispadio dozgo kroz šahtu, znaš. Ne da stane ti na vrata, ja gledam šahtu ovdje. Pazi. To. Pazi, Mirko. Previše stojiš na vratima, znaš. A malo samo da se pučaš milimetar nazad. Da taj gej ne bi zapalio svaki put. Nema, da sam ostavio malo para, mogu sam pištozi kilani da uzmem ovako.
Je da uzmemo sljedeću?
Pa, morat ćemo da to što... Brale je kroz zemlje išla buba, znaš. To ko se zavukla nisko da se vidi da ispoda vjeri lava. Kao ajkova neka. Umri gade.
Flashbomb.
Vidim. Brale. Bio te taj gej, jeli?
Da.
Aha. Slušaj, naći još pušku svejedno. Pa postavljam si samo pušku i malo, tako?
Da.
Pa, ništa nisi ni izgubio, zato što da si upgradeao armor, da si kupio pištolj neki i to bi izgubio. Pošto si ima samo pušku ćeš da podigneš spoda. I eto ti. Nebitno. Tako ti to. Ne da uzmemo medic pistola. I evo ti još $600. Izvolite. Si uzeo pištolj za healovanje, jesi?
Yes.
Very good. Opet imao više para nego ja, ne mogu da radim koliko taj bezvezni...
Šta da radi? Pa dobro, imam municiju, okej.
Ma, znaš koliko ti potraje sa tim modovima što si stavio, znaš koliko ti potraje to tih baterija? Bar 2 runde, nebitno koliko je dužina runde. Jer ne treba ti puno da otkineš običnom zedu onome glavu. Ja, ovo je boss. Odlično. Baš sam uzeo pištolj za kill. Ja ga healovao, ali ne može. Majke moje. Ja ih healovao. Mamu ti jebem. Ne znam kako. Mrtav. Mrtav čovjek, samo je skočio boss, znaš.
A, super. A, mrtav sam i ja.
Mnogo se telepromptuje! Imao sam 70 HP-a van shotao me, znaš?
Da, da.
Gejtina, geša.
Pa nema ništa, vi su ga popušili. Nemaju ni mediga, nema ništa.
Već da nisam skontao da je sad boss, ali nema veze. Da sam znao da je boss, možda bi uzeo medigana. Ali ne bi pomoglo. Dva igrača su nimala noći. Boss skoči, udari ga, ja ga nahilujem, boss priđe, udari ga što nam gotovo. Ne može da ga nahilujem toliko koliko mu boss skine. Bum!
Vidiš?
Da, mnogo radi damage-a. Nevjerojatno. Telepromptuje se i kad se telepromptuje kokne da. Možda, ako ga ne udari boss, ovaj ni ne zna mapu, jesi vidio to da izađe van mape tamo preko onoga. Aj, jao. O. Gotovo je. Ovo nije dosta. Da, treba ti 100 kilta da bi preteklo, znaš udarac. Šta je tu je? Ajmo nešto lakše.
Elijah, samo da doručkujem pa moram da jedem, mam.
Ušao.
I ti jedeš?
Keks. Šta ću?
Ako?
Od muke.
Pa šta ćeš?
Jedem od muke.
Ajde upadamo skoro.
Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgle's Leash.
Kurgle. Who's that?
This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both.
Oh, that's really good.
Another
What the fuck?
specific
That's
outcome
insanely
is a
good.
set of omen-like items that
You want
amplify
an
your
Asmon
abyssal
campaign
crafting.
collab? That would be
Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulliman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment.
Yeah, that's cool.
In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire,
it's a boss.
a device being used by commanders of the Abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple.
Kill him.
Kill this commander
I
and
knew
destroy
it.
the spire.
I'm smart.
There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League,
Wow.
and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them.
Okay.
An example
Dar-
is this belt,
Oh, yeah.
Darkness Enthroned.
That was in PoE Will.
It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts.
What?
Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor.
Oh, wow.
I wonder how rare that one is.
That's good.
You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate.
Oh, no.
This jewel transforms
No.
part of your passive skill
No,
tree into an
look at that
abyssal
number.
version, and has multiple deaths.
Oh, no.
The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Not this again.
Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead
He's the
finger?
one with the staff.
Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with
Yeah.
the finger in your inventory, your
Oh, does it
character will
force
almost
craft?
feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask?
To force
To
craft?
jump in.
Wait.
The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
Man.
These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant goblin king boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Oh, look how fat he is.
Holton is an Ezomite township which is seen in the desert. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, reaper-like boss with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part,
Damn.
it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so how's that work?
We'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame, and you can't bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm.
What's in the
3 maps
sandstorm?
around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause.
Who the fuck is gonna play
This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself,
It just looks like he's
rapidly,
lagging.
and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes.
Damn.
In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
Got him.
Another example is this Val Vault in the mountain biome.
That's eerie.
But how do we get inside?
You go in there.
Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key,
Go in there.
which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or you could just trade with it. Use the key to
Guys, I
dispel
need
the
a key.
powerful force field surrounding,
Guys, does
leading
anybody
to
have
the
a key?
Val Elite and its rewards inside.
Here, add me.
These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage skills.
I didn't even do
Which,
that.
as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fall, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable it.
What?
From the boss sealed in the Val Vault, we have Paquate's Pact,
What's
which
that?
supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
Oh, that's
Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles.
What's that?
A room resembling an
things?
Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work.
I feel like the game,
As the current
PoE 2
prefixes
shines
equals
with
good,
its bosses
suffixes
more than
equals
anything.
bad, iteration isn't quite hitting the mark.
I'm so glad they're adding the bosses.
We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase in the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it.
Nice.
This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better.
Yeah.
For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside.
Wait, that didn't happen?
Whereas the of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything.
Okay, that's...
Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this.
That's smart. Yeah, some of them are too OP.
That's your Atlas, maps, and waystones. But what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort?
Yeah, what about that?
We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points.
Damn, he's getting
For
dick. Look at
example,
that.
in the case of Delirium, it's simple.
Or he's getting negative.
Find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniphobia or Coaster. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle mod, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too.
You know, supporter packs?
Currently,
No, it's
access to
usually
most Pinnacle content requires the same key as the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yeah, this is a problem with the Uber bosses in PoE 1.
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm guild, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm guild, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the end.
So that gets more casual players that feel like they're able to
Because
do
these
it.
encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Ash.
So you just get more splinters.
The Arbiter of Ash works a bit different. Instead
Isn't
of
it
requiring
crazy what
splinters,
happens
you
whenever
still
somebody
need
smart
crisis
makes a
rate.
video game?
We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from Citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those Citadels are at their highest difficulty.
So you can't speedrun it.
Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep.
Yeah, it's too hard.
We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-game. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
Okay, let's see it.
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Path, a skill which empowers your unarmed attackers, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
You can never have enough.
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items.
Yeah, this is looking really good.
Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them?
Yeah, you make the item.
We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements.
When I played, there wasn't enough crafting items,
which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Wow.
We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap,
That's how it was
allowing
in
you to
PoE
better
2.
upgrade your items.
Or PoE 1, I mean.
For example, this lesser essence of flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, adding many more tiers.
So there are way more
lesser essence of flames, for example, is a regular variant, and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
See, I always hated that.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences.
Yeah, I never liked that.
Perfect essences. It will function like a chaos orb instead of a regal.
Oh.
So it will replace one of the modifiers on the rare items with a specified mod.
That's exciting.
Such as this perfect essence of flame. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before.
It's another downfall.
Perfect essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want an item to be on, through the chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game,
you can sprint right out of combat.
Expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting.
That's nice.
You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find greater orb of transmutation and perfect orb of transmutation.
Wow.
These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
It has like a tier
This
on it.
is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for
Damn.
crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb
Damn.
of Augmentation, Regal Orb,
Damn.
Exalted Orb,
Damn.
and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
Wow.
On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items.
What's that?
These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects.
Oh, with
they
like
can come with extra quality,
Yeah.
up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
That's
You
three
can
sockets.
also get exceptional unique items.
Wait, so are these like
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used.
Oh my god.
Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next orb of chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next divine orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game.
So these are like
This
the ancestral items
also
from
causes
Diablo
them to
4.
become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted, so consider carefully when you use this.
Yeah.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters. fixed Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a website, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
Yeah, sure.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your virtual encounters.
That's crazy.
With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Cardori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item.
Yeah, people are pretty positive about this.
Pennycora's Lock. Pennycora, the Cardori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too.
So you get,
for example,
what
you'll know whether or not to use an exalted orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items. And not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one.
Damn!
Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for.
What is it?
Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in
It's so annoying, bro.
has morphed from using the
Fucking
forums
spamming people
through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website.
Yeah, that's what I did.
These systems, in all their iterations, worked for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her in. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Welcome to my channel.
How does this new system work? In the existing trade system,
it's obvious what they're going to do.
Premium stash.
No, it's obvious what was going to happen.
And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's asynchronous trade. Logically, you could easily assume what's happening.
Instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you.
Yeah, it's fucking obvious.
Each item must have a price set.
People even did this in PoE 1.
In-game currency items, such as exalted orbs or chaos orbs.
Yeah, they would give
Once
this,
the price is
they
set,
would like have a guy,
other
they would
players
have
will be able
sell
to find
things
the
for
item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods.
Wow.
In case there's a good deal someone else hasn't discovered.
Jeez.
You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay up. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold. And you'll also see an effect of her when she has unclaimed currency.
That's money. That's the money thing.
Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing your game.
Wow.
As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs.
Yeah.
If you can. You can do that here on the website.
Oh my god.
But only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third event.
Wow.
To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to the new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As As we are not able to test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work
Oh, you fucked up, yeah.
Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready.
Wow.
So any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later.
Damn, that's a lot.
Next up,
this is
we're going to
crazy.
be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Which one is it?
The Justice and Trathan Executioner packs.
Am I going to spend $500 again?
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Fun the game.
The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Turret activated.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so.
He long-necked
This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods, with the Apostle of Justice armor.
So I'm like a Roman fucking centurion?
This armor set also comes with a match and back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
Damn.
The easiest solution sometimes it's the best.
What a loser.
The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout
You got a
Ravenloft.
bird?
Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations.
Nice.
In order
That
to
looks
travel
real
between
nice.
them, you simply just need to walk off the edge.
What?
Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
That's cool. What the fuck?
The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
I like this one more.
The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel.
That's cool.
As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan executioners.
Oh my god.
You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set.
Man.
The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or
can you
use the
imagine that on
alternate
the warrior?
variant to simply put a skeleton on your back.
I think I'll probably just do the skeleton,
Be bathed
honestly.
in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration.
Goblinos.
They'll definitely be playing fair, right?
They're getting it twisted.
The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed.
Oh, that's badass.
This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map.
Damn.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy it.
Let's get into the Q&A.
I'm gonna buy it.
But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're
Holy
just about to
shit,
start
man.
the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
Man.
We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items.
Wow.
We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Holy shit. I'll probably just look at the highlights from the Q&A later on, so I don't need to go through all of it. But I will say this. This is fucking insane. This was a patch for a beta. A beta patch. Oh my god. Blizzard wellness check? Yeah, no wonder they fired that Rod guy. Holy shit. This is insane. And they buffed my character, by the way, massively. Like, this is... So, the way that I wanted to play the game, this is the way that they buffed it. Like, I'm so fucking happy. I am so thrilled that this happened, man. How much is 600 coins? I don't know. It's like $480 for the really expensive one. I bought them for, like, 5 of my friends whenever the game came out. I don't know if we're going to do that again. But I'm going to probably at least buy one for myself. Is it $60? Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh my god! Which translates to a lifetime to love you. An incredibly powerful theme from the game Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I'm Michael, a music composer with a lifelong passion for soundtrack music. Let's listen to this emotional masterpiece together. What a dreamy, mysterious vibe. Sounds like it's raining. Oh, that arpeggio. Shimmering like magic in the background. harmonies. Arpeggio up and down. Accented piano chords. Ooh, beautiful vocals. Chorus. I was not expecting that intense power, rock, drum kit, raw, powerful vocals, the male vocal with the beautiful female vocal in this duet. Such an intense, powerful chorus. And now it dives down to like a piano at the bottom of the ocean, like a dream with this rain soundscape. Oh, did you hear that stereo panning? This cool synth. The tempo increases. Powerful, distorted bass drum. I mean, what a combination of sounds. With this fast phrase on the violin. Male vocal here. Oh, and solo violin. Oh, so much beauty. Harmonic change. That chorus just hits like a hammer to your heart. And then it calms down. And those dreamy arpeggios in the background on this beautiful silky vocal. Now, what? What do we get? Harmonic change again. Male vocal focus. But still do it. I love those plinky sounds in the background. And this pulse. Dark, like kick drum pulse almost. Building into what? violins here. And still the rook in the background for the roar. I almost can't take the emotions, it's so much. Oh. That soaring high line. Oh, the precision. Oh, heavy electric guitar. Where did that come from? This is insane! And those violins and strings like stabbing. Bringing in the chorus again. Even higher intensity. How is this possible? Oh man, goosebumps. And the calls down again. Oh, my heart is pounding. There's so much beauty in the combinations of sounds and performances here. I love the accents in the melody. Piano. Chorus again. I almost headbang to this. Like, so intense power. This is music, my friends. This is music. Oh my God! Drumfill. And just letting it fade out. No! Melancholic section. Deep. With cello and bass drone. Wow! And the rain. Farewell, I think it means. Oh, what a beautiful way to end this roller coaster. I was not expecting this. It's like an emotional journey. Oh, my heart is still pounding. Wow. Wow, that vocal duet has so much emotion and intense love that truly hits you deep. I would describe this theme as fueled with passion and dramatic power. The music feels like a journey, a roller coaster of emotions, shifting between longing, hope, devotion.
Come on, who wants to
and
use a
love.
zip line?
Now the music is rooted in a emotional minor key, but if you just analyze the main chorus part, the track, I hear E minor, but the chorus actually starts on this hopeful, uplifting, positive vibe of a major chord. Then goes to minor 7. And there's the bittersweet vibe of the B7. And then the second part goes. And then sus4, sus2. And then goes actually to B minor instead of B major. And then back to E minor. Such a beautiful mix of feelings and emotions in the harmony and of course in the performances of this track. From intense power to soft, gentle, deep vibes. Oh man, I get goosebumps just from talking about it. Oh, I am so happy that you guys suggested this theme. It is by far my favorite so far from the soundtrack. It has it all emotions in one single 11-minute piece of music. If you want more reaction videos of emotionally breathtaking soundtrack music like this, please like this video and share a comment below. Until next time, bless your soul.
We got support. Armor anyone? Don't play with matches. Vamos, boludo.
Men deserve the male loneliness epidemic. This is some rage bait for sure. They are not really alone. They just don't know how to treat a woman correctly. This is a good start. Okay, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Let's just read it. Okay, really good picture. Guy on a rooftop looking over top of it. I've been watching the conversations around the male loneliness epidemic on the internet for months now, and I keep saying the same pattern. Men lamenting their isolation while simultaneously doing everything possible to push people away. They complain about having no close friendships,
We got backup.
yet they mock emotional vulnerability as feminine. Okay, I've never heard that, but okay. They claim women don't understand them while refusing to communicate their actual feelings. They want deep connections, but treat every interaction like a transaction, where someone owes them something. Oh. Dude, what is this link that says on the internet? Oh, it's Threads! Oh my god! Oh, it's fucking Threads! The Facebook replacement for Twitter! No wonder you're so misguided, man! You're getting all your opinions from people. I don't know what to say. You're getting your opinions and your information from a Blue Sky is bad. This is on another level. Like, nobody uses threads, period. And the entire second paragraph is completely wrong. Men have more close friendships than women. It's like statistically proven, and there's a million memes about it. They claim women don't understand their feelings because they don't, and being emotionally vulnerable with a woman, like, it's like you've been dating for like less than a year, but sometimes end up with you getting mocked on social media, man. It's crazy. Like, do you know how often that happens? And then say men are the ones that are transactional with their relationships. Meanwhile, women are the ones that have been gotten outed repeatedly for using first dates as an excuse to get a free dinner and discover, what was that chick? She said like, oh, my hobby is discovering new places to eat, and then they just use men. And let's make this clear. Shitty people come in both genders. Like, let's not get it twisted. Like, for example, you can cite a man being shitty. I can cite a woman doing the same thing. I've seen it firsthand. And then they wonder why they are lonely. Oh my god, hell yeah. And don't get me wrong, I know feeling lonely is a real problem that affects everyone. But when I see men blaming feminism, social media, or modern dating culture for their isolation, I can't help but think they have earned this. I'm already losing brain cells, man. I'm already losing it. I can't. He was asking for. No, seriously, what the hell is wrong with you? Who phrases shit like that? How do you think that feminism isn't partially responsible for the shitty state dating is in? I've actually had feminists that are like, yeah, anything past like second or third gen feminism is kind of cooked, bro. Like, even the people that are feminists say that, they admit it. Genuinely, how are you so retarded that you think that with all the things that feminism preach, like being like pro OnlyFans, fat acceptance, and gassing up women that are like extremely fat, calling all men trash, and all they want to do is, you know, assault you. If you're a girl that's a 2, you should expect the guy that's a 10 with a 10-pack and $2 million. Yeah, the T-app. Do you guys remember the T-app thing? It's real. It's not made up. It was like national headlines. How do you think all of this, which are things created by feminism, is not contributing to the shitty dating culture we see today? It's like actually real. It's not made up. This isn't a fantasy. Again, we're not starting strong. I'm getting the feeling this entire article is gonna be code. Yeah. Again, by the way, you have to pay to fucking look at this thing. So, this is paywall. I had to go and find it where it's, not listed. Not listed. I mean, where it's not paywalled. And I managed to grab some screenshots. Thank fuck for that. I didn't read ahead though. Don't get it twisted. The male loneliness epidemic exists because men want to control women instead of respecting them. Sorry, respecting them. Most of these single men I've seen complaining about how lonely they are don't see women as someone to connect with, but rather as a game they must win. They are not lonely because women are avoiding them for no reason. They are lonely because their idea of a relationship involves getting what they want without giving anything real in return. Chat, like, I've talked to you guys plenty of times. A lot of you guys are boys, right? Man, big burly men, big men. You've always told me, you're like, I just want someone to cuddle and hold at night. I don't have a lot of money. I might not be able to give her, like, you know, everything I want, but, you know, I want just love. yes, I have a penis. Thank you. Tribute. Married man. Yeah, I'm telling you, these people are delusional. Taking dating apps, for example, I've watched countless men swipe through women like they're ordering from a menu. What are you smoking? What? They get frustrated when their investment of a few messages isn't yield the results they want. They talk about women having unrealistic standards while simultaneously believing they're entitled to attention from women they find attractive, regardless of what they bring to a table. Women do that too? Darn right they fucking do! Because they're fucking... This is double standards.
Ne udaram da toči oko mene krug.
Ironic considering some of the demands they have from men on social media videos. Yes, we've seen it so many times. This isn't a joke anymore. But it goes deeper than dating. These same men struggle to form genuine friendships because they view every relationship through a lens of power and control. Dude, who hurt you? Who hurt you? The lady that wrote this? What happened? They can't be vulnerable with male friends because that might make them appear weak. No, they're just different from women that complain at every little fucking thing. What are you talking about? They can't connect authentically with women because they seem as objects to be obtained rather than people to be known. Okay, maybe that's one guy that hurt you and now every single guy is like this. That's crazy, by the way. You got ghosted or rejected? Bro, she's clinically retarded. You clinically retarded. You are stupid. Men are swiping through on dating apps because they are generally outnumbering them fucking like what, 10 to 1? What is the Tinder statistic? It's like 6 men for every 1 woman on Tinder, and then half of them are bots anyway. So because there's so many more men than there are women, your chances of getting even a response, like period, is in the single-digit percentages. So instead of just swiping on 1 or 2 girls that you're really, really interested in, they swipe on everyone to increase their freaking odds. They get to talk to anyone for the night. Do you know how tiresome that is? Do you think men want to do this kind of thing? If I was in that position, I would fucking hate myself. I'd be like, I just want to give up. They're not being unrealistic by swiping on every woman they find mildly attractive. That's how you play the dating game as a man, like statistically speaking. It's so ignorant to say this. You literally have no idea how this works. You don't know how statistics work. You're like actually stupid. You never went to school or something. And even more than that, what do you mean they think they're entitled to freaking attention? Nobody thinks that. That's retarded. They're swiping on anyone they think is attractive, and then they see if they get a response, and so that you can go on a date and see if you're compatible from there. That's how it works. I've heard it from so many people in my chat talking about dating, and all they say is like, I hate this thing where I have to talk with a woman for like 2 weeks through a text, and then at the end of the day she's like, I'm not really interested, and you're like, why did I emotionally invest my time doing this shit? Dating apps so yeah, dude, they're so ass. Yo, Will, what's up? Ow, I was like, oh, dating apps are so ass. They are. Are we using dating apps and women wouldn't put in effort to talk? Yes, I've heard it from like male colleagues at work, at my old work, and they would say like, yeah, I spent 3 days talking to this girl and then she ended up ghosting me in text, and all I wanted to do was meet her in real life. And I'm just sitting here like, damn, dude, I've never done that. I've never used a dating app thing, ever. I only used it once when I was in college, and the guy asked me for my bra size. Granted, I was like 18 years old or 19 years old because I just went into college, and that was one time. I was just like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna meet people in real life and not resort to texting or whatever. I didn't whitewash and say, oh, all men are like this. I was just like, man, I feel like it's just like horny people on dating apps if you're in college.
We got backup.
What's your bra size, shawty? Dude, it was so bad. uninstalling this shit. That was cringe. Yeah. And the next paragraph isn't even any better, man. You are absolutely coping. If you think women have stronger friendships than men. Actually, you know what? I wanted to talk about this anyway, so now's like a great time to bring this up. I wanted to talk about it. I just remembered something. I think it was a shoe on head post. Yeah. This is so funny. I saw this the other day. I think this went giga viral. Women are terrifying. What is going on? This woman, she posted a picture of her getting engaged or married or whatever, and she said, I won, right? Okay, nice picture. There's flowers and got a ring on, got her nails on flake. This woman says, the ring size, skull emoji. What? Morgan, your baby daddy abandoned you. You're raising a bastard child, but yet somehow you think, somehow you think you're better than me or anyone on this app. You gave it up for free, got left in the dust. Now post rage bait on X to supplement the inadequacy of your monthly child support payments. What is going on? What is wrong with these girls? They're all fighting. Over nothing! You got fingered in the middle of a hotel lobby at a Team USA event while everybody watched their families were. What is going on? Morgan, you are a single mother with a public video admitting of HPV. You may want to sit this one out too. You suck black dick and probably have AIDS. Oh my god! Oh my god! And this isn't even the original girl. She's not even involved. They're all just fighting each other. Chat, this is the average female friendship. This catty bullshit is notoriously what happens with many female friendships. Now let's clarify. Is it all female friendships? Of course not. Is it the majority? I wouldn't even say that. But to point to men and say, you can't make friends like us women, while shit like this is normal on Twitter, you are delusional. You are coping. I've seen this happen in high school. I mean, granted, these are grown women, so it's even more fucking stupid. But like, holy shit, who says this? This is crazy. I don't even know what to say. Like, what is wrong with you? Let's get back to the article, though. This just kind of reminded me of what was happening. This is the continuation of the article. Let's keep reading. When your default mode is trying to manage and manipulate others to get what you want, a genuine connection becomes impossible. And when genuine connection is impossible, loneliness is inevitable. And then they blame women for wanting to be alone and present themselves as the victim because they can't take accountability. Nah, that's wild. They see single, independent women as a threat to try and downplay their achievements because they know that if a woman has it all and is just looking for someone decent, then they have nothing to offer. Oh my god. Oh, the girl bossing is strong. But here's what many men refuse to acknowledge. They used to get women, as in get, not because they were better partners, but because women had no other choice. 50 years ago, women couldn't open their bank accounts. What? Get credit cards or support themselves financially, and we stayed in relationships, even abusive ones, because leaving meant destitution. Wait, what? When could women open their own bank accounts in the US? Women could technically open bank accounts before 1974. Discriminated against them, often refusing to account whether the husband, father, or brother, or mother. The Equal Credit Opportunity Act, 1974. Was that 70 years ago? Okay, yeah, wow. I didn't know that. The pivot to girl bossing? I mean, this isn't even about that. They're trying to... 51 years ago. Okay, I was like, that's wild. I did not know that. You could open it technically, but you needed a male figure, like a brother or a father or a husband. Yeah. Equality is a good thing. That's what I'm saying. Again, I'm not trying to go on a tangent again, but feminism does do good. I would not be able to stream if it weren't for feminism.
Oh no. Didn't say that. BRD.
Hello guys, I want to cover this quick as possible because there are a lot of people wondering what the hell is going on. It's on the text right there, but a lot of people are expecting another update, another event, or another wipe. I think I phrased it wrongly on the previous video too. I'm sorry if you guys misunderstood it because the kid wasn't quite clear about it too. But the fun core, or the reverse of hardcore, which Nikita actually teased or asked here, he said, guys, what do you want to test in the last wipe before release? And what he was indicating on last wipe is this wipe, what we're doing right now, the hardcore wipe. Because it's been confirmed by Pesley, the big content creator. Somebody asked, no more wipe before 1.0, right? And then Pesley said, he told me no more wipes before 1.0 today, which was August 23rd. So there's no more wipes, guys. They're just gonna adjust things, tune things up and down for fun core this wipe, reverse hardcore this wipe, full of job core this wipe, not another wipe. People keep asking me, they're grinding for Kappa or Prestige, but what's happening? Very basket, they're gonna wipe it. That doesn't make sense. Anyways, that's what I can tell you first, and now I can talk about a couple of other more stuffs. I can say there's gonna be a Halloween event in October 30th. They will just copy and paste what they did before. Ain't not gonna happen. It would be best for them to save up all the contents for 1.0 for longevity or to maximize the hype. That's obvious. And even Nikita, he directly said new content is for, which was this one, just today. And a lot of people were saying, oh my god, another new event, because that event with text game translated is like this. Evacuation. Residents of the city of Tarkov are informed. Due to the announcement of the state of emergency, it is necessary to proceed to the following or anywhere whenever 1.0 impact first happened, whenever another guy holding a gun coming into ground zero, the lab's office, scene of some cutscene part of the whole 1.0 version only, and I forgot to show you. People will still hate it. Anyways, what I map, or people will still hate it. Anyways, what I can tell you is there's nothing important is gonna happen until 1.0 happens. What I can recommend you guys is that just go and enjoy Fun Core whenever they drop it, the reverse hardcore full of job core, or wait for 1.0 to happen. I'll be delving on 1.0 what's gonna happen as much as possible and make another video later on. I
don't know about this. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, Luna.
L'expédition 0 est partie il y a 67 ans, ce qui voudrait dire...
Dans les 100 ans, c'est ça.
Parle-moi de la fracture.
On dirait que je vais pas trop pouvoir...
Oh no. Harassment.
Où ma Will? Et là, c'est vous?
Frayons-moi chemin.
Que l'encre coule.
Faisons couler l'encre. L'âme traverse les flammes.
Get up.
À mon tour. À mon tour. C'est parti. C'est parti.
Dove mi bom, no la kena. Suli ni mahuna gomi. Ate green pegawino kumi po mi kulo ba.
Nimbo? Ok. Ah, la façon.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Tu ne t'en tireras pas. Ton existence s'achève maintenant. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. Frayons-nous un chemin. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Tu ne t'en tireras pas. Ton existence s'achève maintenant. Prêt à frapper.
Ok. 있어? 이거?
Pas de temps à perdre. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Je vais utiliser ton feu.
ok. Ok. 이거?
Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Prêt à frapper. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. Frayons-nous un chemin. Ton existence s'achève maintenant. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
Oh, nice.
can't do jack shit with that.
Ok. Nimbo. Oh bah oui là. Oh mal.
À mon tour. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. Tu t'en tireras pas. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Oh les gros. Qui ça? Ok. Oh bah oui. Oh les gros.
Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Prêt à frapper. Ton existence s'achève maintenant. Bon, tant pis.
Oula, faut sauve Nabil. Nimbo. Qui ça? Ah, tous les... Oula, faut sauve Nabil.
Ton existence s'achève maintenant.
Ah, cool. Ok. Qui ça? Oh. Oula, faut sauve.
Bon, tant pis. Tu t'en tireras pas. C'est parti. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Prêt à frapper. C'est parti.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We did that already.
Isabelle de la 36. Les âmes hivernales flottent, diaphanes, dans la nuit pour se poser doucement sur la vallée nimbée de clarté lunaire, dont le linceul enneigé étreint l'espoir que j'ai susurré à ton oreille, un jour, il y a bien longtemps. Les fougères se parent de reflets dorés, labyrinthe où se perd le regard, au milieu des courbes incitant à la méditation. Toutes se rassemblent vers le centre, où se cache la frontière d'un autre univers, un autre dédale d'ombre et de fougères dorées. Une mer changeante de cailloux, la vague, une vague de pierre et de sable qui s'égrène au-dessus de nous, jusqu'à ce que notre tête disparaisse sous la surface. Le long des côtes obscures, nous sombrons, tels des cailloux lancés à la mer. Le vent se lève, puissant, charriant l'odeur de la végétation. Son parfum délicat, tel le plus apaisant des baumes. Son doux murmure, tendre berceuse, pour mon cœur en peine.
Ce monde regorge de merveilles.
Mais où que nous allions, nous marchons avec la mort.
Intéressant.
Accélération.
Sympa.
Station maillot de bain. Oh, c'est Uma Wheeler.
Génial. Et maintenant?
Oh my god. Oh là là. Oh là là.
Bon, tant pis.
Attention, Vassou.
Tout c'est impressionnant.
Oh my god. No.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
En garde!
Prêt à frapper. Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Une tempête approche.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Une tempête approche.
Frayons-moi chemin.
Que l'encre coule.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Que l'encre coule.
Finesse et grâce.
Oh, that's scared. This exit. No. I think this is the exit.
tempête approche.
Je suis la vitesse!
Frayons-nous un chemin.
Pigment tendu.
Allons vers tempête! C'est parti! Chaud devant! Et c'est parti! C'est parti!
Sympa.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Méfiance. Attention, Maël.
Je m'en occupe.
Bon, tant pis.
Nope. Let's see, what can we get? Oh.
Je m'en occupe. appréciable. Intéressant. C'est un avantage. Qu'est-ce qu'on a là? Oh, génial! Oh, génial!
Samo pare. Ne treba. Da.
Vas-y, essaie de voir.
Je suis prête.
Attention. Bon, tant pis.
Oh, génial.
Papa.
Et on plonge. Et c'est parti. C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide. C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide. C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide. Chaud devant. Chaud devant. Accélération.
Ovu,
E?
znači ora jedno 5 minuta, 10.
Ti staje skuva.
Ja, bit će gotovo.
Pa treba ja da gledam, Maraniku.
Ne, pa znači kad?
Dobro.
Dođi, Bulja, Buljka, Buljka! Hoći će tamo, dođi, ne!
Sad će on ispod pevati.
Dođi, Buljka, dođi, Buljka! Buljka! Vati je, ma.
Ne mogu.
Ovo kakva si, zato. Evo ga Ivan, si. Idi.
Hey girl. Right.
Joserito. Hadi grinda.
think.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là? Oh, génial!
Oh. Okay. I don't know what I expected, but... Huh. Okay. Full party heal. Elixir. Huh. Mega elixir. Oh là là.
Parfait.
Constantin, théoriquement de l'expédition 54. Dès la naissance, nous sommes obligés d'accepter un contrat social dont les termes ont été fixés bien avant notre époque. Et nous ne pouvons ni le négocier, ni le refuser. Le premier cri que nous poussons en venant au monde est considéré comme notre consentement. Avant même de pouvoir parler ou de commencer à comprendre le monde dans lequel nous vivons, nous nous retrouvons pieds et poings liés. Lumière fonctionne d'une manière extrêmement spécifique, qui favorise un certain groupe d'individus. Impossible de remettre les décisions du Conseil en question sans s'attirer ses foudres. Quant à ceux qui essaient trop de changer les choses, ils se retrouvent intégrés à la prochaine expédition. Conséquence, rien ne change jamais, et le Conseil envoie les dissidents à la mort afin de préserver le statu quo. Au moins ici,
Vas-y, essaie pour voir. À mon tour. À mon tour. Attention. Prêt à frapper. Pas de temps à perdre. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Il faut continuer.
Je suis prête.
Attention au verso. Faites attention.
J'aurais survécu.
Que l'encre coule. Prépare-toi à mourir.
Ça va faire mal. On détruit leur bouclier. Je peux y arriver. Finesse et précision. Survie, s'il te plaît.
Bon, tant pis.
Attends, merde. Bon, tant pis. Bon, tant pis. C'est parti.
Lame affûtée.
Vas-y, essaie de voir.
Je suis prête. Que l'encre coule.
Vas-y, essaie.
À moi de jouer. Je vous vois tous. Appréciable.
Roseli. Girasem. Et on plonge. Oh, Mickey. Où ma oui là? Je suis la vitesse.
Ça va déjà mieux. Crains la puissance de la vie.
La chroma coule flot.
Tu ne t'en tireras pas. Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Ah oui.
Mi borona maki. O Migueli. Umikira Sievo. We are for. Rico, Femi. Corito, Timanoko. Naru Pokira. Ega Wirupu.
Oh, Hannibal. Ah, molto piva. Oh,
Hey, Tony. Hai fido. Mac. Uro.
Ah, look.
Ategrin.
Excellent. Crains la puissance de la lumière. Frayons-nous un chemin. C'est parti. Vas-y, essaie pour voir.
Okiniga, eh. Oh, Miguel.
Zam. Ah, aussi Rafudi. Surimoto Pri.
My strongest man.
Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Bon, tant pis.
Nimakuba. Rick. Surimoto Priva. Ok.
Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire. Montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Nima Kuba.
Isn't there a merchant?
Oh, listo, culo. Oh, donc Bonnie back.
À mon tour.
On a son maillot de bain. C'est toi le nageur le plus rapide. Plouf, plouf, plouf.
J'aurais survécu.
Faisons couler l'encre. Lame, traverse les flammes.
J'aurais survécu. C'est parti.
Une tempête approche.
En garde. Une pluie de flammes.
Serito culo. Taro mo tasusuki potula kima. Sarobeno. Mida goro rito tesu kima bano. Niso mo ami bumbo tiro lake. Bibo ture ko ami. Mida goro rito tesu kima ba. Dita ke tomato. Geli saraki potula. Taro mo dita ke toma mida Savon. Kivigo. Kipotula. Pasulilat. Niso mo. Irase wo. Yeah. Ami. Taromo. Ditake. Bibotu.
Kako je spamno.
Ave mi tanko. Kipotu. Asulila. Taromo. Itosavo. Kivi. Bibot. Gelisar. Nisomo.
Vrlo neprecizno. Ima neki način da se obolje radi.
Você. Asulila. Midag. Kipotu. Ditake. Tarom. Ave mibo.
Sprint to toggle.
Bibo. Geli sarà fosse
No.
Kiraseu, mamolo, kipot, asulilat, fosse.
Che strano.
Ave mi Nisso Geli sa Taromo Itu savo Kivi Mi Asulilat Taromo
Ah ne, ovoga u sredini nije registrirao.
Wow. Ikobo. Bibo. Ditanketo. Kipotu. Ave mibo. Kivi go.
Ovo je stvar srać. Let's not auto sprint.
Allons faire trompette.
Whatever.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Claire Obscure Expedition Digital Scammers Counter so far HD X-box launch, hope they don't fluke it. Lurks. Welcome to my channel.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
We cannot let the enemy any closer to Super Earth.
We're not gonna survive that. Warband? Okay.
Simple as. I wouldn't be allowed to work. Now that we can pay our own bills, pursue our own careers, and live independently, we don't have to settle for disrespect, emotional unavailability, or outright abuse. Men who are struggling with this new reality aren't mourning the loss of traditional relationship. They're mourning the loss of submissive women.
Who?
Again, this is a feminist LARPing as a middle-of-the-road, unbiased author. First of all, the men who are complaining about not being able to get women weren't alive 50 years ago. Do you realize that? Even the ones that are like late millennials that are 35 plus, they weren't alive then. Your argument is already dead. 50 years ago, the people that were quote-unquote getting women were likely between the ages of 18 to 30. Those guys are now 70 to 80 years old. No one's talking about them, you fucking retard. Second of all, women joining the workforce doubled the amount of labor in the market, which created an employer's market, so it got harder for everyone else to make a living afterwards. Coupled with that, with the DEI benefiting white women more than anyone else,
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers digital scammers counter so far HD X-box launch, hope they don't fluke it.
We must rescue it.
I miss the good old 1950s when I could slap my kid's secretary. You guys weren't even in your parents' balls yet in the 1950s. That's the funny part.
Coordinates received.
If you are on the younger side and you're on the Zoomer side and not on the millennial side, your parents weren't even alive. It's crazy.
Has joined squadron.
It's not that deep. This person's extrapolating for no reason. Is that the word, extrapolating? Oh, whatever. What, you know what I mean. My dad wasn't even born. I know! We got more chat, don't you worry. So strong. Oh my god. Women buy houses to throw it in the face of men. Men buy houses because he's ready to start a family. We're not the same. Yeah, true. True and real. Okay, let's take this man's opinion as an example. I love that. Just right off the bat. I personally don't know any woman who has bought a house to throw it in the face of a man. I know women who have bought a house because it has been their life's dream, because they want to be an independent out of the love for their mother and the ability to give them something. But those men see that as a threat, because if women are buying houses, why would they want a man who won't value them then? Wait, what? I know women about that because they want to be independent out of love for their mother and the ability to give them something. Wait, why are you buying a house for your mom before yourself? Am I misunderstanding something here? This seems really weird phrasing. Again, those men see it as a threat because the women make it a threat. Women like this, of course. Women constantly say in their dating bios that they want a strong man who is a provider. How are you supposed to be a provider for a woman who's already provided for herself? What kind of dynamic does that set? Like, pop off, queen. Buy yourself a house. I don't give a fuck. I think that's great. But it's never just that. It always comes with, like, this feminist fucking girl bossing. Because the psychology behind buying a house as a single woman is like, look, see? Chat? I don't need anyone else. Especially not a stupid, stinky, smelly man, because I can do it myself! Oh, no. And I'm not saying that because that's how they feel. They're saying it because they've been groomed by girl boss feminism. They're not actually happy. We can't buy houses in our 20s, we're the same. No, I'm just saying, like, this person is insane. Even late millennials can't really afford houses, man. Only the exceptionally, like, I would say probably above middle class ones. It's sad, man. And then they pick apart this tweet. They're like, men buy houses because he's ready to start a family. Yeah, that's the idea. You buy a house, that's your den. Like, if you go down the primitive route of monkey see, monkey do, monkey see home, want to make family, family safe, me protect family, me bring bananas home to my monkey wife and my monkey babies grow up big strong, me happy. That's like that's like literally what we want. We as in men. Don't worry, chat, there's more. Don't the single man complaining about the male loneliness epidemic is asking, how can I do better? Every article, podcast, or social media post I see about male loneliness follows the same script as everyone else's fault. Women are too picky, society has become too feminized, dating apps have ruined everything, social media has made people superficial, but I need to see a single man in these conversations pause and ask, what am I doing that might be pushing people away? Instead, they treat loneliness as something that happened to them rather than something they might have contributed to. Jesus Christ. Cheese and crackers, man. They want solutions that don't require them to change. They want a magic formula that will make people want to be around them without them having to examine their own behavior. I know men who complain about not having closing. Fucking scared the shit out of me. Sorry. I know men who complain about not having close friends, but they have never once asked another man how he's really doing. It says who? They want deep connections, but refuse to share anything vulnerable about themselves. They claim women don't give them a chance, but they've never considered that maybe their approach is the problem. It's always external factors, never self-reflection, never accountability, never the question that can actually help them. How can I become someone people want to be around? I just want to like put up a mirror and just be like mirror emoji, like, buddy. As the person who wrote this article doesn't talk about men because I never talk about all of these things. No, they really don't. Again, I talk about women too. There's a lot of women who are lonely too, but they have a lot more options than men do because the dating market is oversaturated with men who want to meet a woman. It's like the meme, oh, I don't want to meet all these men, and then there's like a bunch of male hands with roses sticking out of them wanting to meet them. It's like, no, I want a man with like an 8-pack and a massive dick.
Tagging location.
Or whatever other societal factors there are. There's like racial connotations to this too. I mean, obviously. Depending on your culture, some cultures want different things. A massive chonker, yep.
Requesting sentry.
Again, this is the reason this really late third wave feminism and feminism in general now that's being pushed is trash because it always ignores that multiple things can be true at the same time. I'm sure there are some men that are doing things that isolate themselves, absolutely, sure. In the sea of male loneliness, I'm sure that's happening, but you deny that dating apps, modern culture, the gender war, and social media as a whole has not influenced dating in a negative way. Are you off your rocker? You are stupid as bricks. You are stupid as a sack of bricks. You're coping. That could also be a factor. It does not have to be just black or white. The answer is often gray and washy. Many different things all contributing to a problem. They don't see it that way though, and then they start writing these articles and saying, well, I just don't hear from men like this. Like, men get to pick every woman. Men do this to themselves. It's so bad. This attitude. It's a willful ingress of empathy, and it's sad because women are supposed to be the more empathetic ones. Like, I'm very empathetic. Just naturally. I don't know how men think. Well, and not literally. Like, I don't know how a man's brain works. I can assume how a man's brain works, but I'm not a man. I don't know how they function when they see, like, I don't know, a puppy on the side of the road or something. Again, it's all dependent. My brain go brrrr. True. The other day, I met up with a friend from school, and I asked him about my ex. They are best friends.
Quit!
He had to move to another country, and I wanted to know how he was doing. His response was fine, and that was it. But how's his partner doing? Oh, they're male best friends. Okay, I'm listening. He replied that he didn't know. I asked him, but do you know how he legalized his status in the other country? He said he didn't know. I said, well, do you know if he liked the city? He said no. Wait. It's as if trying to be close friends is a sin for these types of men. If they show that they care a lot about another person, their masculinity emotional intelligence. I would have probably thought to myself, I would never do this in her position because this is fucking dumb. But what if he's like being a G? What if he's being cool and avoiding talking to her about him because he knows that she's a crazy bitch and he doesn't want to divulge information? She's being so weird. She's your ex. Or he's your ex. What if it's that? What if it's deeper than you think? It's not about, oh man be bad at friendship. Yeah, the bro code is pretty deep, is it not? It's crazy. The male loneliness epidemic. This is the rebranding for finally facing the consequences. Oh, here we go. Okay. You ghost your friends, mock therapy, hate women.
How'd you like to taste the freedom?
I don't know, it's just mock therapy, hate women. And think vulnerability is weakness. Now you are shocked no one wants to hang out? That's not an epidemic, that's karma. For decades, men have been able to get away with treating relationships like they are optional extras rather than meaningful connections that require effort and care. They can disappear for months without explanation, dismiss mental health as touchy-feely nonsense, and rely on their partners to handle all the emotional labor while contributing nothing in return. Okay. Now that people have stopped accepting this behavior, it suddenly crisis that needs societal intervention. Yeah, because birth rates are plummeting? What? No way, really? South Korea is going down like a slope? Oh man, social intervention is bad. Oh my god, these people are so stupid, they can't even think like ahead in terms of... I'm not even gonna get into it. But calling it an epidemic makes it sound like something that happened to men, rather than something some men created for themselves. It implies they are victims of circumstance, rather than people experiencing the natural consequences of their choices. Oh, okay. But the truth is, loneliness isn't being inflicted on these men by some external force. It's a predictable result of years of prioritizing their belief of a connection, of choosing emotional unavailability over vulnerability, of treating the people in their lives as disposable. This author is unironically insufferable. I'm not just saying that. This first paragraph is the most out of touch, retarded verbal diarrhea I think I've ever read in one of those men are bad articles. We've read quite a few of them, don't get it twisted. But this might be taking the cake. First off, men don't just ghost their friends. Everyone ghosts their friends. That's called growing up. Do you know how many people you just lose contact with naturally as you become an adult? You take on more and more responsibilities and have less time in the day. Yeah, fucking everybody, hello? Like men and women? Are you stupid? What are you, fucking chronically online? Do you not have a job or something? Secondly, men mock therapy because it doesn't freaking work for most men, and that's fine. Therapy is a very feminine way of handling problems. A lot of men don't benefit from therapy. That's just not how they work. This isn't to say a man shouldn't get therapy, but it's like classic Karen behavior to just assume, oh, therapy works for everyone, and then get mad at them for not participating. Like, it's just crazy to me. And third of all, this vulnerability is weakness. Where is this? Yeah, emotional vulnerability over vulnerability. Unavailability over vulnerability. This third one, vulnerability is weakness, when men have been conditioned by women that anything they do that's vulnerable will be recorded, screenshot, or posted on social media. Yeah, no wonder nobody wants to open up. Duh. Obviously. They shame men in therapy on top of that? That's crazy. Really? Did the author just confess? Maybe. Crazy work. Alright, this is the end of the article finally. You can't build meaningful relationships while simultaneously rejecting everything that makes relationships meaningful. You can't expect people to stick around when you shut shown them repeatedly that you don't value their presence in your life.
Requesting sentry.
So no, I don't think men deserve to be lonely. Deserve to be lonely in the sense that I want anyone to suffer, but I do think they deserve to face the consequences of their actions. Maybe experiencing those consequences will finally motivate them to ask the right question of not why is this happening to me, but how can I do better? Yeah, great! Anyway, typical Karen article written by an out-of-touch woman with a bone to pick that she needs to someone else to blame her problems on. Yeah, you could fix this entire article
They're running below us. Below the map. So watch out. Below us.
Calling in reinforcements.
So we can't reinforce.
Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Reinforcing.
Yeah, I see.
Calling in reinforcements. Passing advanced weaponry.
This is Pelican 1, requesting all Helldivers to enter the extraction radius.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down supply. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry. Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The citizens of this city will thank you.
The victory priority alert. The Veld system.
Pax vobiscum salvete omnes. My name is Father Mistalan, a Croatian Catholic Dominican priest, and in this video I will be reacting to Joshua Graham from
Super Earth.
Norways.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Dominican Priest Plays, and in this video reaction we'll be engaging with a little bit of something new. I so far reacted mostly to Warhammer 40k, but I had a suggestion from one of my friends that I should really react to Joshua Graham.
I haven't played Fallout 4. Long time ago. I actually played Fallout 3, and not to the end. Maybe like 1/3 of the game. So when it came out, it was very popular. But I'm familiar with the Fallout setting in general, but I'm not really familiar with the plot of Fallout 4. And about this character, Joshua Graham, I don't know a lot. But
okay. There we go. Off to bed.
Nimbas. Welcome to my channel.
option. Nope. Doesn't work that way. Gotta be there first. Tired, I say. Ba-da-da-dum. Fucking A. No. Thanks, Calamity, but no. I'm good.
I don't know about you, but I see things like this all the time. I have also heard more times than I can count that heroes are boring, that villains are more interesting, and that anti-heroes are apparently where it's really at. These days, I'd probably have to partly agree. Heroes are boring. The thing is, though, heroes are not supposed to be boring. I grew up with a great love for a whole wide range of heroic characters. But there really is no getting around the fact that heroes have become very, very dull. But how is it that heroes became so dull? When did we start calling every character and their brother-in-law an anti-hero? Why is it so hard to define morality in characters? And why is everyone so obsessed with making villains into the good guys, and vice versa? We're going to save our discussion about villains for another day. We already have way too much ground to cover. For today, we're going to focus on heroes and, to a slightly lesser degree, anti-heroes. To start with, let's talk about heroes. Currently, a lot of written variations on heroic characters have one or more of these three primary problems. The writer assumes that the hero cannot have any significant flaws, especially moral flaws, nor can they have a different moral opinion or be morally inferior to themselves or any other good character in the story. Heroes are not permitted to develop in terms of moral character, but must begin and end with the same overall characteristic, especially morally. And heroes must necessarily represent the writer's moral opinion about the real world, regardless of what is occurring within the world of the story. In my search for a single definition of hero, Google told me this. A fictional hero is a character in a story who possesses extraordinary qualities and abilities, and who is typically admired for their courage, strength, or noble deeds. Weirdly specific and weirdly vague at the same time. These are the types of phrases you'll see a lot when you try to define hero characters. Conventional noble qualities, etc., etc. The internet in general is hesitant to define hero. I can't decide if that's because they don't know or because they instinctively realize that it's unhelpful to be so randomly restrictive. Most of the lectures I have seen or the essays I have read on this topic treat characters as if they all necessarily must fit into some category or other. When a new type of character appears who doesn't seem to fit into any of these categories, they just invent new categories. It's a completely nonsensical way to approach characters. According to the dictionary, volume 5 of the 1933 Oxford English Dictionary to be exact, there are 5 definitions for the word hero, all very similar. I'll put the first 3 on the screen so you can read them, but I want you to pay special attention to the 4th definition. The man who forms the subject of an epic, the chief male personage in a poem, play, or story, he in whom the interest of the story or plot is centered. Originally, and indeed in most academic settings, a hero is little more than the male main character of a story, with, of course, a heroine being a female main character. What's important to note here is that historically, on average, the majority of writers did not need to be told what specific traits they ought to give their heroic characters in order for readers to perceive them as heroic. Many characters from older works possess a whole array of traits, some good, some bad. Typically speaking, once measured in full, you do tend to see more of a good person than a bad person, but now we're getting into tricky territory. There are some writing resources that will say basically the same thing I just said, that heroes can still have flaws, can still be selfish, weak, etc., can still be just regular people trying to get by. But even when a modern-day writer is equipped with that knowledge, the idea of taking a regular person, a normal character, and crafting that person together with all their flaws into someone with a moral compass pointed solidly at good, in these days apparently is very, very hard. Why? Like it or not, the fictional representation of heroism, virtue, and morality in media is necessarily reliant on the writer's understanding of heroism, virtue, and morality. In these days, very few people, never mind writers, really understand these things. And even if they do, even if most writers could, to some degree, be considered moral individuals, that doesn't mean that they will understand the immense moral complexities that they attempt to write for their characters. So it follows that the characters will inevitably have less and less moral realism, resulting in less and less compelling or interesting heroes. If a writer doesn't understand true morality, how can the morality of their characters be interesting, complex, or in any way true to real life? Basically, in order to write morality in characters, especially complex morality, you have to understand morality yourself. I mean, really understand it, not just have some vague, undefined opinion on the matter. And this is a line of thought that is simply no longer explored in our society. It's no wonder all characters are moral mush, and heroes especially are enormously boring. So, what to do? Most writers, and even a lot of people these days, don't really even realize that morality is an area of study or something that you can learn about. Most writers don't realize that morality needs to be considered when constructing heroes or any character. Yet, it's impossible to really define heroism without talking about morality. Even if writers and teachers do understand that such a thing is essential to the study of heroes and heroic characters, most are hesitant to venture into moral territory. What if someone disagrees with you? What if you get canceled on the internet? There is definitely an aspect of fear at play. A lot of writers are afraid. So instead, when they're trying to build characters, especially heroes and anti-heroes, writers will instead focus mainly on those formulaic set of requirements that you find all over the internet, that everyone more or less agrees on, kind of, I guess. These categories seem to list traits and qualities that each of these character classes must possess. like saying only a car with 4 doors can be considered a sedan, and so on. Which is, I guess, great if you're trying to classify cars, but in my experience, humans are not so easily defined. And so why should our characters be? Writers who find themselves unable or unwilling to navigate the complex moral landscape in which they've placed their heroes will find that it is difficult to understand, and therefore to write, how a hero who does some bad things or who has serious flaws is still a hero. This can't be reconciled with the more commonly popular and excessively simplistic understanding of morality today. The resulting hero will then be an incredibly boring cardboard cutout who does little more than parrot the popular moral and ethical hot words of current year, while otherwise expressing very little of any moral opinion of any kind. This is boring, everyone knows it. Therefore, the more attractive and easier solution is to skip morality and simply make an anti-hero. Yet, somehow, even the anti-heroes are also boring. How is this happening? So, what is an anti-hero? This is the only non-internet definition of anti-hero I could find. This is Bennett's Reader's Encyclopedia from 1986. Their definition of anti-hero is a protagonist who lacks traditional heroic virtues and noble qualities and is sometimes inept, cowardly, stupid, or dishonest, yet sensitive. This definition honestly makes me so mad that if my version of this book wasn't digital, I'd probably be swinging it out of the window right now. First of all, the same book offers no definition of hero to begin with, and obviously never elaborates on these traditional heroic virtues and noble qualities. This second part here that talks about anti-heroes being inept, etc., is arbitrary in the extreme. I can think of a dozen characters deemed heroes in the traditional sense who possess some or all of these qualities, if only at some point in their development. But this last part here is probably the root of all our problems. According to the folks who cobbled together this definition, an anti-hero is, despite all his flaws, sensitive. I know I'm not the only person to have noticed this, but in today's world, the only metric by which morality seems to be able to be measured is one of feelings. These days, the only means by which people learn to understand what morality is by determining whether or not the thing makes them feel good. Never mind that feelings are inherently subjective. If something makes them feel bad, it must be immoral. If something makes them feel good, it must be morally acceptable, no matter what it is. Morality, in reality, has very little, if anything, to do with a person's feelings. If a person fails to learn the absolutes of morality, they will never be able to convey its nuances. This idea that an anti-hero is blah 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 noble traits and yada 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 conventional heroism, but must above all be sensitive, is referring specifically to this. In some way, this anti-hero either must himself be sensitive to the plight and therefore the feelings of others, or more often must himself tug at the sensitive feelings of the audience. Reducing morality to a matter strictly of emotion is how you get these incredibly disturbing occurrences like audiences growing sympathetic enough towards the likes of Jeffrey Dahmer that they find him to be not responsible for his crimes, or even find his crimes to be not so bad or even justifiable. The writers themselves, despite their claims to the contrary, seem to be perhaps unintentionally leaning in this direction, tugging at the natural tendency of audiences to feel empathy for characters who are suffering, guiding the moral interpretation of their tale in such a way to stir up feelings of uncomfortable sympathy for its real-life titular serial killer, as a kind of shortcut to compelling writing. This is a closely related problem. Most writers these days falsely equate these feelings of discomfort with actual good writing. If they've made their audience feel uncomfortable, then they've succeeded in writing a compelling character, or so they assume. When the reality was that Netflix's Dahmer character was uncomfortable because the writer's assessment and presentation of morality was so upside down. On top of that, audiences could only assess Dahmer's morality based on feelings. So if he made them feel sorry for him, that must mean he's not bad. This kind of childish approach to morality is the most common today. Finding themselves compelled to feel sympathy for a sadistic serial killer made viewers uncomfortable. Not because it was compelling, but because it was an affront to basic morality. It's the same mechanic as the one at play when we feel uncomfortable watching a sexual assault scene. It's not because it's compelling or well-written or realistic or anything else. It's because it's violently assaulting our understanding of morality. However, many are only able to assess the morality at play in a scene of sexual assault based on the feelings it evokes, because it upsets them or
Mark
makes them
Glass.
feel sad.
Znam.
Welcome to my channel.
That the act of picking
Second.
must be
Mogo bi da uđeš u
immoral.
Discord.
When scenes of this nature are written in
Ako ti nije jasno, uđem u mapu, uzmem 6 biostila i pustim da mi ubiju i izađem. Mislim, to ne radim kad su drugi ljudi tu, nego to radim kad bukvalno nema nikog. Iako mi stvarno treba materijal.
O.
Kao što vidiš trenutno.
Kako materijal ti treba, zašto?
Jesi primetio šta ti, samo malo, šta ti treba najviše za kraftovanje? Igrao si dovoljno da kapiraš.
Da, ali nisam
Ne, šta ti treba? Ne, nema veze, šta ti treba?
Pol, ne znam da su oni ihori najmanje dobijaju i onaj...
Ihor ti je samo jedan kada ubiješ bossa, dobro, idemo dalje.
Pa da.
To ne možeš više ni dobiti. Jedini način da završiš mapu. I to ti je ultimate upgrade, onaj ljubičasti. Ne pričamo o tome, pričamo o svemu pre toga.
Poslušaj, bio stil onaj.
Imaš dve stvari, jedna ti je biostil, a druga ti je Z-Tech. Z-Tech ti je za level 2, ali Z-Tech moraš da ubiješ sve kad flash pounder. Ali ono što je veći problem je ako ne igraš hard, ili onaj weekly hard, nećeš ti puno vidjeti biostila, o tome se radi.
Ako ništa, ajmo ovu bre... Streets hard, samo duo, brate, i to je to.
Upravo to, ali ne, vidi, ja ću odmah da se zatučim, daj mi samo 30 sekundi, već sam uzeo sve što mislim. I napravio sam lemat sa eksplozivnim mecima, to je to. Ništa posebno fancy. No, ono, bukvalno, onaj operativni budžet što ti daju, mislim, glupo mi je da uzimam one puške, one retardirano do čepa, a recimo kad ubaciš na lemat, kad staviš eksplozivnu municiju, mislim ne vidim kako je ovo loše. Ili kako je bolja default municija ili armor piercing od eksplozivnih efekta. Dobre, vidi su. Ne, rekao, nema...
Zajebao, opet?
A? Jesu te zgrabili opet?
Ne, nego frizovao, malo pre mi frizovao, ček, sad ću ga googlat, nego.
Šta, imaš neki efekat na oružju, ili?
Ne, ono kad mi zaledi u perkovima ekran. Radi mi miš, ali ono slika ništa.
Nisam imao takve gličeve, ne znam. Ja sam svašta nešto, ali to ne. I opet nisam uradio što sam mislio.
Pa ček, što možda uradiš nego samo da pokupiš biostil ako uđeš, ono...
Ne. Ono što nisam vidio koliko mi ostaje para. Kad izabereš ono oružje koje hoćeš. Imaš operativni budžet, ako ne iskoristiš operativni budžet, te viška para ne dobijaš i ne dodaju ti se poslije druge runde. Koliko sam ja primetio, ne dodaju se. Ako ne iskoristiš u startu, što je malo glupo. Nekad ti ostane $300, 400, ne možeš ni armor da naprediš. I onda me zanima, ako uzmem lemat sa eksplozivnom municijom, koliko mi ostaje. I što sam zaboravio da vidim. Vidiš, izaberemo ovo. I koliko mi ostaje? Ostaje $60. I toliko ostaje. I mogu da uzmem ovo. 260. Okej. Da, mogu za 260 da uzmem municiju za ovo čudo. Barem. Imam ja u Helldiverima takve glitche ko što ti pričaš, znaš? Pa to si rekao.
Uvrno to.
Evo, nije loš. to smo sredili. Jel googlaš i dalje?
Accuracy, penetration, hvala, čekaj, pa ja mogu sad to da stavim.
Ništa tebi nije zaključeno, ti si mogao to od prvog dana da uradiš.
Ne, bila mi skuplja puška, nego sad imam kao dovoljno budžet da kupim ovu stavnu pušku odmah na početku.
Pa možeš, sad pitanje kako hoćeš da bude.
Sad sam kao prešao te 3000 i sad mogu da stavim i ovo... četvrto da kažeš unapređenje.
A ti to tako gledaš?
Pa da, pa neću da stavim ono unapređenje da ne mogu da je kupim odmah, znaš, da sam kao napravio ih. I, znaš, kao, skinuo sam šta sam mislio da nije najpotrebnije. I sad ono, kad imam kao već taj budžet, mogu da zapuštam. Dakle, ono, koje pojente ako ću tek u nekom drugom, trećem krugu da je kupim unapređenu kao ono prvu pušku, znaš, ono, kao nema mi mnogo smisla.
I nema puno smisla, znaš, dosta tih stvari nema smisla. Trebalo bi da imaš, kad si 30 treba da imaš mnogo jači taj starting budžet.
Pa da, a i drugo, ja ne znam zbog čega ne mogu to napređenje da se kupuju u toku misije, ali ajde ima ih ono.
Kako misliš?
Neću da razmišljam. Pa znaš, ono, kad odeš na tradera kao da kupiš odmah da staviš napređenje na pušku i hoćeš i da je upgradeuješ ono tokom partije, kao plaćaš te delove i to ti je to.
U toku meča ili u trader rundi?
Pa da,
u toku meča.
U trader,
pa možeš. Ne znam šta je pravo.
To bi mi bilo mnogo više smisla, ono.
Ili si mislio pa čekaj, možeš da uzmeš oružje koje si... Morao bi da napraviš...
Znaš kako su dodali u dvojici, ono da imaš kao upgrade, da lupiš na oružje, kao pojača se damage i statistike.
A ne, ovo je bolje. Ovo je bolje.
Pa dobro, ovo je malo ono kao da...
Mislim, nije bolje, znaš, više korak unazad. Tamo si imao da naprediš štetu, brzinu reloada, veličinu magazina. Ovdje moraš to sam da radiš pre početak misije.
Znaš, kao, bukvalno ti sa tim upgrade-om, kad klikneš na upgrade,
sve statistike napravi, da.
Statistike ono malo skoče.
I težina također, a ovdje težina nema. Ovdje imaš dva primarija, bilo koja primarija, možda donosiš raketni lancer i, ne znam, SMG.
Da,
ili dva raketna lancer.
Mi se mnogo više dopadalo, bio je po meni lepši sistem, imao je nekako po meni više smisla.
Ti si star čovjek, nemaš pojma šta pričaš. Pusti omladinu da igra kako oni treba da igraju. Oni vole, kao što radi Milan, oni vole bunny hopping. Slide skok. Znaš kako me to nervira? Kad bi uradio, recimo, onaj makro na tastaturi, recimo, samo dok sam u igri, da mi samo radi, razumeš, taj kao slide cancel skok, onda možeš. Ali ja da ti manualno to radim, nosi se u 3 let. Ne Milan, nego bilo ko. Ko misli da je to zabavno raditi.
Meni je iskreno glupa mehanika, prvo igra izgleda glupo, s tim...
Naporno je 20 minuta raditi slide cancel jump, nemoj me zabavati.
I onda učitaš sljedeću partiju, radiš istu stvar.
Da, i sve vreme to radim
isto. Ali ono kao da bi se navodno optimalno kretao, znaš...
Pa nije mi to optimalno, apsolutno. Ne znam šta je falo kretanju u Cap 2.
Pa dobiš brzinu. Gledao sam ja, baš sam trčao ono iza likova, stignem ih i prestignem ih s tim.
I rado bih menjao svo to slide cancel jump za onaj špric za healovanje koji je ono unlimited, znaš, koji mogu da izleči neko.
Možeš sebe, možeš nekog imaš samo cooldownu i to je to.
Da. Iako tu te...
Healujete koliko beš 40,
tebe manje, ja mislim tebe manje.
Ja mislim ti 40-40 iz tebe i njih, ono ako nisi medic jedino.
A medic više healuje sve, to znam.
Pa da. Ali mislim da je skillovo generalno heal na pištolju je bio 40.
Na medic gunu. KF2 self
Syringe, onaj... Syringe one.
Ne znam kolike su bile vrednosti, kaže... Heal amount solo. Aha, kad si solo 50 healtha vraća. Inače vraća 20. O tome sam ti pričao, nije kao što ti misliš. Imamo Mandela efekat, tačno znam da nije toliko OP bilo. Nije bilo jako uopšte. Ali si ga imao neograničeno. I ako si mogao da pobiješ grupu, Pa onda imaš ono breeding room tipa pola sekunde, sekundu, ubrizgaš se, izvadiš pušku, pucaš dalje, razumeš? Nekako se zakrpiš, ovdje ne možeš nikako.
Nego čim print damage odmah se špricam, odmah se bodem.
I bilo je uvijek izbor i to ono što je bilo u KF-u 2, razumeš? Da li hoćeš sebe da healuješ ili hoćeš da healuješ sa igrača.
No, upravo.
Ovaj Rumun je dosadan kao proljev, stvarno. Recimo, ako hoće seks, ako je žena, ako je muško, neko djebe više. Stvarno ne mogu. Spamujem s porukama kao da nije normalno.
A, oni copy-paste poruke ili...
Ma, sve to.
Ili zaista nešto piše.
Jedino što je pa copy-paste, čini mi se. Jedino što je interesantno rekao je da Tarkov izlazi ono kao 1.0 i kao navodno neće biti kao, bit će kao persistentan lig ili neće biti resetovanje kao više progresa, bit će opcionalno fuzonu, prestiž, šta ti ja znam. Ja sam rekao da ću igram Tarkov kad ne budem poslije 2 mjeseca sologovo igru i vidio da mi je sad progres obrisan. Zato što neki noob je kupio igru i ne znam, neko ko no life-uje dan noć, razumeš, ima milijarde rubalja, razumeš, i on ga je ubio, ima najbolju pušku, najbolji oklop, najbolje sve. U tome jeste pointa da pobjediš ljude na znanje, razumeš, na skilla, ne na gear. Si ljudi retardirani.
To mi je isto malo smešno, znaš, kao mi je mjesto što nisu namestili to da bude sve po tirovima.
Misliš kao lige neke?
Pa ne, nego znaš kao bukvalno da neko sa tolikom prednošću ne može da uđe u partiju gdje je neko ono... ušao da proba igru, da šta je taj neki fazu.
KF3, slide, jump, makro. Ne interesuje me tehnike, zanima me... Ne interesuje me.
Kako za manje mogu više?
Da, stvarno me ne interesuje. Znači neću da razvaljem sebe prste, da radim jedan to isto non stop. Move like a pro, pa nisam glupav da ne vidim, vidio sam ja sam kako radi, ali mislim da radi 50.000 puta zaredom. I kretanje neprijatelja ti je bazira na tome da li ti to radiš ili ne. Jako brzo pokrivaju distancu između tebe i sebe. Sjećaš kako se kretali u KF2 i KF1? Regularni.
Da, imali su svoje predefinisane brzine
i animacije, da. A ovdje ti onaj gore fint. Znači, iza ćoška dođe i već se teleportuje tebi u facu. Znači, u ćošku imaš tipa 5 metara. On prekrije tih 3 metra i na 1,5 metra te već udari. I već te udari, gotov si. Tako je Milan pre neki dan umro kad smo igrali. A on je kao neki znalac igre. Zato što je jednostavno dovoljno je da se ne okreneš u trenutku kad je ispred tebe. I onda krene ti radi onu wind up animaciju kad maše mačetom. Iako je enrage-ovan, skine ti pola health. Ako su dvojice enrage-ovani i to isto urade, mrtav si. Bukvalno si mrtav. Slušaj, ja nisam krenuo rundu, samo ne znam šta ti radiš.
Ja ušao solo normalno.
Znam. A šta bi s onim čekaj? Sad čekao sam te, bukvalno ne radim ništa već 10 minuta.
Aha, pa ja čekam tebe, ja te razumijem da ti hoćeš nešto tu da završiš.
Nemam šta da završim. To je bilo dok sam ušao u meč, pokupio, bio stil, ubio se i vratio se nazad i čekao sam te, rekao si da restartuješ igru, međutim ti si već ušao u sljedeći meč. Legendarno.
Ništa, uđi kod mene.
A ne radi to tako, druže. Hoćeš da vidiš kako radi taj tvoj... Ti misliš da to sad radi da ja kliknem na join da mu baci kod tebe u lobby, jel to misliš?
Da.
Ne.
Ali ne,
Ne.
malo ste se zajebali.
Evo, ne radi ga, gledaj.
Ništa, onda ću da failujem.
Stani. Jel radi?
Ne znam. Pisalo mi kao stake join of the game.
Hajde meni. Zna da radi kad ima mjesto u lobby. Konstantno je zaglična animacija da sirene vrišti, ne znam šta se dešava.
Sirene je vrištala.
Konstantno vidim crveni, onaj AOE, tu gde stojiš. Ne miče mi se s ekrana. To je vratno u spectator modu pa. I sad je nestao, zbog nekog razloga. Ja že ga nisi levelao do 30 level, ozbiljno?
Ne, nisam 25. Pa nisam igrao juče isto, juče bio rođendan, prekjuče bio rođendan. Znaš, neko bi mi se možda slaviš rođendan dana. Vero mi slaviti rođendan 2 dana sa 7 dana je kod mene uspeh ili prednost. Ako, brate, ako hoćete dođete taj dan, tad ima i to je to.
Znači imaš predefinisane dane za rođendane ili?
Ne, pa ne, ovo više čekajte par malo. Nego kažete, znači, kao svako se pojavi i za svakog slaviš rođendan iz početka, onda se tako kao su odlučili da dođu. I ovog puta sam rekao, brate, kao, dođite ako hoćete, znaš, kao pravit ćemo, da ne bude ponedjeljak, bit će kao nedelja, međutim, ajde, kao neki su htjeli, ne mogu to, pa ćemo doći i u ovaj ponedjeljak, rekao, ajde, dobro. Tako da je bilo samo 2 dana, ali opet i bolje i samo 2 dana. Pokupio sam ja inače sve one stvari.
Nema nas.
Bolje 2 dana nego 7 dana, brate, slaviti za svakoga i reprize za nekoga. Znaš što se jedi.
Reprize? Šta je repriza rođendana? Prosvetle me, ja sam star čovjek.
Dođu i dan posle ili dan posle.
Pa to nije repriza, to je žurka non stop u kući, oprosti. To nije repriza. To je Ivkova slava. To je Ivkova slava, jebote.
Ja imam 2 burazera, znaš kao njihova žena porodica. Jelena ima sestru isto, deca i taj fazon. I ona sad kada dolaze, bukvalno...
nisi sve pokupio više.
Šta nisam ušao?
Evo, dobio si jedan bioskill.
Arent, kako te gore? Pa jesam. Ili bio crven?
Da.
Ako možda sam ga I znaš koja je fora? Bukvalno su dolazili sa tolikim razmakom da je bukvalno se torta u to vreme više kao nismo ti si da praviš tortu, nego što kupiš tortu. Bukvalno se kupovala torta za svakoga.
Dobro.
I kao staviš rođendan i kao 4 torta kupuješ Za svakog torta posebno.
Što za svaku torta posebno?
Pa zato što da bi bilo torte dok oni dođu, Ja kažem, bio je toliki razmak između dolazak ljudi da eto.
Ángeles del Señor reciban su alma.
Kažem sad, rekao, brate, biti taj dan ako dođete i to je to.
To me izvolim, nećeš štedi municiju.
Mada mu je besplatno.
Algo está la casa.
Ovi noževi su toliko...
Da?
Jebote, mislim da sam ih previše abuzovao.
Ti? Ja dok sam se levelao do 30. levela i to ti je što ti je. Više ne planiram da igram s tom klasom dok levelujem ostale klase. Hvala.
Znam, brate, ali čoveče, mnogo radi. Mnogo daju.
Mislim, primetio se da ljudi igraju sa onim Vulkan, onim kako se zove, launcherom. Ja mislim da je retardirano sporo.
Ti si mi rekao da je on kao nešto broken, kao da je mnogo dobro.
Ne, nije. Jedino što ti je broken što ima veći domet od noževa, znaš. To ti je, taj deo ti je broken. A kad bi imao medika koji će da stane iza tebe, samo da te pumpa healthom, da ti, razumeš, bacaš noževe, znači, mogao bi da ih podcepaš sve.
Ti treba...
Ne zaista. Češ ti ja kupiš nešto?
Ne, kupim neke gluposti napredi armor, municiju, za meni je pušku, imam 700 viška ako hoćeš.
Ma kaki, pa nešto ja kupim.
Potetkaš.
Kupio sam Medi Gun, samo čekam malo par da ga napredim i to je to.
Da, Medigan se možda treba dozvati.
A ovo je normal, a ja dobit ćeš ništa experience za ovo. Znaš?
Ne, dobijem ono za unapređenje...
Materijal. Ona je Ikor.
Ne, Ikor, nego...
Ikor ti je kad vidiš bossa.
Za skillove. Za skillove, ili ja?
A ako ćeš samo to da grindaš, da, ovo ti je neduža metoda, normal da igraš, verovati ili ne.
Ovdje igram normalno, dobio sam 80.
Da. Ovdje igraš kao dobit ćeš 85. Ako i 85, znaš. Što je bizarno, znaš? Baš je bizarno. Jedina razlika u materijalu, znaš. Nisam teo. Više eksplozivni metak je bio ono straight. Izvoli ga kjestone. Udri ga iza mene.
Gotovo.
On ništa ne sumnjao da će to potrebati.
Mo, ne treba, brate, ništa na normalu, nemoj ih helka bre uopšte.
Nemoj ni na karbu. Ako ćeš isto, nemoj ni na karbu.
Glava im pukne odmah.
Ono što kaže Milan da su na svim većim nivoima težine od normala, znači hard, kill, nerd, da su flash poundovi resistant na bleed. I onda kad ga, ne možeš da ga ubiješ konkretno sa tim nožima, baciš ga uvijek u vulnerable state.
No stanuju ga, ja sam stavio stana na njih.
Ne, stanuješ ti njega, ali sam gledao da klece na kolena i da stoji tako, razumeš, da ga finiširaš. I ne znam koliko mu treba da ga dokraješ. Jer baš ono rezistuje taj kat. Dok sve ostalo ne. A to je jedini neprijatelj, nebitno. Ne može ni da te ubije, razumeš. Pošto uglavnom se ne pomera kad ga pogodiš 4 noža u prsa. Ili u glavu, zavisi koliko brzo bacaš. Ima jedno oružje za ubijanje bossa, sad ću ti pokazati. Ovo.
Dragon Breath, ili to?
To ti je... Dragon Breath je samo tip municije. Ona je inženjerov pump action shotgun. Ali nije inženjerov firebugger, da. Ali ne default municije, default municija je nešto drugo.
Ali što se stavi, onaj
nanotermit. Da, nanotermit. Zato što radi fire dot koji je mnogo duži nego normalni fire. I kad si u onom bullet time-u, kad se uspori Z time-u, i kad pucaš u bossa, možeš da ga pogodiš sa 5-6 komada, kad prođe Z time, boss umre. A to ćeš vidjeti kad budemo došli do bossa. Samo ne stane.
Da, isto kao kažem, mislim, ova mapa, pored toga što je najlakše pokupiti ove biostilove, imaš ove turet, imaš ovdje 2 tureta, imaš žičaru, ovo je za bossa...
Nema trave, nema kijeska, nema stolića, nema ničega, ravna ko...
I onda ja tako uključim ove turete i samo ih ovdje se rokam s njima i na kraju ono kada dođe boss imam sve uključene turete za bossa. Zbog toga ovo kao mapa, ovo mi je da kažeš ono... easy.
Kad sam rekao Slavku...
Kada kajtuješ isto imaš dosta tih, da kažeš ono, mjesta dakle možda pucati.
Opa!
I da budeš safe. Da, mamu, ili moraš u glavu da ga gađaš, inače onda ili moraš da se malo potribiš. Da, evo i oni padaju u glavu.
Skoči piš kako smeš.
Dođi kurgeru. Šta ćemo da uzmemo? Čekaj da uzmemo ove zamke.
One of everything.
Ćeš što uzem kutiju s munici? Navrno ćeš pucati i...
Ne, nećemo sigurno. Ja sam jednu tamo bacio. Čekaj bre, sad čekamo.
Da?
Zašto mi je 3 granate cap? Treba da bude 4. Ja mislim sam uzeo kao drugo napređenje.
Nije ti zapamtio, zapucala ti se igra. Nije ti zapamtio da si kliknuo, slušaj me, da si kliknuo na pasiv. Otključan ti je pasiv, a možda klikneš na njega i da izađeš bezbedno iz menija da bi bio aktivan skill.
To imam ide.
Misliš 2 komada, budući da imaš 2 kao naš, pa znaš, 2 imaš.
I ja mislim biti 1, ne?
Ne, 2. Ne, 2. Osim ako normalno dobiješ 2-2. Ja je stavko smo dvojicu ubili.
Malo bit ćemo njih ne. Imamo ovdje 2 tureta, imamo ovdje.
Znate sam gledao šta radi onaj nesretni Scrape. Da radi više animacije odjednom u slow down time. Gledao sam ga da ne privlači Cylon i da Q je napade, znaš, da mu udari. Znači još letim prema njemu, gledam ga 3 animacije izvodi usprazno. Znači nemaju cooldown na svoj udar.
Gdje si bre?
Kako mu health gori, gledaj ga. Ja sam pucao mrtvog inače, nisi skontao da je disable, a drugi si nije vidio kod mene na ekranu.
Isto sam sad, znači ono baš sam po njemu dao. Trebalo mi vremena da primitim da je gotov.
To što ovaj nije aktivno stao i krenuo da nišani, ovaj stoji gore i čekam jel mrtav ili nije mrtav, nešto se dešava, razumeš?
Evo ga 26, ništa idemo onda u ovaj...
Štab.
Sabor.
Mene su poslali štaba, ja ću mu pomoći.
Idemo na sabor.
Sabor? Bazar.
To. Mrzi me, ako pritisnem, čekaj, neće da zamrzne, skill. Da, ladno, brate, ono, nije zapamtio. Evo ga.
Opet je zapucalo. Ele?
Dark Hd. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
A neće da ga Alt F4, nego bukvalno moram da ga end taskujem.
If you got friends that you like to torture, buy them this game and play it with them. You can also call me. I'm a masochist.
KF3 Erk Sacarin Paris. My game freeze perk screen randomly can for. To fix the verify the game files, your system drivers, Windows up to date, record your game and PC, check your network connection.
Tebe onda za konekcije. Ako pitanje neki desync.
Kada smo na kaže, switching from DSLL to TSR worked.
To onaj,
da.
Kako se zove, downscaling, šta?
Da. To kaže lik da je njemu završilo posao. Ma, ja ti kažem, brate, to je nešto u igri, znaš, sve mi radi kako treba, brate, nego samo... Što smo rekli? CSR. Ako ništa, makar brzo učitava igra.
Ako išta, bar to.
Ova dvojka je baš dugo čitavala, evo ti još kad sam uzeo onaj SSD rekao, stavio sam igru na SSD rekao, ajde sad ćemo da vidimo da će malo brzo. Ma brate, jedno se osjetilo. Evo ga, TSR, save, multiplayer. I što najgore sad moram opet da uđem tamo u perkove, čisto da bi, znaš, vidio da li ga je prihvatio ovog puta. Nije ga prihvatio.
I? Ako opet to prožduješ?
Ništa, evo, uspio sam, hoćeš da se ti na meni ili ja na tebi? Evo, zovem tebi.
Da kažem, bolje ja da ne budem host. Svaka loša odluka mogu da je svalim na tebe.
To, pošteno.
Evo, ti si sam bio, evo. To je to, samo to kažem.
Jeste, evo sad mi se tu piše 2 bouncing VT-a kao dole. Šta si rekao, hoćeš dual hard?
Šta god ćeš, zato ste rekli ti host. Šta god hoćeš.
Matchmaking, da isključimo. Ništa, idemo u streetove, hard i...
Nije baš zabavno da biješ ove ajkule, kažem ti. I 2 igrača hard isto malo... Nije neizvodljivo, jeste, igrali smo ja to i Slavko pobedili. Ali su svejedno pain in the ass za kajtovanje. I rekao sam ti da što je veći nivo težine, to brže rade te animacije. Gde skoči na tebe i bez delaya te udari glavom, razumeš, da ima onaj nož. I to ti je to, mrtav si. Kraj priče. Nema. Kraj priče.
Kako priča? 26. level, idemo. Ja, likovi me nerviraju, znači užasni su. Samo želim da im stavim neke kacige da ih ne vidim.
Da im pokažeš glavu s nekim šerpama.
Bilo šta. U dvojci je bila jedna super estetika, ona kesa u fazonu da im staviš sa glavu.
A dobro, to je više bila kao šala, ovdje ozbiljno.
Da. Zbog toga dvojke je bilo ono i uspjelo, što je bilo kao ono zebancija i eto no.
Zato što igra samo sebe nije smatrala previše ozbiljno, dok ova... Šta je, nema multi, ja? Uključio sam multi, ali... Uključio sam multi, ali se ništa ne dešava, znaš. Sektira žičar, jesi. Dobro.
Less talking, please.
To ja sam ispraznio ove. A tamo nam je. Koliko para imamo? 2000. No.
You have 30 seconds left to stock up, guys.
Killing gun.
To sam ja uz. Prosto. Sasvim dovoljno.
Tvori armu, imamo žičaru.
Najgluplja moguća investicija koju sam mogu da napravim. Ovo šta je ovaj marksman, stavio sam samo eksplozivne metke na njega i ono, tapkom po metak. To je to. Nije neki ono, naš, no-brainer.
Ja kažem, ono, po mojom nekom iskustvu, koja je, kažem, nije nešto veliko, eksplozivni meci su mi, ono, top.
A ne multi više, a? Apsolutno mi je zavagao multi, znaš.
Oha?
Aha. Konstantno imam buff od ultija. Buff je da svaki neprijatelj koga pogodi, ja mislim, metak, taj iz, kako se zove, ultija, je tagovan automatski, znaš. Buff mi je aktivan, ali ulti nemam. To je tako.
Ne, da bi sklikao.
Bite killovo.
Dobro, sam polak.
Samo me neko pali, znaš. Ne bi da kažem ko me pali. Vatrni obožavac. Vatrni poljubac me pali. Vidim da to ove stanuju drolje. Vidio, odakle dolaze ovi projektili. Ovi vatrni. Mi neko reći.
A, to ga slučaj to gotovo.
Ne možda mu otkineš glavu i onda krene da mašemo četom okolo, onako tragikomično. Znaš kako mi ta promakla, ne znam ni sam.
O, desi se.
Pošto smo trčali svuda okolo i ono, što sam stigao da opalim, palio se.
Gore, bre, tamo.
Algo está la casa.
Jeste, la casa.
A, nemam založio 3... Koliko mi fali u te... 1000 i...
Stani, koliko ti fali? Da ću ti ja.
Imam 2600.
Ne, sad imaš.
Goodbye. Welcome to my channel.
Ne vredi, ne mogu ništa kupiti.
Nešto onda ću napredim armor za kosor.
Ako misliš da će ti sad pomoći armor unapred, bez veze ga goriš od Haskova. Haskova nemaš u boss rundi, znači moja logika je...
Nema veze.
Slušaj me, moja logika je jednostavna. Haskovi ti konstantno čipuju health. Konstantno.
Da, ali to mu se radi magija što će čipoti s armorom.
Samo ne. Opet pogreš. Ne. Svejedno će te pogoriti iz nekog mrtvog ugla, razumeš?
Da, ali mi neće našom skinuti...
Džaba, non stop ga riperuješ. Ne slušaš me, to je bacanje paru bunar. Znači, onda kad ti treba armor, to je kod boss. Što boss ima napade koji praktično one shotuju. Ako nemaš ljubičasti armor, 100 armor. Treba imati armor kad se ono što kaže, kad se računa kod zadnje runde. A do tad... ja. Ja tako mislim, ne mora biti da sam upravo. Mislim, morat ćeš ga kad tada napraviti pre zadnje runde, to stoji. Ali ima razlike, kažem, između gledam ljudi koji ga stalno upravljaju. Jedno je kad ga naprediš pa dobiješ džabe armor, razumeš, za pare upgrade.
Dobro, vidi što je došao.
Bolje bježi odavde. Da. Ja ulti nemam. Blago bavim. Gdje ćeš ti, u zid si zabio. Pokušava da me side stepuje, znaš, da me dodžuje. I trči uza zid. Šta mi skida health?
Možda ono vatrica tamo i ono hoćete...
Kakva vatra, nije
Def
bilo ništa
Nerdy
na
Muscle Guy.
Ne,
Welcome to my channel.
Iz zida.
Mane.
Iz cevi one.
Ništa ja
Hoćeš
tu...
novci?
Ništa ja tu ne razumijem. Ma ne mora, imam para.
Nešto ću kupiti drugu pušku, mada imam i opet 400...
A iz iskustva s inženjerom ti mogu reći da ti bez toga noža za bacanje ti treba samo drugo oružje za boss. Zato što znaju da budu zeznuti nekad za vraćanje, našto kad se boss previše mrda okolo ili kad ima dosta adova. Isto jedna stvar, nije mi jasno kako to radi. Ti turet možeš da podigneš sa ovim multitoolom, to mi nije jasno šta se tu dešava. A moraš da imaš bar jedan charge multitoola da bi podigao turet. A ako ga nemaš, neće da ga opravi. I ne troši ti se charge kad priđeš i ono interaktuješ. Jesi to vidio?
Ne.
Ako iz daljine naciraš u njega sa multitoolom, on ga kao iz daljine opravi i podigne ga. Ako priđeš i uradiš use, ne potroši ti jedan charge. Je znao to?
Ne.
Sljedeći put probaj. Umjesto da ga iz daljine trošiš multitool, priđi i interaktuj ga iz blizine, ali moraš imati jedan charge, bar jedan charge. Totalno je ono glupavo. I kao, why is this a thing, znaš? Ima stvari koje su ono... Kao, zašto radi to? Kako radi? Tad sam isto vidio da se Z prošao je kroz to. Nije imao animaciju volta, već je prošao kroz zastavu.
A, da, to sam vidio, to sam vidio.
I kako ja to da, šta ja tu da gađam, šta tu mišljam?
Šta je tu treba da radim sad, šta mi ništa?
Koji je plan akcije? Leđi. Nema, nešto mi health skide. Ne znaš šta mi je, ovaj peder ovdje, bez luka, mrtav.
Vidio što, ovo je zabavljeno.
Znam, pa ja ne mogu ultra koristiti, već sam trg. Ovdje je već previše malo za ovoliko mobova, moramo se krećemo. Znaš, ovdje ti kažem, dođi nam dva velika zeda s dve strane, nemo što pobiti više.
Follow my ping. I pinged it.
38 health imam. Šta god.
Čekaj, imamo ove spekove.
O, ima iza mene, evo. 16 health imam.
A ti gore teš, ajde ovo se...
Ne vredi, na hardu već ne možeš to da radiš, ima mnogo više health. Treba ti ravno neko mjesto da možda ih vidiš iz daljine. On samo dođe iz ćoška, pap, jedan s druge strane. Kao malo priče se bilo.
Čekaj da idemo ovo dole da probam. Evo ga aktivirati, koliko imam? 3 čarža? A, vidiš ovdje ga aktiviraš na E kad mu skroz...
Ne, nego moraš da priđeš. Ako priđeš, ne troši ništa. I sad pitanje, da li je ovo feature ili je deo nekog koda gde je alat zapravo bio neograničen, znaš. Jer kapiraš da je u originalnom dizajnu za KF3 ili kodu bila da tu isto si tool imao kao u KF2. I onda je negdje u toku developmenta kao pa možemo i remote kao da ga aktiviramo, se troše charge-ovi. I imaš deo i jednog i drugog feature. Sad ja to da objasnim ljudima koji igraju, znači isto tako ko ti, ono kao, kako to radi, pa tako radi.
Gdje bi ti?
Sve samo ne u toj sobi. Usko je, doći ti veliki zedlin, ne znam šta da radimo. Dođi veliki zedlin.
Pa ništa, možemo u ovoj prostoriji pa onda ćemo da ovdje da... Imamo i aktiviramo...
Tu imaš opciju da odeš sa žičarom.
Da, žičarom, pa zato ti kažemo li negdje gore.
Ne znam, ako te krenu se bijeti, to je malo sobi, na bilo koju stranu da odeš može biti pogrešna odluka. Ako si na 50 HP-a i još kad ti iskoče neki degenerici. Mnogo treša nazad, kreni se. Inače, Gorfind je protrčao iza tebe, juri meni. To još nisam vidio. Ne znam, reci mi stavi smuk da te pogodi prac. Sa projektilom pod noge, da li ti manje skide kad imaš armor?
To sam pogodio i ono...
Ja bi da mičem, previše ih ima iz tog pravca.
Uđe se pao, ajmo ovamo dok nas kumati.
Aha, evo ti ga sad ovo. I od sad je Haz bio zasadi bukvalno, lejde.
Ajde, ja ću da uzmem municiju jednu.
Tiš kutio municije?
Stavit ću je tamo gdje su ona dva tureta. Na ulicu.
Da nemaš 150.
I imam 5000.
Daj pola.
Dolazim nazad.
Bidu napravim armor za boss rundu ako išta, znaš. Pošto si rekao šta mislim armor.
Brate, znači.
Znači za bossa. Znači za bossa, za sve ovo.
Pa znači ako manje ti
ne. Iz mog iskustva ne. Ako te nalate u lošoj poziciji, žaba ti ne znam kakav armor, znaš. Ako si ono loš positioning, ima si otete među 2-3 zeda, bilo da me sabiju između zida i vrata, naprimjer, ovo spomeri. Pun health, pun armor, žaba, biju. Sad ti vidio da smo otišli, a nisi ti vidio da je boss, šta? Sad si tražio pare, stvarno nisi vidio da je boss, ozbiljno?
Ne, nisam.
A ja se pitan šta radiš ovdje.
To. Ništa, imamo to, imamo vremena da stignemo, nisam.
Imaš, ako te boss ne pesete, ne idu u malu ulicu.
Ano ga tamo iza nas. Ajde, pić.
Zato sam je kupio armor ako hoćeš da znaš. Što znao da je boss. Ja kontam da ti znaš, ali... Koliko god da misliš da si daleko, nisi daleko.
Ne, moram sam preći tu sam neke vode.
Ovo sam hvala da se nađeš za sve.
Ja sam neko padne su na kako.
Ne, nisam ja pao, ja bio punktao.
Ne, kako kažem oko tijela, kako malo se spusti. Ma ne, brate, ovi podržani su normalni čovječe. Ako gađaš ovaj big spot s njima, čovječe. Bezobrazno.
Da, i onda imaš ljude koji koriste, kažem ti, vulkan. A dobro, vulkan može koristiti svaka klasa. Ovo može samo inženjer da eksploatuje.
Hoćeš reprizu?
Stvarno ti čared? Mada bih radije potrošio poene, jer ti si jedan od onih što skuplja poene besomučno.
Pa znam, ali znaš ono kao napređenje su meni već, brate, sve preko 100 komada dobiješ, ne znam koliko se...
Mene nisu, zato ti kažeš.
A tebi nisu? Aha, ajde.
Znači ne košta te ništa, nije kao da čekaš loading time, koliko je tebi loading time? Meni je 15 sekundi. Ako je 15 sekundi.
Ma manjima, da.
To što igra trenutno nema, ne znam koliko, nisu mape super detaljne, ako nisi primetio.
Welcome to my channel.
Da imaju, ne znam, kompleksnost kao u KF-u 2, nema.
To ti pričam da je mnogo veći loading time u dvojici nego u trojici.
Da.
Ali opet igru sa 55 na 17.
Hardware je mnogo jači trenutno nego što je bio onda.
Ima i toga, ali ako gi sad pokušaš dvojku, vidjet ćeš da ima drastično duže. Na primjer, dvojka je generalno sa hard diska vukla čitanje, ono...
Jeste, ali ne može, mislim da sam engine igre ne mogu da iskoristi tvoj hardware.
To.
Šta je god. Šta je god, ovo je preskup, da?
Koliko bi igra bilo zajebanije da ne...
Da igraš klasu kao što je intended, ne bi. Ne bi, po njihovom dizajnu ti bi trebao da koristiš shotgun koji ima dodatna 3-4 peleta i što kažeš ti malo veći spread, tako da samo bi trošio više para na municiju. Kupio možda 1-2 shotguna do kraja meča i to je to, ili bi koristio grenade launcher. Zato što imaš onaj self damage ti je manji, jer bi koristio onaj beam oružje, razumeš? Ili medic oružje sa beamom, ili bacač plamena od firebaga, ili inženjer rifle. To ti sve beam oružje. Piše tamo na pasivu da ti je, ne znam, beam širi. Ovo je samo jedan glitch koji se odnosi na, znači kao što rekao, moraš specifično da imaš shotgun da bi ovo radilo. Ako nemaš shotgun, u jednom od dva primarna slota nemaš taj buff, te s toga to ne radi, znaš.
Da.
Znači vrlo je specifičan glitch za reprodukciju.
Sad sam da kažem, uši me scout kreće s onim sranjima što stavljaš na vrata.
Šta stavljaš na?
Što stavljaš na vrata.
Što
tu bombu, tu minu.
Što bi ja to uzeo? To možeš ti da uzmeš isto.
Da, znam, ali kažem, uši on kreće.
Ne, svako kreće sa nečim, kreće i Medic sa torbom.
A vidim sad, na primjer, nemam na turretu activate, nego moram da trošim ovo sranje.
Ne,
Da li
ne,
to
prva aktivacija, da.
To.
Šta je sad? Nešto zagličano se čuje, znači da je glupi husk, da. To je se...
Imamo bloter, ali ne znam što radi tamo. Hoćeš iđeš dole ili po njima gore?
Što bi ti siš? Imaš husk.
Ne, bio bloter i vidi ga sam samo je umro. Hoću na huska.
Ti desinkovano, prosti.
Ne, vedim to
Imam osjećaj da smo desinkovani, aj ti.
Ne, kažem ti, vidio sam...
Ne vidim te desi.
Ne pokazuje ti stalno.
Vidim samo plavu strelicu u daljini, razumeš? To si verovatno ti, moja pretpostavka. Izvoli novci. Toliko od mene.
Mislim treba sad da i ovako ne možemo to ove runde.
A ovo nikad ne lupaš, jel?
Koga? Lupam, nego više sam pogađao sve ove.
Dobro, samo pitam.
To mi je sve.
Najprecizniji opis Splinter Cella, kaže simulacija razbijanja sjelice. Ako si igra Splinter Cell, da bar vidio gameplay.
Ne možeš multitool za ovaj turret.
Nisam ništa kupio, da su ti pare sve.
Tih igara prva koja je bilo nešto na tu kao foru, mislim se zvalo Project Piggy. To mi je bilo super igra. I to...
Nešto moderno, ne vidim šta. Samo znam sam dobio pick damage. Hvala ne zgledaj.
O ne.
Šta na kilo? Šta će njoj range rampa da objasnim? Ona je uvijek imala specifičnu namjenu. Ide uvijek iza grupe Z-ova ili iza velikog Z-a I vrišti da uništi sve prekile koje lete na veliku zemlju.
Da.
Bamuzadu.
A ne da služi
Welcome to
kao
my channel.
backup snajper, razumeš, da te ono, da te nokuje umjesto.
Ti razbiješ ovo?
Ne. Ostavljam. Stavljam Deda Mraz.
Evo su bodeži, imam...
Da on razbije.
Nemam ništa ti dam, nemam ništa ti dam.
Ništa mi ni ne treba, gracias.
Ovdje smo sve očistili. To mislim da više multitulovi kao multitulovi ne trebaju da...
Treba ti jedan.
Pa jedan, ono možda za kasno.
Treba ti jedan da svaki turet podigneš i to ti to.
Dobro, podigli smo ih, zato sam sad podigli sve. Možemo ovdje da dođeš. Vidimo, dakle ste došao?
Ja.
Ne, nego neki gorfing, evo ti sad.
Misliš odakle se spawnu? Nema spawnu, samo se stvori.
O.
Preskoči spawn, znaš? Samo stalo protiv.
Kako si me pljunuo kroz kola? Idu na tebi, nemoj tebi se složiti.
Ne mogu se pomerim. Upali ulti ako imaš. Nemaš?
Imam, ali mislim da ću brže se probijem.
Ne znam.
I neću imati animaciju da te dižem. To je to.
Pa brže ćeš sigurno, ne znam kako su se stvorili. Moja pretpostavka je su i šakti izleteli, su me tako blokirali.
Samo su se spawnovali, što kažeš.
Nema animaciju, znaš ono iz Kefa 2, da on kao izlazi iz šakte fizički. Ne, ovdje nema. Ovdje je na nogama bez one animacije čučnja i samo te zgra ili bije. Zavisi.
Koliko sam te healovo s ova 3 darta?
Šta si stavio? Instant heal, da?
Da, stavio sam instant heal, čekaj, ti još 3.
Ne radi. Jako malo. Ako 20 health, ma da. Quick release. Već sam objasnio slabo.
Znam, ali neko hoću da isprobam da vidim.
Možeš da isprobaš, ali uopšte nije delotvorno. Jer niko neće umreti odjednom, razumeš? Nešto imati odjednom. Više taj heal over time pomaže nekad nego instant heal.
Ti trebaju par, u stvari 6 samo da ti dao, može?
Ne, džaba ne mora ništa. Čuvaj.
Hoćeš da kupimo municiju, serinđove? Hoćemo municiju?
Nešto. Mogu da pravam. Znaš šta ću da pravam, pošto ti uzeo to za healovanje, jel da?
Ne, ja sam kupio municiju, sam kupio da bacim dole.
Ne, sad će ninja ratnik da radi.
Što su luk i strelu?
Luk i strelu? Pa to može ako igra na 6, onda može luk i strelu. Da ne gledaju mobovi šta radim, ono uvek. Onda mogu uzem luk i strelu, zebancem. A ovako ne. Da, samo se ono pop-up, stvore se iznad šahte, razumeš i pođe prema tebi. A ako si blizu zgrade, mrde, bukvalno mrde, ne konta sam. Imaš već dosta ovih haskova iznad glave. A mislim da nemamo vremena da ih skidamo. Kažem, sad ja treba da posvetim sad svoj fokus da skinem haska na krovu, dok me nešto lupa po nozi. Ne znam zašto je to dobar dizajn. A ako pitam Milanista, on će reći da je to genijalno. Da te off-screen bombardira, znaš.
na papiru kao zvuči interesantno.
Na papiru, na kakvom papiru kad imali delay, razumeš? Isto sam gledao... Ko može heal? Isto sam gledao da pa ne radim ja Bog zna šta. Gledao sam da šalta između dve animacije. Jedna animacija da te bombarde, druga da te šiba s bacačem plamena. Da opali iz mortara 4-5 onih granata, instant skoči i krenete ono kao spray da radi na tebe. Imamo još jednu rundu ovih zabancija, onda ide boss. Špare?
Ne, pun sam ono.
Pun si, dobro.
Štedimo pare posle sledeće runde. Evo još jednu municiju ovdje.
Ali prošli put nismo iskoristili, već sam ti rekao. Nemaš ti toliko potrebe za municijom, zato što bossovi nemaju toliko veliki health pool kad smo dvojica. Da nas je 6...
Dobro, ako brate, budemo spremni.
Da, ali pošto nas je...
I za zadnju rundu ću da uzmemo one... stun trapove.
Dobro, znaš da ih iskoristiš, okej.
Pa da. To ga odmah pred početak otprilike bacim 1-2, znaš, ono možete spasiti kad ti dolazi sledeće ili nešto tako.
Ili kad nemaš vremena da se nahilaš. A nekad samo prođi kod strep, si gledao to?
Samo prođi. Njega registrovao, znaš.
Da. Zato što oni imaju te kao rush animacije gdje on trči kao naš, prema tebi, ono kao bik. I jednostavno ne isprati zamku između tebi i njega, prođi kroz to. I njegovi ono, mobovi ono, triggeraju to. Jebote. Kako je dotrčao do češka, Viš šta ih, jo. 5 se trčao gore, Kindle. Mislim, znam da je to modifier runde, ali ovo je stvarno... Da su i enrageovani odmah, činite, vidi, to bi bio veliki problem. Evo ga jedan skrejk iza nas.
Samo ga polako, ne mogu ono...
Zalagio sam ga. Da sam maksovo defense za blok za ovu katanu.
To ne zvuči kao loše.
Zato što je jeftina i štit nemaš.
Tog ninja sam ima nešto razmišljao, igrati ga, ne igrati ga, ali onda rekao, brate, jebeni ninja od berserkera na ninja.
Peri bi trebao da ti vraća health, međutim, zbog netkoda Peri ne možeš da potrafiš dobar timer. Jer jedno ćeš da promašiš blok i boss će tu biti dok ti pokušaš to da radiš.
Perfekto.
Ćeš li kutiju smeci?
Ne, imamo dve, stavio sam jednu ovdje i jednu tamo u onu početnu sobu.
Ćeš jedan shock trap?
Pa uzeo sam jedan shock trap, možeš i ti da uzeo shock trap.
Može.
Ili se mogu da uzmeš ono da ih horduje, ono da ih skuplja.
Onaj pull strap, pa možda zove male bubice, ali ne znaš koji će nikad boss. Recimo da ti je spawnovo impalere, šta će ti taj pull strap? Njih ne vredi puno.
Si fit?
A on ide s druge strane. Tako je glupost.
To stavio da dođe ovdje na strap. pokušajte bacim trep ovako i direktno od njega.
To sam ja radio.
Ja, a da.
Pa sad će skočiti ispod tebe sredno, znaš. I prošao je kroz te, vidio?
A, sad što kažem, ti se čini kao da je prošao.
Gazi ga, samo gazi. Iako pravo da me ubije, nema veze. Samo ga ubije. Ne, pucaj njega. Prijatno. Zato što je zaključan koliko sekundi u toj animaciji, jedno 4-5. To on pojede, razumeš. Skroz ne bi. A bio živim. Mamac.
Zet, koliko si Zet eka dobio?
2. Tako da. Došto si uglavnom ti njih dok usuri, ja sam si s jednom dvojicom ono tuko bio. Ovako, prsa u prsa.
Ja da kažem, bi bilo onda pametno da uzmeš, nemam, hoćeš nazad ili...
Ne, pa da, hoću da uzmem nešto, slobodno vratim.
Ja kažem, bi bilo pametno da uzmeš, kako se to...
Ne.
Nešto što ih taguje, neki flamethrower ili tako nešto, nešto radi neki AOE glupov.
Mogu da uzmem Ifrita, to je laser, on ih taguje kako god obrneš. Nije pravo nikak. Ali...
Ja ne znam kako ide da se računa.
Znam, razmišljaš kao RPG igrač, ali ne znam da li to tako radi.
Ne, izvini, ali ovo je meni glupo, ono, brate, ne mogu svi da imaju isti pristup svemu. I znaš, samo će dobiti onaj koji ga last hituje, ono, to mi je malo debilno.
I onda se svi otimaju, onda imaš čovjeka koji, ne znam, ima snajpersku pušku napređenu, a ti si level 10-15. I nemaš napređeno oružje i on... Pa da, i on oladi velikog Zeda i samo on rekao je, samo tapa, kaže Milan, ja imam 20 Z tek. On kaže imam 3 do 5. Ono što sam uspao, razumeš, da ubijem.
Čekaj, nisam uzeo ovaj level. Rally Beacon, to je ono što ti imaš, taking damage, increase weapon damage, 20% bash enemy 50... Aha, znači 5 sekundi try killing with hit damage or explosive.
Evo uzmi samo Beacon. Nemoj toliko da razmišljaš. Ozbiljno ti kažem. Nemoj toliko da čitaš. Neke stvari ne vredi čitati, zato što piše ti levo, ovo daje damage, ovo drugo daje uslovno nešto. Če uzmeš damage uvijek. To bi važilo da su oni proveli mnogo vremena u balansiranju igre, kao što vidiš nisu. I čuo si za izraz ono downgrade i side grade. Većina stvari ti je ovdje side grade. Nije kao da radikalno menja način na koji igraš igru.
Da. Imaš ono što kažeš ti bukvalno side grade. Mislim, nije ni to loše u nekom smislu, ali znaš, nekako se ona... Pazi ovako, tamo je svako imao svoje melee oružje, da. Ovdje svi imaju neke glupe noževe, ono mislim...
Imaju default čelik, to je to.
Znaš, kao pitaš, šta ste vi tačno mislili? Znaš, ovo likove, kada pogledaš, ovo su likovi iz Call of Duty-a, što kažeš, ono...
Iz Apex Legenda. Gledao sam danas gameplay od Apex Legendsa, ne? Kod jednog streamera. Mogu ti reći da puške izgledaju original kao skinuti iz te igre. Bez zabancije.
Mislim da je ovo mapa, mislim i radna mapa isto ima kameru.
Kako misliš?
Mapa se ovo najviše kao kamera.
O?
Ima drugih dosta, nema da kažem ti i radar sad i ti.
Pali ti meni. Sinovac.
Dolazim po tebi.
Marhask stoji iza ove boranije sitne i samo lože, razumiješ. Šta je ovo?
Spawning intensity, cut damage.
Tad ću ja fino maš da uzmem. I ja ne medik pištolj.
Nemam da otvorim ovo. Nešto moram da kupim.
Izvoli.
Ma ne moraš mi davati, nemam sad.
Ću ja da kupim alat.
Ne, kupio sam i alat, pa
Ćeš
čekaj,
ja da
nemaš za alat.
kupim... Dao si ti para, ćeš ja da kupim alat. Ne, treba mi se... Treba mi $100 možda.
Ma evo ti nam pomoć, koliko kupi ti alat, naravno da možemo završiti.
Šta je ovo?
Imaš i ako hoćeš onim tamo tur, te aktiviraš.
Evo turet. Ne znam smetio da tvoj karakter kad hoda i kad trči čuje se kako trupka, onako baš kao da nosi betonske, kad se ništa drugo ne čuje bez tih. Čuješ kako dup, kao da beton nosi na nogama.
Sad ne znam toliko, sad mi zvuk, ne znam zbog čega mi nije prebacio zvuk na slušalice, čujem tebe na slušalicama, ali ne čujem niču.
A znaš za ovo?
Ja, nisam kupio killing gun.
Naravno da nisi uzeo killing gun. Ja sam ti rekao da si da zadržiš pare. I da tradeš pištolj za onaj SMG za pištolj. Nije ti ni velika doplata, čini mi se. Ne bi uzeo katana, sam znao da ne možeš killovi, da mora sam da se killovi. To sam još uzeti svejedno. A to ono kao priority list low, vjerovatno.
Ne, uzme, ovo sam zaboravio, znaš, ni da nemam notu. Imam sam nešto sam kupio.
Pa nisam ti bez veze dao pare, znam da si čanak sa budžetom sigurno.
Ne, imam, pa imam bi za budžet koji ti, što imaš. Ovako, uzimam.
Šta si sad zbio? A? Bježno. Eto, to si zbio bježno, znaš. To ono što si ti rekao, nemaš healing gun, viš? Ja ga imam. Sve. I radi dosta dobro. Ha. Čak može zaraditi ekstra kintu ako me healaš, to znaš? Ne znam koliko ćeš tačno dobiti, ja ti mi reci.
U ovoj igri sve košta.
Jer ako sad priđem tome... Ja se ne sjećam da si u KF-u 2, na primjer, imao auto heal.
Daj mi...
Ne mogu, moraš me healat prvo. Na healu me. To čeka da me ne healaš da mogu ti dam išta. Jer ako odem na healat će me, neš dobiti te pare. Vidiš da je malo, evo gledaj, 42 imam. 8 healta, samo da znaš. Presmešno su te strelice. Uzvoli. Znači, neš me nikad tako na healat, to ti kažem. To ako misliš da je... Ne, nego... Slavko je to radio, pa sam ja rekao da je... Neverovatno loše. U nedostatku boljih reči.
Ne bih rekao da imam par da kupim malo municije za sačmoru, makar okvir 2.
Hey, if you haven't already,
Sad nije gotovo.
Ne, cima se trze, sad nije mrtvo.
Znači on su doradio animaciju.
Hvala. Flash found.
Ne mogu da ti vrati samo.
Ne znam šta će da radim s njim, da se igram sam.
Ne, sad samo ga ne dira, nećem kad... Imali smo ovdje gore window i ta neka sranja reko njih da isprejkam. Odakle mi municija?
Od mene si krao. Pičko. Sad vidim da mi fale strelice. Odakle ti municija? Zašto?
Za safur.
Pa nisi je trošio šta?
Nisam imao municije za njegu, nestalo mi municije, brate. Onog zadnjeg sprejka smo u onoj rundi ubio sam ga pištoljem, nisam imao municije, ništa.
Či još jedan glitch si pronašao, a? Faka, ti ga čast.
Ne znam šta mi dalo municiju ovdje.
Ne znam. Ja znam da sad radim dot. Šta je wave info? A, specialist hit damage, pa tu smo. Ne znam kako ovo da odradimo. Imaš husk bonus damage, znaš. Ako budemo stajali bilo gdje nema krova, ima da nas nema, znaš.
Pa ništa, idemo odmah do dole, šta, i to je to. Idemo ovdje pa ćemo da se onda mrdamo. Koliko ih je?
Da. Fast forward. O njima pričamo, tako?
Pa pazi, dolazi sprejk. Ne, ovo je flash bomb. Nijedan Z-taj mi nije... Ovo sad. Nijedan Z-taj mi nije bio... Znači, pravi moment.
2 flashponda si bilo pored tebe, sam vidio.
O, isklekov. Treba novac.
Ne baš. Za sad ne. Odakle? Imam ne znam, samo se ublinkuje unutra, znaš.
Dođi u ovu veliku stvari.
Ovdje kroz zastav se teleportuje.
Ovdje sprejk, ne sprejk ovdje. Pound.
Osjeća da su 3 bube skočile kroz tebe. Kroz mene. Odjednom mi je palo 36 HP, a niko nije bio protiv mene. Mislim da bube imaju taj neki retardirani ovaj. Kasko mi gađu. Wow. Strava mi zasada bila. što ti je bio quick release dart. Što ja gađi s njim. Ćeš zameni multi-tool za nešto drugo?
A, pa bossove, ja sam uzeo zamke.
Ajmo, zamke. Aj kule, ne aj kule.
Ja, dobro smisla. Držat!
Daći samo sekundu da se frizuje. Dobro. I opet kroz mene, 2 puta, znaš. 2 runde za redom.
Isključio sam ult samo iz onog razloga, brate, bio sam... Bit sam rekao, nema šanse sada.
Kako sam ga dobro napravio, a? Dobro.
Ne znam što stavila, ali hvala.
Znaš šta, imamo plave, tanke kese što dobijamo
Nazad.
Ambalažu
Da.
u njih. I onda sam donijela jedan džak, to su tanke, plave,
Da.
ovako, čašice što u njih pakuju. U njih pa u kutiju. I onda sam sve unutra, znaš, ulačila, donijet ću ja i za ovaj.
Aha.
Viš kako je dobro? I ovaj će na. Jer on tu ima i cipzar, a ima iznutra još jedna.
Dobro.
Znaš, vreća u kojoj je stiropor, pa onda ova spojna.
Ja.
Ali ova je super. Ispa.
Jesu. Dao sam da jedu oko 11.
Dobro.
Elem.
Čekaj, otišao sam ovdje samo da napravim... Rapid release dart.
Također malo su napravili. Da bi imao ikakav healing od toga.
Hoće li biti skuplje?
S materijalima?
Ne, pa ovako da ga kupim.
Ne. Da. Još inicijalni trošak, to je to.
Evo ko max rank. 6 overtime, 6 damage overtime, 6 heal overtime.
Vidiš kao me nabiju noga koliko vraća. Vrati oko 50 health, čini mi se, sa 3 komada.
Da, evo, to sam stavio. Što sam ovdje laser sight? Zašto imam laser sight na njemu?
Da bi mogo da vidiš gdje ciljaš.
Ma ne koristim njega za to, ja ću mu skinem taj laser sight. I onda će onda košta 1300. A stavio sam dole, sad ne znam da to ima efekta. Tu burst, znači daje fire rate i damage.
Ne razumeš, utiče, ne razumeš. Glupo je napisano. To ti se zove Dart Recharger Kit, razumeš? A ti si uzeo multi-round burst, jel?
Da, to da.
Ma jok!
Imaš i bounce Dart Recharger Kit, da.
Dart Recharger Kit ti brže regeneriše, nemoj da čitaš šta piše. On ti brže, ne, brže ti recharge strelice. Možda pročitaš šta piše da radi. Multi-round...
Znači mogu da ga napredim, onda ću dobiti više, ono da.
Biće ti manji cooldown.
Ajde ništa, to sam onda napredio. Koliko je to? 1255 samo sa 2...
Toliko i mene košta. A oba su maksovane. Oba su maksovane.
Pa da.
I to je sve što ti treba za heal.
A oružje se zove Vidareva ljubav.
Vidareva ljubav.
To sam uslao od Dragana Jovanovića, Vidareva ljubav. To na fesu izvukao si ciglu, znaš.
Da.
Znaš, nekad smo imali Vidare, pa su neki htjeli da ih zovu Hećimi. Majku im jebem. Neće meni ovdje Hećim. Nego... Armori... Ne delete. Ujevate 4,5 košta s ovim. Ne znam, brate, pičku materinu ovdje mogu da budu.
Šta je to? Buđio?
Kompenzator. Recoil. Zašto ja imam recoil? Boli me kurac, ovo je toliko pump action, znači on je ovako spor.
Pump action nema pojente s recoilom. Da je semi-auto ili full, bilo bi smisla. Kad ga on napumpa, ti svejedno koriguješ ništa.
Laser sight. Lightweight magazin za brži load, how velocity ovdje ima, znači to daje accuracy, penetration, dobro.
Riverrun PT. Welcome to my channel.
A vidi sad ovu eksploziju slag, znači što ga više napređujem, evo te kao smanjuje mi damage, ono. Znači.
Ne smanjuje damage, povećava
AOE.
AOE.
Povećava AOE i smanjuje, ali znaš kao imaš 23 minus damage za sljedećem
na zadnjem levelu daje 150% AOE scale. Damage penalty koji imaš sa municijom, default ti je manji penalty. Da. Dodaje, smanjuje također recoil, valjda, ne znam. Aerodinamične municije, šta god. Piše one burst shot. Minus 1. Ne koristim.
Sa 21 na 17 otišao.
Da. Da. Vidi se razlika. Vidit ćeš sam kad budeš igrao.
Ništa spremam kada ti, evo neću da startujem, to je kad. Može?
Start. Unapredio sam sad differ. Dobije modifier 5% na boss damage.
Ne, materijali, znaš da izgradiš tu kao početnu municiju jedna stvar, ali da ju naprediš kompletno drugo. Kapiram čak ono, možda bolje imati manje upgrade-ova.
Eto ja nešto vidim, pošto su preskupo oružje.
Da, imati manje upgrade-ova, a te upgrade-ove znaš ono...
Da budu jači.
Pa da.
Pa da. Na primjer, ja sam pričao siguran da možda staviš eksplozivne slagove na početni bomb breaker. I da nećeš izbiti budžet. Da možeš na prvoj rundi imati oružje koje recimo detonira ZD-u. Mogu da se kladim.
Doćemo da ovdje imamo razlogu da ostane.
Ne.
No tu... Imaš ovdje armor, evo. Gore, vratno, imaš li ti za to?
Ne iskoči, znaš?
A?
Ne iskoči, ne znaš što ne iskoči, razumiješ, tapkam, jedno mi isto tako zeznulo bila igra, nemam pojma kako sam isto, isto tako neko bez veze. Drži jed. Kupi pištol pa neću.
Dobro.
Baš već. Ja imam 39 HP. Pali samo 3 komada. Znači doćiš mi skoro do kraja. Tu ti je shop. 49 imam. 2, 3. I to ide do, čekaj, 93. Koliko sam bio rekao? Skoro sam pun bio. Znaš, oko 50 HP. Nije tačno, ali oko. Šta znači, fora to si ja napravio. Skinuo sam sve tačno, teo sam onoga recharge kita i one municije napravljene. To je na max. A ostalo ni nema. Jer ne možeš ništa dobiješ s time. Realno govoreći, ne možeš ništa dobiješ osim kameru.
Ovdje pištolji nam poveća da služi, stvarno da služi.
A imaš onaj što Mr. Foster ima, komand. Kao startna klasa. Njega kad staviš recimo eksplozivnu municiju, on ima onako, kao USP imaš što si preputiš s njim. Takav ima feel. Ono, dosta je precizan i relativno ono mali recoil. To što pogađaš to je sve u centar. Ali to je samo jedan pištolj od svih koji sam, razumeš, koristio. Jedan jedin. La kamera. Kropolić. Za drugu rundu nije loša fora uzeti melee oružje. Zato što uglavnom ih horda neka, znaš. Ili su zombi, ili su bube. Ako su bube još bolje. Još bolje.
Ovo eksplozivno municija tek sad ima nekog smisla. Do sada je bilo kao armor breaking, ali znaš, sada se zaista čistio.
Pa na malim rundama, ne znam što ide horda na tebe.
O, ne municija.
Jedno. Evo ga ovaj gej naravno je došao tu. Malo je skrejk. Bježmo elevatorom.
Lijepo, gdje si?
Potkinuo sam u glavu. Ovo ti je default katana od ninja. Unapređi na max. Ne košta uopšte puno para. Zvan. Tako je. Budi agresivno.
Da su ti kusiš?
U nožem.
U ne, od pada.
Ne, već si me 4 nožerka, daš mi kusur u nožem.
Može, pa, prodaš. Bilo bi fora se namestili da možda...
Infinite money glitch, da prodaš municiju. Posle druge runde si imao i sve.
To. Pa sve smo otvorili.
Aj, što ne, šta.
Ti to nemaš armor?
A? Nemam, šta će mi? Ubio sam skreka bez armora, čemu pričaš? Ti si rekao ajmo. Ja ostao, udario blok par puta, gurno ga ovako od sebe. On se malo stanirao, udario ga katanom 2-3 puta u glavu i umr. Šta će ti armor? Kaže, buy Marcus Guns. More, bez defense is more offense.
Si on gledao taj film, recimo?
Ne. Iskren da budem. Kaže, Moxie ti glumi, ona Mad Moxie glumi glumica koja je mlađa od Lilith, ali Lilith bi trebala da bude ono tipa 25-30 godina, znaš, a glumi je žena od 40 i kusur godina. Ajmo mi jedan krug da opalimo. Pazi, pazi, sa strane. Bez veze te razvaljuju, kažem. Ne vidim point.
Da, razvaljuju armor, ali ne razvaljuju.
Neću. Drugačije radi ovdje armor. Armor ti ovdje durability više. Može se reći da ti skinu 90 healtha i 10 armora. Nisi gledao to? Ne radi kao u KF2, da ti skidi prvo armor pa ti dođe do healtha.
Ne, ovdje ti samo umanjuje, ovdje ti radi kao u Quake-u, da kažeš.
Radi fiksnu količinu štete koju blokira, dok ga imaš. Kad ga nema, onda ne radi ništa. Jel to što kažeš?
Ne, procente, smanjuju ti damage samo u procentima. I kao gubiš, znači ovo što ti piše 150, znači da ti trebaš da gledaš kao više durability.
Da, to je
ali svaki ti armor ti smanjuje određenu količinu damage-a. Znaš kao, ne znači da će da ti potroši prvo armor pa tek onda health.
Ne, može se reći da ti podcepe 90 health-a i 10 armor.
Da, zato što je, znaš kao, to je više armor, to nije shield.
Zapravo se ponaša kako bi trebalo se ponaša Kelva 90% igara u kojima se ponaša zapravo samo kao bonus health.
Da. Ništa mu vamo.
Samo da aktiviramo ove.
Zar nisu aktivirani?
Ovaj dole nije bio.
Idemo kamping u ovoj prostoriji me nervira zato što se ovdje gore, ovdje po zidu javljaju.
Ne znam gdje je otišlo ostali samo, da budem iskren. Svuda negdje po mapi je to. Kada rekao može heal.
Može,
To je to. A, sad je preporučio kretanje. Pobili smo više od pola reži.
Slušaj, imamo ovaj dom.
Pa, znam, imaš dom, još malo.
Biće dosta da ubijemo ovdje. Znači dom.
To je fiksno 20%, ne znam koliko ja znam.
Znači, vala, znači.
A ne znam šta je onaj drugi bio bonus, ali ne može biti bolje od ovoga.
O.
Mislim da onaj drugi se uslovno aktivira sa nečim, ovaj ti je konstantno da je toliko damage. Šime god.
Evo, ja sam promenio, uzeo sam ono sranje da ih...
Pališ.
Tamo tu je.
Šta ih tam tu je? One... lurove?
No.
A nije žbos?
Nije žbos, pa ne, to je za talase ovako.
Za talas? Ja sam za talasa za nešto drugo.
Just this last wave.
Aj, ja. Ajde se ne pet. U vazduhu ga presečeš s ovim i pritom, znaš? Ovo je u sitnu gamu.
Oni to ruke. Ajmo ćemo pričati.
Mislim da je kask negdje iza, onako kao prolazio.
Bio. Bilo su dva komada.
Prošlo vreme.
Opro.
Boss front. Ćeš nešto specifično da uzem, ali...
Ne.
Možda trapove?
Samo da uzem, pa samo trapovi da uzem i to je to. O! Vidim to što nešto imamo sreće sa bossovima.
Jedan te isti. Bila su dva bossa nadlavate i to je to. Imamo tamo dosta ovih mitreza. Imamo ona dva, ovaj je već, ne znam, isključio se. Ne može ga uključiti.
Ovo je baš...
Ne, i ne može ga uključiti, treba ti alat, znaš. Tako sam ti reći. Hvala. Gdje je sad? Laga.
Gore, jebote, vidi.
Nisi ga vidio. Ja sam vidio gdje je skočio. Kill.
Everybody, make sure your gear's in good working order.
Dvoje sedmice. Koliko iskustva te dobiješ?
1000.
A tako je, ako 1600, 700, ono.
Ajde, razliku u kila. Mizerno.
Da, što nije loše, da se razumijem. Ja ne mislim da je to loše.
Mislim da tek 16 strela dobijam novi skill, tako da slobodno može staviti na isti. Nema veze. Nema veze. Nema veze. Nema veze, mogu si štediš malo vremena, ali nemaj se. Mogu si, ali nisi.
A to. Kriv sam.
Stop pojena. A ovdje treba 150 za ovu zebanciju.
Čekaj sekund, ako ja odem u armori...
Nećeš ništa otkazati. Šta ste u armori?
Explosive slug. Da li ja s onog prvog oružja mogu da skinem i da stavim te...
Možeš, ali moraš da napraviš novi slag za novi blueprint. Treba li da opišem kako to zvuči idiotski?
Pa to, znaš, ono kako se već napravi sve ono kao za sačmuru,
Ne, ovo je kao već predefinisano napravljeno.
Aha.
I moraš novi materijal da uložiš za novi attachment. Sve iz početka. Razumeš?
Znači ne mogu, da, nego je rekao, znaš kao...
Da, to sam i ja mislio da mogu da napravim jedan level 1, onaj kao gun, sa jednim attachmentom i onaj kao recimo sa 5 attachmenta za kad imam para, a moram da napravim kompletno novi attachment. Jer ne možemo da imamo lepe stvari.
Moraš da platiš, nemaš na to drugo.
Ne, kao why Arrowhead, why? Ne, nije Arrowhead Tripwire, koliko sam igrao Hd2. Danas su imali X-box launch za Hd2 2 i izgleda ima problema sa matchmakingom Xbox igrači. Ja sam bio siguran da bi trebalo da bude danas i onaj Hello, kako se zove, onaj ODST, onaj kao Warban novi.
Ja mislim da to više niko i ne testira, nego kao napravi i ono, brate, dobro je to radit će.
I onda ga krpe, along the way.
Jebote, ali to, znaš kao ono, ranije je to bila sramota, obruko si se, znaš, to su bile neke stvari koje su govorili...
Kad igra dolazi na disku, razumeš, jeli? Kad igra dolazi na disku, onda obično želiš da izbaciš...
Pa da.
Gotov proizvod.
Ali ne vidi, u redu, možeš da kažeš, znaš šta su morali, okej je to reći, ali opet neki lični ponos.
Što su morali? Što su morali? Point je da izbaciš sa što manje grešaka, razumiješ?
Pa to je onda nisu
ja se sjećam Baldur's Gate 1, 2, Fallout, Jagged Alliance, ništa toga nije imalo nekakve game breaking bugovi, ne znam te nije. To su bilo vrlo specifične stvari koje se aktiviraju random, razumiješ? Nije bilo kao, vidi glitch, exploit, glitch. Na svakom koraku, razumiješ?
Aktivirao sam mu.
Dođi, tebe čekam. To sam ozbiljno da ga skinem, ali previše ima tih animacija, razumiješ, čekao sam da bude onako perfekt za sebe.
Joj, super, aktivirao se žičaru. Moram 3 minuta.
Kad mi je trebalo. Pa imaš sjeći, tamo sam završio s kopanjem nas.
Baš ono ispalo, nisam imao više ovih toolova.
A teo si da odeš gore.
Uklo.
Bez da trčkaš okolo. Yes, very good.
Jesi tu odrodeo, jes, ništa, idem dole ima armor da se uzme.
Es una caída larga.
Armor available if you need it. Be quiet.
This turret should help.
Pitanje zašto ti se skida onda uopšte defense kad normalno armor ima 0% durability. 0% taj kao DR damage, znači zašto uopšte gubiš durability? Ili postavljam smiješno pitanje previše, no? Kad gledaš tamo armore, znaš, oni, kad ćeš ih upgradeš, piše ti, ne znam, 0. rank, 0% damage reduction, prvi rank 5%, drugi rank 10%, treći rank, ne znam, 15 i onda sa 15 ideš na 30% odjednom. Da ti nešto košta 1000 i po, ljubičasti. Ja ću. Hvala. Daj ga mene. Prvi sam ga video.
Don't play with matches. Cuidado, hay depredadores aquí.
Pusti je meni. Tu sam video.
Mogu da igram dosta dugo, bar na hardu, samo sa katanom i sa pištoljama ako neko može da me nahiluje ponekad. Ako moram da se oslanja na to da sam sebe healujem sa 3 šprica, ne mogu baš daleko da stignem sa melee oružjem, znaš. Zato je sistem u GF2 bio mnogo bolji. Da.
Da zbog toga je razloga više da koristiš ove...
Šta, špriceve?
Armore.
Ne. I dalje ne sprečava to da te ono što se rekao one-shotuju kad imaju preliki damage ovdje.
A to je druga stvar.
Ha, to je druga stvar. Kao što sam rekao, desi se da umreš sa, koliko te rekao, 670 armora durability-a i 0 health. I šta će onda taj armor da radi? Ništa. Kažem, jednostavno stojiš na nekom mjestu koje je predefinisano kao njihov spawn. Gde oni kažu ti nema animaciju, da oni sad tu nešto kao izlaze pola sata, nego samo odmah su borbeno gotovi. Znaš, borbena gotovost im je na zavidnom nivou. Vučić mi posavite.
Hvati naše. Evo ga opstavio, eventi.
Mene bije polut kod zombija. Otkinuo sam ga od pola, udara me po nogama, razumiješ, kao... Pazi.
Inače ovi mali mačevi, kakvi su?
Koji? Probaj, udaraj pa švit. Probaj regularne zedove da biješ.
Ne mislim kako je osjećaj, na primjer u dvojici je bio film, ono je vod...
Misliš ti saj vodež?
Ne, baš ono kao mačevi, ili baš što ono...
A, dual katane. Ne znam da si imao dual katane.
Ne, nisam imao dual katane, ali imaš katane i mačevi.
Katana je dobar osjećaj, a dual oružje nemam pojma. Valjda je glavni štik to što ima kao taj electrical damage koji možeš da togglaš on off. To je kao neki glavni štos bio. A nisam fan pošto se to troši, znaš. Kad si ispucao onda imaš regularnu katanu, to je to. Šta god. Trebam još jedna runda ovdje. Ajmo dalje.
Ti treba mi para?
Nađe mi treba para. Ostavio sam sebi jedan repairing tool da mogu da dignem ove mitraljeze kad se spusti. Nisu.
Ajde, nećemo tamo zato da bi imali se poslati.
Kurac, kasno, već su tamo.
Nema već.
Vidi, neko razbio ova vrata, znaš?
O, skrekano vratnik kad je...
A bila su otvorena. Čemu nasilje? Sam ga aktivirao, jesi? I još uvijek imam taj jedan tool koji sam sebi ostavio. Ja sam primetio da se stumbluju ponekad kad ih guram od sebe.
O, to... nisam.
Ne, imaš da staviš pomel teži i teže sečivo. I onda ih guraš od sebe. Pa guraš ga. Desni klik, levi klik, ovo radiš. Gurne ga od sebe. Da sam s default, katana nema šanse da mogu da ga guraš toliko dobro. Nješ kad bi radio peri, dobro, bilo bi super. To je ono, misao na imenice. Ajmo ići po sljedeći rundi.
Šta ti trebalo za nešto?
Mogu se uzmem ifrita, ali $500.
O, daj, pa što ne reći čovječe, imam ja sedim od 200.
Sljedeća runda. Odakle vidiš ti? Lezi. Gubite po nogama torobiraju. Možda kažem, nije nikakva realna šteta, ali ako 10 buba skine po 5 healtha, to je pola healtha. Samo kill, tuči health. Onda nazad, vidi ga. Sve. Vidi ga. Ovo šta radi? Sve. Šta je ovo čar postoji igre?
O, confuse.
No? Znaš što imaš confuse, oprosti. Šta je ovo? Na banderu sam, da to znaš. Udario sam u stubić i zakucao sam umjesto s mobility. Jer same pare ne treba, zašto sad ima?
place looks like a mausoleum.
Don't forget to ammo up.
Sad tradim jednu pušku za drugu. Imam para za municiju. Čak uzem trepom.
Right, okay.
Alright. Let's go. Oj, boss. Ajmo na glavnu džadu. Ili hoćeš ovdje da...
Mojem gore tamo imamo turete i...
Vidim da si bacio ove dikoje. Da nije šta.
Da, tu sam rekao čisto da ih ne propadnu. Mislim da ih propadnu.
Da ne propadnu.
Upravo.
Šteta da se baci. Jao, dva bossa. Ja mogu komotno baciti sve trepove, zato što su to dva bossa i to je to, ne znaš.
Ja sam se čuo jedan rekao...
Upravo to. Iza mene. Ako ti drugi skoči, bit ćeš mrtav, verujem. Bolje kajtve. Ozbiljno ti kažem. Mi smo ono igrali na normalu, pa nije bilo nešto strašno. Ovdje je njihov DPS mnogo jači.
O ne!
Na banderu zakačujte ga. Ovo je mrtav, čini se. Veruj mi, prošlo je sve pored tebe. Ne znam kako da ti ovo pišem. To je to. Ovo mi je bilo jako glupo. Snažno smo ga obojica upali s dve strane.
Zato je tu...
Da, zato je tu tim.
U tunelu nema zabancija. Šta se desi u tunelu, ostaje u tunelu.
Staje u Vegasu. Mislim da ću ovdje da stane.
Može se.
Mislim, sa killing floor.
Da.
To sam mislio. Ovo je bilo koliko, sat i po dva. Ne znam.
To nisam na sat, ali... Ima smisla, odgledali smo jebi. Odgledali smo 6-7 mapa.
Istih uglavnom. Što je najoptimalnije u suštini.
Ono što ti si rekao ti trebaju materijali.
Tebi ne trebaju.
Pa ono do sada nisu, ali sad...
Jer nisi pravio ništa, šta?
Pa upravo. Znaš, napravio sam tih par običnih, ali znaš kad nisam ulazio duboko u to.
Da su neki upgrade koji se zove crni led. Samo kad nije žuti. Ne jedite žuti led.
Šta sam imao? Page 13. Jebotan, 14. page sam, znaš.
Pa brzo ćeš ti to protrčati, ili ćeš sam.
Ujebate 200 košta ovo zadnje unapređenje.
Čega 200?
Pa kako se zove ovaj proficiency poene?
A to?
Skill poene, ne znam. Znači, ja imam još 2.
A dobro, to ti je, znaš, jednako ćeš, treba ti dostati za sljedeći level, tako da ćeš nakupiti, ne znam kako to ti objasnim, svaki sljedeći level progresivno treba ti više iskustva. Tako da uz par meča ćeš to da nakupiš, nije to...
Da, naravno, sigurno. Siguran sam u 100. Sviđa mi se kako na ovom Battle Passu između stranice broj 1 i stranice 20 nema razlike.
Tako misliš?
Pa ono, znaš, kada pogledaš sve ista stvar, znači... Kjerce i 20-ice nema razlike, ništa. Na svakoj stranici je prilike iste stvari, dobiješ samo za ono kao pitanje za kog lika i to je to. Znaš, ono baš ti i ne bude žao.
Kore ludo je ovo, nije mjesto. Zato dve ruke, sve vreme s dve ruke držim oružje čime ovo, penisom prludem. Ne kontam animaciju reloada. A ova ruka, ali ubrzana animacija, zato se ni ne vidi dobro. Za ime Bože. A ovo je kao coil gun, a? Ovo je Samaritan. Na magnet.
A, tu baciš.
A da, ono, uzimao sam bio komponent.
Ali glupo što ti ne ispiše damage, brate, kako ti šta radi, mislim.
Da, taj se si killing flora 2, možda i killing flora 1. Da si takve stvari imao iz kutije, što se kaže. Zbog nekog razloga, to nama ne treba, jel da?
Na to mislimo da pokupiš one stvari za Steam. Na store page.
Uz.
A, jesi. Ja to nisam znao do skoro.
Das Devil Premium Warbound. We are not sending you to the high world. Raider Cheer. Windswept Wayfinder. Expendable Napalm Launcher. I šta je ovaj MS-11? Na zdravlje. Ovo liči na kalašnjiku.
Kalašnjiku.
Pojma nema.
Super Earth's maximum security cities have come under an unprovoked attack by the Terminates. A seemingly coordinated attack. This act of terror cannot stand. Now, Helldivers will, for the first time, take the battle to enemies' homes. They will go deep into the gloom, into the Terminates' home worlds, the hive worlds, to uncover their mysteries, deal with the bug threat once and for all, and establish themselves as the rightful masters of this galaxy. The bug hive worlds are planets that have been completely terraformed by the Terminates over a long period of time. When Helldivers go to the bug hive worlds, they will find that they have huge, enormous cave networks spread across the planet, like a disgusting disease. Helldivers go into the caves to gather intel on the bug mutations and to uncover secrets of the gloom.
Sa Deep Rock Galacticom
We wanted to
neki
really turn the
crossover,
game
ali
on its head and
to
see
može
what
tek
happens
doći
when
posle.
we put 4 Helldivers underground.
In the claustrophobic and horrifying cave systems, some new tactics can be needed.
You have to really plan before you go in to get all of your weaponry.
Nemaš strategije, moj.
No help from your super destroyer once you're in the caves.
Pa, zato si u pećini.
You'll have
Kako da
to
te
look
kao
for
pošalju pomoć.
areas that have no roof to call down ammo.
Some sections of the cave can also be darker than others, so it might be a good idea if one squad member uses their flashlights, while the other squad members use their more powerful support weapons.
So we have 2 brand new Hive World exclusive missions. We have the Hive Lung, which is what the bugs are using to produce the fog. Really plan before you go in to get all of your weaponry from your destroyer.
Mislim da kapiram kako su uradili. Ovo su radili kao neke kanjone sa visokim liticama koji su zatvoreni i ne daju svetlost. I dalje imaš skybox iznad. I samo na određenim mjestima se kao vidi, kao taj skybox koji u suštini mračan, kao vidiš nebo i kroz to možda ubaciš municiju i oružje. Na određenim tačkama.
Bug that you see in the gloom, you have to go deep down past all its tendrils and enemies that are protecting it. Bring your backpack hellbomb or just a lot of big weaponry and destroy it. The other big mission is the mobile oil rig. A big, slow, clunky oil drill that you will drive around on the surface of the Hive Worlds to drill for the oil that Super Earth is basically farming from the Hive Worlds. And you can defend this with a big cannon on it, which will be very useful in case some enemies might want to come up and destroy it.
Jebote, ovo ima topove.
With new subterranean environments, we of course have to have subterranean species. We have new enemies that burrow into the ground and erupt beneath the player's feet. So the warrior will be your run-of-the-mill mole enemy that will just charge towards you from underground. If you're facing a bile spewer, it will look for blind spots and pop up from the ground, throw out a few projectiles, and then pop down into the ground again and find another spot to attack you from. The charger will do its charge, but now there's a big mound towards you, rather than the behemoth itself. But if you look for blind spots and mole enemy that will just charge ground and erupt beneath the player's feet. So the warrior will be your run-of-the-mill mole enemy that will just charge towards you from underground. If you're facing a bile spewer, it will look for blind spots and pop up from the ground, throw out a few projectiles, and then pop down into the ground again and find another spot to attack you from. The charger will do its charge, but now there's a big mound moving towards you rather than the behemoth itself. There's always this small game of whack-a-mole we have to play with some additional subterranean bugs that will jump out of the ground at any given moment. The dragon roach is like a big flying bile titan. If you wind up fighting it, you end up having to deal with its acidic fire breath. It will keep attacking you until you put enough pressure to get it to back off, or you manage to shoot off its wings and take it down. You know that you will be fighting these subterranean enemies when you feel the rumbling. But if the rumble is slightly bigger, please ignore that. I'm sure it's fine. When you feel the rumbling. But if the rumble is slightly bigger, please ignore that. I'm sure it's fine.
With the launch of Into the Unjust and the exciting release on Xbox, we now also have 2 new warbonds, one of which is the Hd2 crossover warbond, which is our first legendary warbond.
When it became clear that we were going to do an Xbox version of the game, we asked ourselves, okay, so what would fit in, and ODST came to mind immediately.
We wanted to make the perfect Halo collaboration, so every detail that you would expect to be there should be there.
All the weapons have a very iconic look. It's something that everyone would recognize if you're a Halo fan.
We got extremely close to the original ODST content.
Some small changes had to be made to maintain believability, where the ejection port is, like tiny things like that.
We're fans of Halo ourselves, so we wouldn't want it any other way than to be absolutely perfect.
Pay close attention to the models. We might have snuck in some things.
In the end, we managed to deliver exactly what we wanted to deliver, and that's very rare in game development.
So Dust Devils is our newest warbond that we worked in collaboration with our partners at Wushu. The Dust Devils are Helldivers that are trained and experienced in fighting in extreme conditions, and they are very useful now that we're going to go deeper into the gloom and fight on these
shotgun,
planets
no
that
primary.
are infested by a lot of dangerous bugs.
No, gledam za onaj
So in this warbond we have 3 new Stradians, 1 primary and 1 throwable. First off, we have a new assault rifle. But there is a small twist on this assault rifle. It's the first assault rifle with incendiary rounds. We have the expendable napalm, which sort of is the airburst rocket.
Zapaliła amunicja z automatską
symmetry trigger.
Oh my
Then we
god.
have the spear gun, which is a single fire projectile with a gas
Harpoon launcher.
So when you hit the enemy, it will explode into a gas cloud. It's a sort of utility versatile tool.
Cool.
Finally, but not least, we have the solo silo, which is a missile silo contained in a hell pod and a laser designator. And you can paint whatever target you want, and the missile will go to that target and just which makes it possible to attack enemies from a very large distance.
Koliko brhila imam?
Po jedan dobiješ jedan. Koliko sam vidio posljedice, znači dobiješ jedan silo.
Ne kapiraš, nema pointa onda. To ti ide na sekundari slot, razumeš? Kapiraš?
Neku strategiju.
Ne, to je sekundari slot, čovječe, razumeš? To nije strategija. Tako pištolj, sam dobro skonto. Kako ga recharđaš? Ili ono?
Iskoristi bac. Ne. Pa iskoristiš, baciš, ali imaš čeki cooldown, mislim kako drugčije.
46.000 igrača u sektoru gdje se bube. 40.000 igrači, jebote šta igrači. 180.000 igrača.
Bugdiver. Otišu se neki ručak, bude mi poznat, pa ćemo malo kasnije. Ništa, hvala tebi, sve najbolje.
Čujemo se kasnije ako budeš tu.
Da, pa to, i ako ti budeš tu.
To je to.
Ajde, dobro.
How dare the enemy sully our well-swept streets?
Destroyer coordinates received. Initiating FTL jump to the Fenmeyer system.
Ms. Ludgate, have you ever heard Mr. Swanson threaten to hurt
FTL jump
Councilman Jan?
successful.
Ronnie? Are you kidding me? I've never heard him threaten to hurt anyone or anything. The guy's like a
vegetarian. Look at him, he's like a big old soft teddy bear. His nickname around the office is Softy Pants McHuggable.
Everything okay?
No.
Get away from here.
Elbow more! Clear the area!
That was not good.
Requesting air support! Calling in reinforcements! Dropping a pin, southeast, 50 meters. 5, north. Throwing down fortification. Calling down a sentry. Eat this!
Run away.
Sending in an eagle.
Back.
Requesting tac pack. Calling in reinforcements. Freedom never sleeps. Objective located. Objective critical stratagem available. Lever. Heavy, east, close. Terminal inbound. I got the terminal. Help! Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready. Attacking map. East, 300 meters. Reinforcing! Calling in reinforcements! Lock fabricator, northwest, 50 meters. Pod outpost! Dropping a pin, south, 300 meters. Sweet liberty, my... Sending in an
Are there new players here?
Extraction point. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Affirmative.
The citizens of this city will thank you.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Reinforcing! Requesting tac-tac! Calling down a support weapon! We've got equipment. Tagging map, east, 200 meters.
Reloading.
Rolling! Follow me!
Sending in an eagle.
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate. Activating jump pad.
Requesting air support! Shot fabricator, east, close. Affirmative.
Requesting air support.
Get away.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
location. Bot fabricator, east. Calling down supplies.
Deploying equipment package.
Tagging low, cancel that.
Goes for cannon.
Enemy. Calling in reinforcements.
Our citizens depend on you for their safety.
Never mind.
Reporting to the front. Thank you. Affirmative. Requesting air support. Reinforcing. Follow me.
Reinforcing. Objective critical stratagem available.
We've got equipment.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Dropping a pin. South, 100 meters. Bot fabricator, southeast, 100 meters. Got a sample. Bot fabricator, southeast. Sample blue. Supplies.
Got an MG and a couple of box of bullets.
Bot fabricator, south, close. Bot outpost spotted. Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle.
fabricator. North. Close.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. Southwest. 300 meters. Marking extraction point. Affirmative.
You want me to call it?
Calling an extraction. Throwing supply beacon.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Back inbound. Calling sample. Sentry. Tech pack inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting tag pack! Requesting air support.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Their lives were in our hands.
Clouds. Welcome to my channel. Hello Snake, a diver, Snake's master diver of the snake ship of diving of snakes.
Snake ship of diving, that's funny. There you go, eat your own grenade.
T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
So, Deski, did you finish the boss? And do you need help? If you need help, I can, if you want, I can try to help.
Oh Fooey. Welcome to my channel.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
My arm!
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Sending in an eagle!
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The
citizens of this city will thank you.
The citizen of a city. Let me see. Rainy clouds. Okay, sure. Report yourself to your democratic officer.
Allied.
Is this light? Yeah, it's light. Great. So these are fucking ninjas. That's what they are. I feel Illuminati. Oh, look.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver, and congratulations.
Man, I will play Hunt Showdown.
Have fun. Do you want me to cheer for you? Or do you find my voice distracting? So you did. Well, if you're gonna play with the boys, you need probably a sound. Even though I think that with people knowing where you are, the sound doesn't really helps. Not a lot, at least. So.
One shudders to envisage what repulsive larvae gestates within the gloom as we speak. We will cleanse every block of our fallen metropolis.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
This is the same guy.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Yeah, that's the guy that kicked me. What an asshole. Let me block him. He's maybe a cheater. Yeah, that's fine, dude. Let me block you. Yeah. No problem.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Oh la la.
Our enemy would turn this city into a conversation. Hear it. Do not let them.
Pack inbound! Requesting tac pack!
Yeah, send the nuke to them.
Thank you. Fabricator. Southwest. 50 meters. Affirmative.
Oh yeah, let's double tap it, man.
Objective critical.
YOLO!
100 meters. Follow me! Pod fabricator, northwest, 100 meters. Requesting sentry!
Oh my god, look at this shit.
Calling in reinforcements! Reinforcing!
You need night vision for this map.
Democracy has landed.
Dropship! Requesting orbital strike!
Tagging map, east, 100 meters. Heavy, north, close.
What's that guy?
Dropping a pin, east, 300 meters.
Reinforce.
Reinforcing!
Thank you.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Calling in orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Bot fabricator. Tech pack inbound. Dropping item.
Bot fabricator, northwest, close. Bot outpost destroyed.
Hellbomb arm. Clear the area.
Marking location, east.
Heavy, southeast, close.
Enemy elite, west, close.
Heavy,
Never mind. Calling down a support weapon. Tagging location. East. Never mind. Requesting tac pack. Bots. South. Sending in an eagle. Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Requesting sentry.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support. Objective located. Calling down objective equipment. Calling down a sentry. Heavy. Southwest. On my position. Package acquired. Heavy. West. Close. Dropping package. Calling in orbital strike. Reloading.
Tagging location. Bot fabricator. Northeast.
Heavy. On my position.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
Marking location. Northeast.
Calling down a support weapon. Dropships. Tech pack inbound. Dropships. West. Dropping items. Sending in it. Requesting tac pack. Hellbomb arm. Clear the area. Dropping item.
Yeah, just call me boys.
Thank you.
I just wanted to decorate them.
Reporting to the front. Marking location. Affirmative.
And it's still red. I don't know what needs to be killed here.
Got it, too. Heavy north.
friendly fire yet.
Reinforcing! Democracy has landed.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters. Dropships! Marking location. Southeast. Reloading! Requesting air support! Calling in orbital strike!
Calling down a sentry.
Sending in an eagle! Dropping a pin. West. Far. Requesting tac. Calling in reinforcements. Tac inbound.
Thank you.
Dropping item. Tagging location. We've got equipment.
Take this. It's free.
Supplies.
Tagging map. Northeast. 200 meters.
Yeah.
Dropping item.
Yeah, man.
Marking location.
Take that.
Thank you.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting orbital strike.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting air support.
Tac inbound.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
East. Close.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Okay, guys. I found super samples.
Rare sample acquired.
Sending in an eagle.
Coming back.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Sentry.
Marking extraction point.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. This city will soon be a shining beacon of freedom once more.
Stalkera za mnom. Zašto misliš da me interesuje? Zašto misliš da me interesuje? Šta želiš da kažeš? Ne interesuje me. One more. Thank you.
Welcome back. Well done. Welcome aboard, Helldiver. We can never have too many heroes fighting for peace.
Mission coordinates locked. Mission preparation aborted. Engaging orbital thrusters. Hellpods prime. Orbit synchronized.
Eradicate. Aha.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Mind to watch out.
Show no mercy. Let the blood of tyrants fill these streets.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting sentry. Dropship.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Requesting
Calling
sentry.
down supply.
Calling down a walker.
Dropships north. Get some! Get some! Calling down a sentry.
Reloading.
Follow me. Hold position. Heavy, south, close.
Dropship. Southwest. Requesting sentry.
Heavy, on my position.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Heavy, on my position. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Democracy has been well delivered.
Affirmative.
May your extraction be swift. Pelican 1 arriving in coordinates.
Heavy, on my position. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Thank you.
It's here.
Affirmative. Heavy, southwest, close.
I'll take it.
Marking extraction. I'll take it.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You leave a more free city than you found.
Snake diver of the diving snakers.
Yeah, that's me. That's easy. If people are not complete bozos, I'm gonna say bozos. I gotta check out for lunch, so to see if there is any food on menu.
A lot of dead bots down there. Good job.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, oh, oh.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The Galactic War needs you.
But the blue one is actually pretty good. They're like a fucking ninja. They're like a fucking ninja. Amazing. Who goes into stealth while carrying flamethrower? Me? Of course. Gotta eat something. I'll be back. Oh.
Fan Slayer. Welcome to my channel.
Feel sleepy. try, I guess.
Kumra. Welcome to my channel. Discord.